What's going on, everybody? Welcome to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English. We are back for our third and final split of the 2026 season, and we have got start on off the day, beginning first and foremost with LGD versus EDG. My name is Gordo. I'm joined by Alk on this first stream of the season. How are you doing, Alk?
I'm doing good. I actually was going to ask you the same question because you had some pretty big developments in the last week. I didn't actually congratulate you, so I wanted to do it here on the show. So congratulations, man.
Thank you very much. I did get engaged a while ago, actually, but we just got the photos back. So
okay.
Social media official now, baby. But
there you go.
You know, open secret finally confirmed. Thank you very much, Alk. I appreciate it. And I appreciate that I'm back waking up at 3 in the morning to get a little bit more LPL action in my life, even though my fiance may not. With that, let's get on in. Let's start off with what our new format is going to be for the season as we get on in towards our third and final format of the split. It is going to be 6 teams in Group Ascend, 4 teams in Group Nirvana, 8 teams in Group Ascend, rather, 4 teams in Group Nirvana, bringing our total down to 12 from 14.
Well, we had to say goodbye to Ultra Prime and OMG again, but the most exciting part here, I think, is the fact that we get to have, just this Group Nirvana is going to be supercharged. This is the highest competition that we'll see from Group Nirvana, I think, for the foreseeable future. Also, some of these logos for Group Ascend are a little bit wrong. I know it says BLG twice and Top Esports twice. Don't worry, I also don't want to see 2 different versions of BLG and TES. Those teams would actually be Thunder Talk and EDG. So, a lot of different teams here in this group. It's a lot of fun, as well as LGD. So, I don't know, man. I'm really looking forward to this Group Ascend, because this is going to be one where we have a very clear top 4. WE are on the bubble, I think, but there are so many roster changes happening just today that I think this Group Ascend could actually be a lot different than people were expecting coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. On top of, 3 teams where we get to say those magical words that are normally reserved for playoffs. Nobody thought these teams would be here. They made it. They get to be here, and they get to compete up in Group Ascend. And one of them's gonna, be able to kind of sneak their way out of play-ins there as well. You can attack this thing with volume, even if they can't end up upsetting any of those top 5 teams that I think are going to be just a little bit further ahead in most folks' minds. Or you can just kind of just have yourself a little bit of a split and look to exceed even that possible result.
Look, anything's possible with BLG swapping out top laners, with AL now swapping out top laners. At this point, everybody's fair game. And if we start off the season and you're saying, look, all of these teams are making roster moves, if you're one of these other teams like, again, WE or even EDG and LGD here tonight, you're like, well, we're more of an established team, even though we have some newer pieces. This is probably the best time for you to take early wins here in the split so that you can just avoid the play-ins going into the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. And these head-to-head matches, especially between the recently promoted Group Nirvana teams, are definitely going to, at least on paper for the time being, be expected to be some of those big deciders. Maybe as we get a couple of games under our belt, as we start to see how these new rosters shake out against one another, even those expectations can be upset, and we can start to find out who the real top dogs of the summer split are going to be as everybody races for those crucial Worlds spots towards the end of the year. Going to be 4 slots for the LPL yet again. Was looking a little dicey there for a bit of MSI, but it will still
I don't know what you're talking about.
4.
We beat HLE the first time, right? That's all that matters. We won
true.
MSI, right? That's what
absolutely.
I got from the tournament.
That's true. It was, listen, there's a lot up in the air, but they got it. And yeah, LPL locked it in nice and early with that big win to get to the finals, even if maybe they didn't take it home at the end of the day. And with that said, let's get into our teams today, Alk. Let's start on off with LGD. There are going to be 2 roster changes on both sides. 1 roster change here, 2 roster changes over on the EDG side. For this one, you're going to recognize most of them. It's Birdall, Hung, Tangyuan, Xiaoya, and Crisp joining this roster for the summer split.
Crisp is like the biggest anomaly to me, man. He comes in last year, he's like floating on a couple of teams, plays on Top Esports, then he goes over to Weibo and the whole Weibo talent drain thing happens where they just swirl the toilet for a little bit. They like bomb out of the Asia Invitational as well, losing to a bunch of the teams that we kind of thought maybe they wouldn't take losses to. And after taking 2 splits off, still staying in touch with the league, still kind of being maybe a representative. We've seen him at some internationals. Finally, he's coming back, and at least word on the street is that he wants to be able to go to Worlds, and he felt like this is the team that he'd have the biggest or the best slot into. Personally speaking, I think it's still a really tough road, and so I'm just wondering, like, what exactly is the idea behind not only Crisp's addition, but if you're the GM of this team, what are we shooting for? What's the angle here? Because we've seen a lot of these players for a long time. We've seen Hung, we've seen Tangyuan for a while. They've been middle of the pack, below average sometimes in some splits, especially for Hung. I just don't know what we're kind of looking for after what's supposed to be a really, really exciting couple of LDL prospects.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it's pretty clear, at least for the LGD changes, right? Crisp brings a level of kind of veterancy and a level of leadership to this team that it's tough to come by at this point in the season, and that was missing sort of on this roster, right? You have a lot of second and third year guys who don't necessarily have that international experience, that deep run playoffs experience. I think Crisp brings that in droves. Crisp brings a lot of career success to the table, a lot of experience playing in a lot of metas. He's going to be, up there in his later 20s now at this point, and we all remember that World Championship run over with FPX and the success he's been able to find since as well. And that is their hope, right? That is the missing piece that can level up this roster, bring them the rest of the way across the finish line. Because the rest of the lineup, as you kind of said, right, it's not one that on paper we think of as being able to make that kind of run, but it's also not a lineup that on paper we thought would be able to find that upset over Weibo and make it into a set.
Sure. Very true. Very true. I mean, anything's possible, and now they are within touching distance of actually being able to qualify for the regional finals through championship points. Not something that we have to really get into now, just a further thought later on, just planting the seed for a potential run going in later into the split.
Absolutely, and that's what we're going to be on the lookout for as we get deeper and deeper in. Speaking of which, another team competing for those very same championship points, looking to make that same result for themselves, is going to be EDG. They come in with 2 roster changes of their own. They're starting tonight. It's going to be ZDZ, Xiaohao, Bulldog, Leave, and Perukia rejoining the lineup from back in winter.
Dude, what's the changes going on here? We've got Bulldog from LNG, who we'll see them later on this week. They completely blew up that roster. Got Bulldog after kind of swapping between Sunyan and Angel, and now we have Perukia back. I don't know. I want to be excited about this team. I'm sure Rafa's probably feeling a lot more invigorated now that they brought him back into the support role, but with that time off, it kind of feels to me like this team is going to be starting from scratch again. And that could be really dangerous as we get closer to Worlds, and we kind of are talking about a bunch of teams that have either kind of stuck with their pieces or are only changing one player out of everything.
Yeah, and if the LGD roster changes communicate a desire to reinvest, a desire to double down, a desire to snowball some existing success, I think the EDG changes here communicate simply, loudly, and clearly, we don't want Angel to be our mid laner anymore, because they had a huge overperformance from their brand new rookie, Sunyan. But if you were investing in that young talent and thinking, this guy's the future of our org, you wouldn't rebench him immediately for Bulldog. So I think now this is going to be their pitch, right? We can run back the winter roster with Bulldog instead of Angel. We're right back in now the Ascend group with an opportunity to be able to make that run. And we think that, with just this tiny change, with just this one weird trick, plus the addition of Maokai back as the head coach, we'll be able to make it through.
You know, I just thought about it. Bulldog is now the only EDG, the only LNG member to actually make Group Ascend. Congrats, dude. That's a great tagline for him. That I have to get my digs in. I had too many LNG hopers. Yep. Someone's got to do it.
It's one way to pull it off. And with that, let's chat real quick about what our success conditions for these teams are looking into Group Ascend and what it means to be able to succeed here. I think both these teams find themselves in a position where you definitely want to be able to finish that top 6. You want to be able to get out of that play-in stage. You want to be able to secure yourself better positioning, both for next year and, of course, for a potential playoffs run to get yourself into those coveted world slots.
Exactly. Just making top 6 by itself, I think, is not really out of the realm of possibility, right? If we think there is a top 4 with BLG, AL, JDG, and top esports, then it's WE who's taking up the 5th slot. And play-ins, you just don't want the possibility of not even making playoffs. Just make sure that you get that top 6. You're only fighting other teams like, again, these two themselves, and then Thunder Talk, who are, I think, expected to be the worst team here in this group by far. And I think especially for these two, with the pieces that they're bringing in, I would think that taking a best of versus a top 4 team is fairly doable. And I would say, for me anyway, say that this was a successful enough split to warrant either running it back or making small tweaks going into the offseason.
Yeah, definitely. And that's gonna be their big opportunity to prove it, right? It's double round robin once again. So you're going to get 14 matches. You're going to get 8 shots at those top 4 teams. Plenty of opportunity to be able to snag a best of 3 if your roster changes are having the desired effect and you are able to get that higher level performance unlocked from the changes that they've made. Gotta believe that these are some very strong versions of these rosters compared to what we saw from them previously. I can't say I think you can walk away feeling like you've got an upgrade both with the mid lane change from EDG and the support change from LGD. It's just about putting those pieces together. And in EDG's case, you've changed half the roster, man. It's back to square one. We're gonna see what we could do. And in fact, it's square one almost literally with Perukia coming back into the lineup.
Mm-hmm. EDG have not been as successful as their historical results have shown. And even just talking about their schedule going into this week, they're going to be playing EDG is going to be playing BLG later this week, and LGD are going to be playing AL. So those are 2 of the top 4 that, again, early on in the season, if you can take a best of 3, I think that really not only solidifies your own head-to-head record going into the back half of the split as we kind of trudge on. You also then kind of make it I think, a more exciting as you start off the split with potentially 1 or 2 wins, which I think can save a lot of things. Great intro. Give it to me, Hung. Come on. Oh, it's Xiaoya. Okay, I forgot the glasses. Wait, Crisp has what happened to his hair?
We're rocking
Crisp.
It. You know what? New team, new look, new Crisp. Coming on in to make his debut with LGD. He's played on, of course, previously Weibo, Top, BLG, FPX. Everybody definitely excited to see him joining another roster here after taking a little bit of a break through most of 2026 so far. You can check out the new EDG lineup. Oh, they got a little pose going on here.
What is Bulldog doing? He's so chill. I respect that.
He didn't get the memo, all right? They lined up on this
I don't think the rest of the team got the memo. Everyone else is just stone-faced. Perukia is like, cool, I get to play LPL again. And yeah. Bulldog's like, guys, I made Group Ascend. I lost the best of 5 in play-ins, and I made Group Ascend. That's the real win.
Oh, man. You know, dude, listen, looking at Bulldogs has got, like, I was thinking about this earlier. He's got a 70% win rate this season. He's 27-12 in-game record. Has anybody ever had so poor of a season while winning 70% of their games? It's truly a tragedy for that entire LNG lineup.
I would say a lot of LPL teams have had that, specifically BLG. You know, they've only technically lost 2 best of 5s all year. One of them to WE, and the other one to HLE. A very elite group there of teams.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say they've had a great season. I'm not gonna lie. I can't. Yeah. I'd say they've had a pretty successful season. LNG, I cannot say the same for. Bulldog hoping to turn around his history here. Almost certainly going to have his win rate go down, but maybe he's going to get to like play a playoff series for it, and I think that's a trade offer that anybody will take.
As we wait for the teams to get set up on stage, something that you'll notice throughout this entire week is that we are going to be playing from the Ninjas of Pajamas arena in Shenzhen. This is now one of the newest changes to this format, which I think is really, really cool. I talked about it on the podcast, but every single week of the LPL, we're going to have 5 weeks of regular season. Each one of them is going to be in a single team's arena. So NIP is going to be up first. Then we're going to be having IG's arena that was just newly constructed. So I don't know. I think I like this change a lot. We used to have a traveling like home and away system where like teams would go to like different arenas throughout the week, and we would be swapping even between series at some times. I just think this is a really cool change just for, I think having an entire week where it's like all of LPL are here, I think it just makes it way easier for fans who want to travel. It's like, hey, we actually get to like explore the city, and now I get to have potentially an entire week's worth of LPL games I can go watch.
Yeah, it's going to be less jarring when we have to swap from game to game, series to series, day to day, even match to match. Like you said, everybody can get comfortable here in their NIP themed home for at least a little bit of time, even though they were going to be disappointed to not be playing in the Ascend group this split. At the very least, they can be gracious hosts for the time being, and they'll get a series or two during the week as well.
Look, Leave is technically not technically, he is an NIP alum, so
True.
he's bringing NIP back. Okay, he's the one that gets to represent the boys.
Yeah, that's a big technicality you're bringing in there, but yeah, you can count that.
Look, you brought up Crisp's World Championship, okay, and that was 7 years ago.
Hey, that's fair. That's definitely fair. But hey, man's had some playoff runs since then with Weibo and the like, so he's definitely no stranger to a level of competition that some of these LGD guys have definitely been strangers to. So he's going to hopefully be able to bring some of that veterancy to this lineup, get them into a position where they feel they can be able to compete at a higher level. And of course, meta's back in his favor. Meta's back in almost every support player's favor, especially Perukia, who was never really on the Enchanters train during that winter split. Now going to likely be a little bit more in his wheelhouse, where he's playing the Nautiluses, the Rels, a lot of Nico in the winter split, as basically everybody was. He's going to be thankful that he doesn't have to put the Lulu in the bag any longer, the way that Jouet found himself doing quite frequently.
Yeah, he gets to play Alistar. I just am I'm very scared to see what the rest of our LPL supports are going to do, because before MSI, it was like, okay, we're all going to handshake that we're going to be playing like Alistar and Nautilus and maybe a little bit of Seraphine, maybe a little bit of Leona if we're really feeling spicy. We get some Poppy games in here or there, but then MSI comes in, it's like, okay, Camille is pick banned. Are you going to play this champion? Do I expect that that Perukia is going to have some Camille games? I think in theory it would be really cool because he is an aggressive player. I think his engage timings are fairly solid for the most part, and one of the things that we have seen from Leave in the past is that he's super aggressive in lanes. So if that is a 2v2 that just becomes about snowballing the lane, I would love to see that. We also are coming in on a new patch, 2614, allegedly, and I don't know if either of these guys have been practicing a ton of mages. They're not known for their mage play between these two teams.
Yeah, and this is where your tendencies, your preferences are going to clash with what is starting to become a little bit more of a mainstay. I feel like everybody has given into the Ziggs at the very least at this point. So I would be shocked to not see a Ziggs on the board somewhere over the course of this series. Maybe it's on the ban list instead of on the pick list, but I think we're going to see that little man at some point during the drafts tonight. There's going to be Poppy. Same species, not same champion to kick things off. We'll see if either Xiaoya or Leave are willing to make that sacrifice. And like you said about the Camille, I think that's on the table for both of these supports. I think it would be a fun Perukia champion. I think it would be a fun Crisp champion. I think LGD really embraced under YCX some of those spicier support picks, right? They're playing the Elise, they're playing the Skarner, they played the Blitzcrank. Maybe we'll get something like that here.
There's a few champions. I mean, look, Camille makes it through. We also still have things like Azir that was actually changed on this patch as well. Makes it so that basically the entire precision tree actually works on him finally. Everybody at home that was still taking Lethal Temple Azir, you're back, everybody. You can finally keep taking and you won't get flamed for it. We're doing B1 Lee Sin. Okay, nothing's changed. We can just go ahead and wrap up the split at this point. I've made it 10 minutes into the actual past the actual night, and we're already gone.
Welcome back, Xiao Hao. He's going to be plenty happy that he can put the Lee Sin right at the top of his tier list once again. Only got to play it 3 times in the year so far. I expect to see that count increase as that champion gets a little bit more play. I've been asking forever for them to make that change where he can use already dead champions to knock up other champions. Fantastic change. 10 out of 10.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the day when Riot decide, hey, you know what, Lee Sin is not strong enough yet. We're going to give him the Wild Rift treatment and let him ward and use his safeguard anywhere. He doesn't need a ward. That is just he just has a free dash at all times. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the day we get that one out. Everyone's going to lose their mind. Tapping back into the draft, though, we do have Syndra, who has been making some waves, not only in mid lane, but we have started to see some of the tier 2 regions actually start to put this champion in bottom lane. Would be pretty surprised to see that from Shalia, but with a Skarner, I just think they have a lot of great ways of not only stopping fights, but also starting them.
There it is.
There's Camille. All right.
All right. Nice call on the Perukia. It is right in his wheelhouse. He's going to be happy to be able to play that one nice and aggressive. Love the pairing with the Lee Sin, too. This is a mid laner's nightmare, as these two are going to be flying out of fog in no time at all to make plays happen. The Syndra, the Cassiopeia, will either of them be mid? Will they both be bot lane? That's the joys of drafting in summer 2026. No idea at this point in time. The flexes are flexier than ever.
This is awesome. And remember, we're kind of coming in with we don't know what's really going to be played. A lot of these teams have been scrimming each other, and so they have significantly more knowledge depth than we do as to what's been going on. We only get to get a small glimpse on stage and in these stage games. So the flexes, until they're broken, will be available. You can still try to move some things around. As we get into the back half of these drafts, I'm thinking that EDG, they have some okay burst damage. I do think that they fall a little short range, and that can be, I think, problematic when you're playing into Skarner and Syndra. So just something that's going to be more consistent from the bottom lane. I think Leave has always been a great character at being able to do that, even if maybe we've had some qualms about his positioning. I'm just worried that he might play Jhin this game, because it's kind of shaping up with a Lee Sin and a Camille that you're just going to need to follow up, and you need that range. Also, by the way, Varus has made it all the way through, even though he's received a slew of nerfs this year.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, kind of reopened up access to that on-hit build, although the lethality build is not dead. I see what you're saying about the Jhin. It feels like EDG, especially if you're going to have Lee Sin Camille, you almost want to have access to a little bit of additional burst that the Cassiopeia doesn't necessarily feel comfortable with. You don't want to need to land the engage combo into Miasma to be able to actually get your pick all the way through. Leave hovering that Ziggs. There he is. Might end up in that direction. You do have the Cassiopeia for that late game DPS. It will be locked in. And that's going with the Camille.
All right. Everybody, what we're going to be doing this game is we're going to be tracking flashes. Flashes are going to be the most important spell in this game. If you are LGD, if you are specifically Tongyu in this game, you're going to be standing there as Syndra and saying, well, if I get Miasma'd, I can't flash. If Lee Sin ward, flash kicks me, I'm also probably dead. And now I have to worry about Camille from Fog with a Ziggs bomb. That sounds miserable. And now I look at these lane matchups, Gordo. You've got Gnar into Ambessa, which can be winning early. You've got Ziggs into Kai'Sa, which is winning early. And I just look across the board, and I feel like LGD are going to have to work from the back foot very early on. And I just don't think that's how you open up a split. I think you need to find some kind of winning lanes here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, the Maokai is going to be happy with his first draft back on the stage here. Switching from head of coaching staff to just plain old head coach once again, coming back in. You got to talk about former world champions. Maokai going to be in that conversation as well. And yeah, definitely going to be pleased with what he's been able to put together here. I guess the one note would be LGD's pretty tanky. between this Rel and this Skarner feels good against something like a Ziggs, but that's the beauty of the Cassiopeia, is that you can get that kind of shred coming out of the mid lane position without necessarily picking one of those more traditional marksmen, and you could make these marksmanless team comps not feel as bad from that perspective of having to deal with the big tanky Skarner.
You know, Ziggs is the exception to the rule, as we say for a lot of mages, but Ziggs is like your exception if you don't have an AD carry. It's like, fine, you're allowed. This resolves, as we say. We're just going to let this one go. You're allowed to hit turrets on this champion, and it blows up everything. We've seen a lot of talk about grubs so far after MSI, so I wonder if we're going to be seeing any kind of extra priority on this, or if it's going to be all the same. But it looks like we're getting ready for game number 1, the start of split number 3. Let's go.
I think we got him. I think that's all we're getting, Alk.
Yeah, it seems like the EDG fan leaders are still coordinating.
Still pulling it together, but I am happy to be here regardless. Welcome to split number 3, Alk. Welcome to EDG versus LGD, as already the brawling going to start off at the bottom lane. Leave going to get pulled back. Leave getting thrown away from his turret. Going to be forced to flash, and LGD going to draw those first drops of blood in the bottom lane.
Wow, okay. So, I mean, look, Ziggs is a champion that can be weak in his first few levels as a mage. I thought you could be able to get around this just by being able to wave clear, but some really good finds coming in from Crisp early on means that, I mean, jungler's already pathing down bottom lane. You have to be worried about this. I mean, Xiao could potentially pivot here if he really wants to. And I did think about that there potentially could have been an Mbessa with Electrocute matchup. So as long as you have that available to you, LGD could very easily flip some of these matchups that we were potentially worried about in the draft.
Yeah, absolutely here. So, Rukia going to need to find ways to be able to get aggressive angles into this bottom lane, given the fact that Leave was already taken low, already forced to blow his flash. You don't want to be stuck on the back foot for the entirety of the laning phase, but for now they're going to have to look for that recall. Nice little lane advantage for ZDZ up in the top lane as well, with Xiaohao up on this top side of the map. It's going to be a signal that Birdall has to take the early recall as well.
He is super worried because if they dive him on this timer, or if ZDZ is able to TP back and then, you know, Lee Sin shows up, now you're Mbessa with no TP. You just came back to lane with only a glowing moat. This is very, very dangerous and very risky. I'd actually love if the observers actually were able to show us the actual wave state. Looks like it's crashing in the middle, but he does not want this to push away. His jungler's on the bottom side of the map. Also, Crisp is on the bottom side of the map, and so you have to be extremely worried as this Mbessa for any potential shenanigans going on. And we're also seeing our supports, specifically Perukia, already get active and get try to just put down some vision. This Camille champion is a freak of nature in the support.
Yeah, definitely, and expecting to see Perukia really try to push the limits of it to try to find ways to be able to create that early lead for EDG. Pair up with Xiaohao, move around the map, already at level 2, looking to find pathways to get on out, as is Crisp, and that's kind of what a more mage-centric bottom lane has really opened up the potential for, and that's where we're a little concerned about this Kai'Sa in the early game, because that's going to leave Xiaoyan a 1v1 with Leave, where my man is already getting up to a bit of a CS lead and should be able to maintain at least about a wave advantage, even if Xiaoya is able to clean up the rest of the current wave.
Thankfully for him, Xiaoya decided that he's going to pick up the call, so that just gives him more access to get more gold and hopefully stay within touching distance of his enemy opponent. And if at any point Leave makes a mistake, once he gets access to the killer instinct, Xiaoya can actually punish and find some kind of kills. Tongyuan has to be careful, should just flash if he really feels like he's in danger. I don't know how you felt about this, Gordo, but I need Camille out of the support role like yesterday. There was very many things wrong, and I feel like this is the exact same reason why we got rid of her in the jungle back in 2018.
Yeah, it's a menace that rears its head from time to time. Probably can be handled with a little bit of a base stat tamp down at some point, and it would not surprise me if we do end up seeing that. New Halo Blades feels solid, Honor, and just some of those little buffs to try to get top lane Camille back into people's minds have unfortunately
Oh.
caused a return along with the engaged supports as Xiaoya has to flash. I love Perukia not going for the flash there and knowing that Xiaoya's just got to spend that ability to be respectful.
I'm so sorry, everybody. Anytime I see Camille support now I'm over the hype. I
Oh,
was
just
really
gagging.
excited about this champion last split. I was like, cool. I want to see Camille support. Now that I have not only seen it played at the highest level, but I've also played it, this champion is just not okay. So I'm gonna keep ranking on it. We are starting a fight around the scuttle, and I do not like this position for LGD. You have very little damage in this spot, and I mean you're gonna have a Ziggs coming over very soon.
Yeah, Perukia going to be the first target to get attacked, but not going to lose much for it. Xiaohao getting in there on top of Hung. Going to have to flash back over the wall as he does tank the Unleashed power. And the one left out to dry is the Kaisa. First blood goes the way of EDG as Xiaoyo hit the dust.
Oh, man. You see Perukia there. Really great stuff from EDG. The sequencing could have been tighter, but generally speaking, I mean, they forced out good summoner spells. They got the flash off from Xiaoya again and from Hung. While all this is happening after, as a kind of piece of consequence, now you get to hit this turret. It's only a single plate going over, but 1,500 gold early on for a team that has both Ziggs and Cassiopeia. That's a pretty big win. That lands like 6 patches ago, but thank God we nerfed this champ.
Indeed we did. And you know what? Normally, we're so conditioned to say, support got the kill. It's not good. Perukia, I don't mind the Camille getting the early kill, man.
Yes,
having that tunneler here early on, first couple of minutes of the game, that's going to really help you out when you're trying to hit some damage thresholds on the likes of the Tongyuan.
Look, Crisp also didn't recall in time, so ZDZ's going to push. Perukia's here, doesn't have Ignite, doesn't have ult quite yet. And with Mininar going down, okay, we're not doing this anymore. Okay, so Bertle gets the wave at the very least, which is good for him. I'm ready for 26-15 as well. I know we just caught on to 14 last week, but we have a Sundered Sky nerf that's down the pipeline right now. I'm ready. I'm ready for that to happen.
It's a brand new day when that Sundered Sky is taken away. Maybe going to bring back in some of the tankier members of the jungle meta as well. Been missing them for a fair bit. When was the last time you saw Maokai jungle, Sejuani jungle? And don't answer MSI, because I know.
All right, well then I've never
Fearless
seen them.
does things sometimes.
I don't know if I really want to go back to a Maokai meta. I won't lie.
Well,
I think a lot of our casters.
I got bad news about where a Sundered Sky nerf is taking you, brother.
But look, if Maokai's gonna be meta, Lilia's gonna be meta. Okay, we're bringing back the AP junglers. It seems like we're going to get a bit of a scuffle here for some grubs, Gordo. Bertle has TP, so this can be a 5-on-5, but I don't think LGD really want to risk anything. If you lose this fight, there's going to be a Ziggs ult coming in as well. You can't move the Kaisa. I think you're in a really bad spot all of a sudden.
Feels like he has found leave in transit, but quick satchel charge to safety will be just fine. Mega Inferno Bomb to clear this wave out, make sure Bertle's not getting too much for free. Now, rotated our bot lane up to the top side, have LGD. So they are also going to simultaneously start the dragon. Bulldog going to find this. Can Xiaohao get over in time? He and Perukia are en route. Bulldog starting the trade. Smite going to come through. Petrifying Gaze to slow up Hung, but he will successfully retreat. And he gets away with a crime there.
If LGD did not get this dragon, I would have been very sad for them, because that basically means the game is... It's not over by any means, but it's really tough to play because you've lost the first blood gold that's in the game. You've given over the grubs, and 3 grubs for a team that has Ziggs just is not the place you want to be. And I'm fairly certain that I would assume with the bounties that we're kind of getting to that point.
Full engage on a Xiaohao, and this man just can't move. He gets blown up. And Killer Instinct in from Xiaoya will be able to secure the kill. Hung now looking to land the sting, gets a flash out of Leave. And Birdall looking for some action up on the top side, knows that the Mega's about to expire for ZDZ, trying to hunt him down with the Drakehound step. Will let that fish go after a couple more shots. Moves across the map for LGD. They equalize the kills. They get themselves a little bit back.
That feels really good. They did have to expend a lot there. Those 3 ultimates being used, but just the gold by itself. And we also protected Hung's jungle, so able to get him within back to parity with his opponent jungler. Also top lane, I think the Mbessa ult to buffer Gnar ult, very well played coming in from Birdle, who didn't find the lane lead that maybe we were expecting with the electrocute Mbessa, but is staying within, again, just 10 CS of his opponent. I think right now LGD are not too displeased, especially with the first dragon kind of going down, I wouldn't say super late in the game, but we're going to have what is supposed to be like a 14-minute dragon number 2, and that just means the game is not very fast. I think you're definitely okay with just getting items. You're getting a scaling Syndra, a potentially 3-item Kai'Sa, and that can be where this game gets really scary for EDG.
And we have a full court press on the top side from EDG. They've got 3 wards that they just threw down in this jungle. Xiaohao trying to steal away the Krugs, and they're looking at Birdall as a potential dive target. Crispin Hung going to be in the area to cover, making sure that this does not come to fruition. But they, at the very least, are able to claim the jungle camps, and now just going to take their reset. Doesn't look like they're going to push for anything more.
Gordo, what do you think about the idea that if we are EDG, I think that might have been the wrong play? Just from a
I'm open to that idea.
We are 3 grubs and we have a Ziggs, and we're not willing to move him into a lane to get more plates. Like, he teleports bot lane, he gets 2 plates here, but we reinforce so many members on top side that now when both teams reset, we're both going to be heading into the bottom river, and that can just be really problematic. Great dodge coming in from Perukia with the hook shot.
Yeah, really important there. And, oh, Xiaoya and Leave going to find each other. Xiaoya thinks he's got the angle. Satchel Charge not going to be enough to get him away. Xiaoya just peppering him with these auto attacks. And with this passive proc, he's going to be able to find the solo kill. Meanwhile, Xiaohao drops down in the river fight. Tangyuan hits him with an unleashed power. And Crisp just holding these members down for kill after kill to be funneled into Tangyuan. Hung lands the wall, going to be able to keep Bulldog still. A triple kill to Tangyuan to start off his summer split.
And that is a huge win here for LGD. I talked about the Kai'Sa being able to find Leaf. Leaf was a full level up on his opponent, and he still got solo killed. That is the danger that you always have to live with versus a Kai'Sa. Doesn't matter that she hasn't completed her first item. And then the other side of the fight, Syndra is just getting paid. She's going to finish her first item on this recall. She has 67 stacks of her splinters, so she's getting her first evolve now, and all of those kills are just going to turbocharge this champion. A full level up, and by the way, Bulldog has still not completed the Rod of Ages at 12 minutes. That is pretty problematic here. Great dodges. Leave, you can't right-click when you're playing Ziggs. I'm sorry, it's just not the same champion.
And I'm nothing if not an honest caster, Alec. I was going to respond, had this fight not broken out, to your point about whether or not EDG is making the right choice by saying, hey, at least you get the 1v1 lane for the Ziggs into the Kai'Sa. You can try to push her back. You can try to harass from a safe distance. You can still get some plate gold bot. You can hold the Kai'Sa down. As long as you keep track of where Skarner and Rel are, you should feel safe to do that. Leave was not safe to do that. He makes one mistake, and he gives that kill right back over.
Does that count as a caster curse? I don't think it does. I feel like I literally called what was going to happen.
If it happens?
But by accident, yeah. Like, I saw the tree falling in the woods, so it definitely happened at this point. I think that's how the metaphor goes. I don't really know. Taking a look back at this game, though. We saw that fight, and I think we're starting to see it now. Again, Bulldog still not finished at that Rod of Ages. I'm getting more worried here, Gordo. This team does not have enough damage if they're not far ahead as EDG.
Speaking of not enough damage, can they finish Birdall here? Yes, they can. The combo into the wall off the back of the Gnar holds Birdall still for long enough for a full Xiaohao combo to be able to take him off the map. A 1.5k lead to ZDZ now ballooned up a little bit more with the addition of that first turret gold. And just like that, ZDZ has catapulted himself to the biggest individual gold lead in the game.
ZDZ is playing extremely selfishly. He's the one that's taking these top waves and not the Ziggs. Ziggs is going back mid lane. We just gave over 2 plates to the Syndra, and they can still do Dragon here. Again, 14 and a half minutes. We have 2 Dragons, and both of them seemingly are going to be going over to LGD. It is a single kill in a turret. That is a lot of gold, but I still think this is a good trade here for LGD. Even if for the meanwhile, there is a gold lead starting to mount for this Gnar. ZDZ has had some really questionable team fights this year and has, I think, not been able to translate some individual leads from himself. So if he can do it this game, it definitely help build some more confidence, not only in this team, but also in his individual play.
Yeah, the need to be able to mark the flanking Gnar is now greater than ever. The problem is there's so many flankers that you need to mark. Xiaohao, Perukia, both going to be coming in from the sides, going to be looking to create some chaos to get these fights engaged off of, and ZDZ is able to capitalize on that opportunity with this fat gold lead. Can certainly pay off for them in the fights with or without the Dragons. LGD, though, feeling very good about how their carries are getting into this game. Gold leads on both Syndra and Kai'Sa. TaeYuan especially really cashing out on that bot river fight. Really going to need to lean on him for success. And to be fair, that's how LGD were able to beat EDG in the spring split as well.
Yeah. And said coming into this game that Flash was going to be the most important spell. That continues to be true. If we're talking about all these flanks and all these random angles you're going to find from EDG, who have a ton of burst but maybe don't have the best consistent DPS from this team, you need to have Flash. You need to be able to get away from some of these champions here. So right now, I think LGD, they've eaten up a lot of the gold lead that EDG had going into this. And while we're positioning for what could be a Herald fight, this can be very expensive for either team. For LGD, if you are able to survive and maybe just go for a mid turret here, I think you put yourself in a really good spot to fight for what is going to be a soul point coming up soon for this next Dragon in 3 minutes. And if you can stop EDG from getting the turret, they're coming to you right now. They are the ones that are losing gold on the map.
Bulldog kind of far as they are starting off this Herald, and Perukia is found and blown up. TaeYuan finds his 5th, 5-0-0 on the Syndra as they secure themselves the Rift Herald. Mega Inferno Bomb comes on across. Xiaohao throws himself into 3, going to be able to force the flash out of TaeYuan, and Bulldog flashes forward with the Petrifying Gaze, slows up 2 members, but still cannot find the target to hunt down. There's the Fierce out of the Skarner, not going to be able to find a target as Hung falls. Birdall now stuck on the wrong side of the map. EDG will be able to hunt this man down sooner or later. They're going to funnel it into Bulldog.
They get 2 kills. They trade it out here, go 2 for 1, and it's still the Herald here for LGD. We're looking at this Dragon in 2 minutes, and I still see a lot of flashes. TaeYuan and Xiaoya still have access to this. We're starting to see that EDG are kind of getting gold leads. They might find TaeYuan.
Yeah, coming in on the flank. TaeYuan nowhere to go. This is a big shutdown for Bulldog, and he will claim it. Plenty of gold into that Cassiopeia. Cuts the gold lead by 600 in an instant.
All right, 2 minutes before Dragon now, and TaeYuan used Flash to get out of that. He's a 2-item Syndra versus what is essentially, I think, 1-item Cassiopeia. I don't care that her inventory tray is full. She has a 3-stack Rod of Ages at 17 minutes. That is not the place that you want to be on this champion here. Let's take a look back at this Herald fight. This is just a really good find from TaeYuan. Perukia just stepping up into Fog. He thought Leave might have been a little bit closer. And while this is rather extended, watching how EDG get through this team fight, I think is really, really strange. Like, TaeYuan basically gets kicked into safety. Bulldog and Leave can't do anything in this fight. This flash from Bulldog also, it means he's not going to have flash for this upcoming fight. This was a really uncoordinated objective coming in from EDG, and one where I think they felt like they needed to respond after losing the Camille early.
Yeah, another Impale missed by Hung. Not really able to create the space that his team needed. All in all, LGD, they're happy to get that Rift Herald, but they give up a fair bit, and the gold lead does continue to be clung onto by EDG. No signs of slowing down there as they get themselves into another favorable combat situation. And now 40 seconds to go on Dragon number 3. Can LGD keep this stacking alive? I think they're pretty confident in that position with this Syndra scaling into the game, getting those stacks, upgrading her abilities, and looking like they are going to be able to one-shot anybody that they find.
They have a 2-item Kai'Sa now for LGD. I think it's really, really scary if you're going to be playing as EDG. And the damage, the bulk of your damage right now is in the Gnar, who we even saw in that last fight did not get very much value, essentially just played a one-on-one versus Bertle in the top brush, and a 2-item Ziggs, who is great, but Leave is really known for his ability to right-click, and not necessarily his spell placement, so this is going to be a very, very important fight here, as now LGD need to fight into the Fog of War versus a Cassiopeia and a Ziggs. This is the advantage that EDG's comp has.
And EDG is just so comfortable keeping this going forever because now while they're also doing well in the poke war, they're also dominating the one-on-one on the top side. But guess they got bored of that because they are TPing in ZDZ, and they say it is time to force onto this dragon right now. TP going to be matched by Bertle. Xiao Hao going to be able to smite and secure the Scuttle Crab and retreat back over the dragon wall as it does begin to get aggroed by Xiaoya. Approaching from the top side, EDG want to continue to land this poke, looking for an angle for Xiao Hao. Peruka coming in on the bottom side. Who will pull the trigger? Perukia launching himself in. Max to get the ultimatum out of Tangyuan. He gets one shot by the damage out of Leave and CDC, and the mid laner has already fallen. That's where the majority of their gold advantage was on the LGD side. Big Gnar from CDC. Going to be able to hold down 3. No follow-up damage available, though. He's going to melt down soon. Public execution into the back line. Bertle going to be able to dance through the team. LGD managed to muster up the manpower, put together the damage, take the fight, win, despite losing the dragon.
Man, they take it, but now you have a Kaisa who's going to be able to get this Baron for themselves, and LGD, I think I was a bit worried with how the Rift Herald was placed, but then we see Bertle come in from the wings, he gets multiple knockups, and the team fight still goes their way. Really great job from LGD with this team composition, who are fighting back from early deficit and are really making it a really good stand so far here in this game. Ooh. Again, that lead in mid lane, I think, is really becoming problematic here for Edward Gaming.
They did such a good job of blowing up Tangyuan to start off the fight, but Xiaoya comes in and puts in the difference. He makes up for the absence of Tangyuan from earlier on, and he and Bertle both have damage to spare.
This huge Skarner ultimate catching out the mid laner of EDG, and then, I mean, just look at the fight. We talked about for EDG, they have great burst, yes. They have okay poke, yes. But the consistent damage is not there when you have a Cassiopeia, who is also behind, and you have a Ziggs, who you can land spells, but if EDG get the catch on you, you're just not going to be able to play the game. So from this position, great job for EDG that they got the dragon. It buys them time. I just don't know if that is necessarily going to be relevant. If time is really the biggest objective here for LGD, they're okay with another 5 minutes in this game. EDG are the ones that need to push the pace, and I don't think they've played around having both the Ziggs and this Gnar's advantage.
Yeah, time on LGD side. EDG, and, you know, obviously everybody wants this all the time, but you'd really like to win the fight and take the dragon. Having to settle for one of the two, not where EDG want to be. An engage attempt on a Tangyuan gets flashed away from Perukia instead. Hong gets CDC back into the wall. A huge shutdown to Xiaoya. And EDG, they just try to reach too much. They get their hands slammed in the cookie jar.
Every single piece of the cookie jar is now completely gone. There's no cookies left. Everything is gone. The entire pantry is empty at this point. And you're looking at ZDZ, cool, you have a gold lead, but now you're losing everywhere on the map. And even if they don't end the game on this push, there is still another top tier 2 coming in. LGD's composition is completely online, and EDG are completely floundering to find an answer coming into this game.
Look, Perukia, I get that time is on LGD's side, but into the Baron buff, that we just sent the whole game to try to make that pick happen. No inhibitor going to fall, but a mid-inhibitor turret will. And just like that, LGD's over 4,000 gold in the lead. That's the biggest lead anybody's had so far.
It's technically the biggest lead of Split 3, so we're making numbers here for day number 1.
Anybody is broad, yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. So, Gordo, this is a really good entrance here for LGD. I mean, we didn't, I think, talk about it in depth during the pre-show, but starting off your season with a win, very, very good. Obviously, winning is nice, but for some pieces that aren't or haven't been playing specifically for Crisp, or players that may be new to the team, being able to start off your season with a win, I think actually gives you so much of a lift, not only just in mood, but potentially in momentum as we go further, as we start into the Split 3.
Yeah, these teams had very similar spring splits. 3-2 match record for both of them. 50% game win rate for both of them. 6-6 for LGD, 7-7 for EDG. The head-to-head was a 2-0 for LGD, though, and they're looking to turn that head-to-head further in their favor in this game number 1, looking like they still have the upper hand up against this EDG lineup, even with 3 of the 10 players changing up.
Okay, so 40 seconds before this next dragon. I mean, we have 3 items coming in, plus a Zonia soon here for Tongyuan. I'm assuming he's going to catch this next mid-wave and then potentially look to TP. Also is about 13 stacks, or essentially a full team fight away from getting a mini Rabadons and Execute from his passive. So EDG, you kind of need to win this fight, and then you also have to win the next fight in 2 minutes, and then you also probably have to win the next fight after that. So let's start doing some winning, boys. Let's start putting some dubs on the board.
Well, that's the only way out is through, and they're going to need to be able to get some good engages off. They just saw Tongyuan in mid lane, so a small window to be had here. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to capitalize. Here come the TPs from 2 different solo laners. Xiaohao going to try to get right on top of Tongyuan, going to be able to find a little bit of combo right on top of him. Bouncing bomb not quite going to connect. Mega Inferno bomb doesn't connect either. Tongyuan's dancing on him, refuses to get shut down, refuses to get found in the fight. Birdall's going to be the one who pays for his sins eventually. Will get zeroed out by EDG, and now Crisp caught inside of this alcove. He will be taken down as well. EDG, they don't find public enemy number 1, but they do take a 2-for-0 fight.
You know what? By any means necessary. If this is how you're going to win the fight, I don't really care. You know, let's just get a close game for the first one of the series, first one of the split. I am really, really surprised that EDG actually won that fight, because LGD, by all means, should have been able to win that. You had a Syndra who was getting pressured, but some abilities did not land from EDG, and now they get the second dragon for themselves. Double Mountain Drake, 10% bonus armor and MR. Feels good until you realize that not a bunch of these players are building any kind of resistances, so it'll bulk them up for the time being. I'm just trying to see... I guess no plasma procs get applied, so Kaisa can never dive in. And this setup onto Tongyuan. Okay, yeah, this is just illegal. Okay. I was worried about the bottom side of this fight. That is crazy. That is a good punish coming in from EDG.
Yeah. You know, Tongyuan, props to you for putting on the blue suede shoes, avoiding death. But you also avoided the fight, and your team needed you there, man. So he is going to end up being paid... or paying for his decision. That said, he gets paid right there as he picks off Perukia and will be able to take that Camille off of the map. LGD, the numbers advantage as the Baron is alive. They're going to go and try to snag that one up. Great position on the map for them. Be able to start this off.
Gordo, right before that last fight, I said, they have to win this fight and the next one. This Baron is a little more tricky, though, and you still have the Seekers, you still have the Flash here for the Syndra.
Yeah, they can try to play this slow, though. Good poke coming out of Leave. Gnar into the wall. Hung going to get pulled in by the Baron. Baron getting involved in this combo. And will be able to keep the Skarner taken down to about a 3rd HP. Birdall going to have to come in and play
Show me the Baron
now.
health.
ZDZ scanning for Crisp. Finds
Baron!
him. This guy's still plenty strong. Baron gets taken down. Xiaohao able to steal it away. Kicks Hung back into the pit. ZDZ got the kill on a Crisp. It's a 4 versus 4. But it's a 4-point spread for EDG. They cannot get their team together and all split apart. They're going to all just have to run for it. Looking like they have a chance, though, to get all 4 members out. Leave in a little bit of
teleport.
danger.
He's
Channeling
out.
the TP. Can they find him? No, they cannot. Leave does as his name would imply.
Ooh, LGD, they are starting to feel that feeling that you have and that every single League player has had, where you're winning, you get back into the game, and then one mistake, suddenly the game gets flipped. I wanted to see the Baron, and there's a really good find coming in from Xiaohao and from Leave. Great coordination between the ultimates there, and this is just a really spread out fight, but now LGD, yes, they've had the gold lead for, it's been about 10 minutes now, and this is now 2 fights in a row where EDG get out and basically hoodwink them. So, look, Xiaoya, you have a 4,000 gold lead on a 4-item Kaisa. I need to see you step up. I need to see you find these different plays. Otherwise, we get, I think, into a really even game where still I favor LGD's comp, but if they're not going to play it, or if they're not going to look for these fights, or they're going to keep making these individual mistakes, then EDG are going to be able to fight back and maybe find a game win.
Yeah. Very, very small gold lead. Flash over the wall from Tangyuan. Can't find the pick onto leave. Will exchange summoner spells there.
No Flash Syndra versus no Flash Sigs. I think I'm going to give that to Tangyuan only because he has the Seeker's Arm Guard. If Leaf decides to pick one up, then I'll cut it down the middle and we'll just say we're even on that one.
Yeah. Do Tangyuan's 7 Darksteel stacks or Darksteel stacks factor into that at all for you?
Yes, I would say yeah. 7 is good. 7 is definitely bigger than 1. I definitely passed my grade 1 math class, so 7 is bigger than 1 for sure.
That's the limit of math you want to do on cast, but I feel some confidence in that one at the very least. And Xiaoya's going that heavy AP Kaisa build, and it feels like out of nowhere, LGD might be the superior poke composition against the Ziggs now. Like, they can fire away from such a long distance. And on top of that, they have this tankier front line. As long as they cover their flanks, it just feels so good to be LGD coming into this later game as you've scaled up, as you get items on your carries and items on your frontliners. EDG's options just dwindle away. They were not able to get this Camille snowball really going hard enough to win out in the early game, and now it just feels so stacked against EDG.
Yeah. Again, it's a fairly short-range comp outside of the Ziggs, and so you need to be really impactful with these hook shots. I don't know if we'll have time because we have Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. Meganar was pop tier for ZDZ. He will not have this for this fight. Do EDG just decide, hey, we're not going to go for this, but they don't even have a mid-wave? LGD can just send Hung to do the Dragon, and then you're being able to stay on the mid-wave here. You'll get a turret as EDG, but I don't think you really want to be down and looking at a 5.5 minutes time, a soul that you're going to have to fight.
Yeah, LGD. They're going to get this one for free. I think the Mega Gnar had a lot to do with it there. The inner turret gold onto the Gnar going to feel good, but there's been a gold lead on this Gnar all game long.
Yeah.
They have not been able to make good on it out of ZDZ. Now LGD feels like just creeping towards a victory unless EDG can make the magic happen again. 2 minutes to go on that next Baron. Another secure on that would do a lot to put them back in.
We're playing the 4-on-4 in mid. Cassio is farming up bot lane. We have Syndra by herself top here. And you're always going to be in a really good spot. CDZ's going to mega out, but isn't going to look for too much. Technically, they could look for a small skirmish here and then transition into protecting Bulldog on this next wave. Okay, I got scared. Wait a minute.
Crisp, look at Crisp coming in with the Magnet Storm. Kickback away by Xiaohao. One shot by him as well, but they do manage to make the pick on to leave. 1 for 1. Feeling very good to be LGD here, though, where Xiaoya finds an isolated ZDZ and says your 3,000 gold lead means nothing. One shot by the Acathian Rain and that Plasma. LGD find themselves with 1-member advantage.
Wow, that's a very big win here. Crisp, great engage, and overall, yet another fight where EDG, they scatter, but they don't move as a team. They do not move as 5 into their own fog of war. Because they split up, it gives LGD the ability to find that fight. Great job from them. We go into Baron in 45 seconds, and Xiaoya used Flash to get that kill on Gnar. That can end up biting them, especially I look across the table, and we're getting closer to a 4th item here for Leave, and now we also have a Verdant Barrier here for Cassiopeia as well, by the way. Xiaohao's actually been fairly sneaky on this Lee Sin. He has 3 items, and he's really, really dangerous now with a Guardian Angel. So not only is this obvious fight going to be very big because it is the Baron, but that Baron buff is going to lead into the Dragon in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, neither team wants to give any ground here. This is not a place for donations. EDG went in their last legs as they look to be able to try to fight their way back into this game number 1. If you lose this Baron, it's probably time to start thinking about game number 2.
Wow. We're getting 34 minutes. Gordo, it's the longest game of the split.
It is. It's the shortest game of the split, too, though.
Oh, I did not... Okay, so that just tells me that you are a glass half empty kind of guy.
Yeah, you know what? I've been an NA fan for a long time. I think that's fair.
All right, fair play, fair bet, fair.
Sounds about
fair.
right. I've been conditioned for this. As there's going to be Baron that started on up, taking to about half HP. Xiaohao trying to find his way in, trying to reprise his steal from last time, but this time he's going to be at half HP before he even sniffs the pit. EDG going to not be able to get in and contest. LGD will secure themselves Baron.
It's Kaisa, man. This champion is a freak of nature, and with those plasma procs, because you're playing AP, she's going to one-shot these big HP objectives, so Baron gone, and now you can push on top wave. You'll be able to spend this gold. You'll move into Dragon in a minute and a half, and LGD will be looking to not only take themselves a Mountain Soul, but look to take game number 1 here. You are very, very scary if you are playing against this guy, playing as this Kaisa here for Xiaoya. Which, by the way, the AP build, I like this build. I know that we've also seen a lot of tech go into the Omnivamp, the Gluttonous Greaves here. It is really, really good because of how much burst and how much damage the Plasma procs give you, as well as just being able to have that damage coming in from the Static Shiv as well on the Minion Wave.
Yeah, feels pretty good. Be able to secure that for yourself, especially if you are able to farm up all of the stacks in time. Oftentimes in comp, feels like you can't get all the stacks on the Gluttonous Greaves, and you don't get to, especially now that they stack more slowly than when they first introduced them.
Yes.
But this is a 26-kill, 36-minute game. Xiaoya has no such concerns, and plenty happy to be rocking the Gluttonous Greaves in that context. So now they are going to look to siege onto this bottom inner turret.
Oh.
Look at that damage out of Xiaoya. It's crazy.
He didn't even finish the Plasma proc. That was just one application from the Kaisa W, and he's half HP. That's a bit problematic. And by the way, leave. He's getting himself a Rabadon's. That's not a Verdant Barrier. That's not a Banshee's Veil. That's no MR coming in for this. So 7,000 gold lead now here for LGD, who now completely control this bottom side quadrant. There is a single ward here for EDG, and it is on their red buff. They're not going to get access to this Dragon Pit. They're going to need to basically walk Ass 5, and it's continuously been a problem so far just in this game.
Yeah. LGD, this is soul for them. EDG cannot give this up. They gave up the Baron. 7,000 gold in the tank. They need to get in, but they just can't do it. It's going to go the way of Hung. LGD, Mountain Soul, even stronger than before and ready to march their way in.
Who cares about a Dragon Soul? I see 10 stacks on my Giants. That's bigger than last time.
It is. That's the gold efficiency threshold right there, baby. That's when you get that movement speed. It's when you aren't wishing you bought a different legendary item. And it's all uphill from here, unless you die.
I still think it might be uphill depending on what happens in the rest of the fight. I have a sneaking suspicion that if Tong Yuan dies but he wins the game, this is actually a really fascinating question to me. Would you rather go like 0-10 and then win, or have a super highlight mega pop-off play but lose the game?
See, normally I would say the former, but I've been playing on a team with some of the other casters in a NA tournament. And I've just been inting on stream every time. I'm becoming. I've gone 0-7 in wins on stream twice now, and I'm kind of starting to come around to number 2. I'm not the person I thought I was.
You're like, guys, I need to do a flashy play.
I'd kind of rather lose. I'd kind of rather lose and be praised for like 10 seconds.
All right, fair play, fair play. That tells me a lot about you. We'll talk about that off stream here. LGD. They're going to go and try to look for another siege. I mean, Perukia's looking. They try to sniff him out. They try to see where this Camille is going. Right now, EDG are holding on, but, I mean, this game is cooked. They don't really have the damage unless they get a miracle find onto Tong Yuan and onto Xiaoya.
Yeah, they really do need to just get some crazy flank here. Perukia putting something in the oven, hoping to be able to produce some results, but LGD stay as a firm unit, covering one another, making it so that these options are not available. They spot Perukia as he gets past a control ward on the flank. And he's not even able to claim that ward before he's pushed on out. LGD keep their ranks solid, take another recall, spend some more gold, are ready to come in with the soul in tow to take. This is the 4th Baron this game. This one's going long.
Most Barons this split. I mean, that's an incredible tagline coming in for EDG. You get the longest, the shortest game so far, and you get the most amount of Barons in the split. I think that's truly an incredible stat line. We're doing great things with numbers on the stream today.
Yep. They got the most dragons, too. They got a lot going for them.
I know.
In the stats department.
40 seconds before this Baron, as a low-key EDG fan, I really want them to survive for 3 minutes so we can get to Elder and then just completely flip the game as to who wins. But I think the Baron is going to force the issue, which is exactly why this buff exists for what it's worth. But just having the Baron and having EDG basically be forced to come and fight you or lose the game is enticing enough for Edward Gaming to try to find something.
Birdall, level 20, might be the target that they've been waiting for. They jump in with the Hextech ultimatum, calling in reinforcements, kicking him back into the team, but Xiaohao can't finish him off. Birdall so tanky, staying alive. The first one to drop is Perugia. It's a 1-for-1 finally, but here come the LGD reinforcements ready to take the fight that they've been waiting for. Xiaoya stepping up with a supercharger, gets a ton of damage on Anar. Into the Guardian Angel goes Xiaohao as he is found by the team and torn apart by Tang Yuan. 2 more into the pockets of LGD as they launch themselves in onto the final 2. It's a double kill to Tang Yuan. ZDZ, the last one standing. They've been funneling this Gnar all game long, and it was not enough. Ace to LGD to take home game number 1 of the summer split.
Well, guess what? We don't even need the Baron at this point. We're just going to find a fight in our bottom side jungle here, and LGD are going to get a really, really nice win. There were some worrying points here, but this Kai'Sa became a complete monster in the back half of this game, and Tang Yuan, for as the few mistakes that we got from him, had a very, very clean game number 1.
Absolutely did. This needs to be a big split for Tang Yuan if LGD want to be able to make their journey to Worlds a reality. And you know what? It's been said before, feeling like Tang Yuan revival season could be in the air if he's able to keep putting up results like this. Had himself a really solid split with LGD in Group Nirvana. Last split, capped it on off with a nice win over Weibo. Showed some new aspects of himself, had some really good games in the series up against Thunder Talk. Now comes in with a good Syndra game to kick off the split. Things are starting to come up Tang Yuan, man.
I want to be excited for him because he has been a player that has always been kind of lauded. Obviously, he comes in on RNG and is supposed to take over Xiaohu's seat. Yeah. Never a spot you want to kind of find yourself in as a player. And then RNG then kind of just never do anything. He actually gets relegated last year in Split 2, has one of the 2 teams that end out at the bottom of Group Nirvana. It wasn't a good look. I think he's found a lot of great success so far on this LGD team, specifically this year. I need to see it more, and I need to see it against top-level mids, because Bulldog, there's a reason why this guy got completely flamed after their WE series. I think in some of the big moments has not really delivered, and look, it's only the first series of the year, or the split, but I'm still seeing a lot of the LNG Bulldog that I got.
Yeah, and listen, it may have taken about 4 years. It might have outlived RNG as an organization, but finally, sending Weibo down to Group Nirvana, looks like Tang Yuan has taken over for Xiaohu. It took a while, but he managed to do it at the end of the day. Let's see if he's going to be able to keep putting up some historical Xiaohu-esque results as this season goes on. So far, it is just 1 game, but an impressive game nonetheless. Xiaoya also putting up some big numbers on the Kai'Sa, pulling his weight and more in that in that first fight where Tang Yuan got picked off around the dragon, and never letting go of the reins from there.
An interesting stat that I would like to see at some point in the life cycle of League of Legends is damage at certain points in the game, because obviously I think depending on what champion you're going to be playing, a lot of your damage is going to be backloaded in the last half of a game, but this champion especially, huge numbers. And we'll get some of the greatest hits here for LGD in their game number 1. I would not be surprised to see Xiaoyu get an MVP, but personally speaking, I think Tangyun had a really, really good Syndra game. And I'm also a big softie for her. She's a fantastic mage.
Yeah, solid performance there. And, so far in the battle of mages versus non-mages, Marksman going to take first blood in the split here. Xiaoyu refuses to be pulled into the mage category and is paid off with a nice little win here up against the biggest bully in the mage department in that Ziggs, able to make Leave regret abandoning his principles here a little bit with how he was able to play that out.
Yeah, I think in theory this EDG team comp is fine for what it can do, but you just have to think also about your player profiles themselves, right? Like, Leave is a good AD carry marksman player. He is not the best mage player. And yes, Ziggs has kind of been the go-to, like, okay, every AD carry decides, like, the one mage that they're going to put time into is going to be Ziggs for the most part, but I would prefer to just see him on a marksman. It's kind of similar to some of our engage players, like Perukia even. I'd rather see him on engage than have to play like the mages, even champions like Bard, who he has started to put some time into this split or this year. So it just didn't work for the players that they have, and it kind of sucks because we also just didn't, I think, play the map right. There was a lot of gold going into the Gnar, and I just don't agree with that as a principle, especially from how that comp wants to interact, at least in my mind.
Yeah, or at the very least, I'd want to watch it back on the VOD. There was that moment around the third dragon coming up where LGD just did not have favorable positioning around the dragon. EDG had ZDC in a 1v1 up the top side where he has like a 2,000 individual gold lead. He's pressuring the inner turret. They have control over the dragon as well. They're preventing LGD from getting in. They're threatening with poke. They're still the stronger poke team at that point in time. And for some reason, they're the ones who just rip the TP and say, let's go and 5v5 stand in the river. And they end up losing the fight after that and kind of give up a huge amount of their lead. It felt like they had a chokehold on the game right there, and they could have just held that and built up a bigger lead and leveraged the lead they had on ZDZ, and they opt not to do it. As first instinct is that was not the right choice, but I would need to go back and see it again.
And another game where ZDZ has a great individual lead and is not able to translate it into the team. I still have yet to see this guy be a really... What the... Huh? I mean, Crisp had a great game, but this feels like a legacy vote. This feels like a name on paper vote coming through.
This feels like a welcome back
yeah,
friend.
Yeah.
This is a welcome home gift, perhaps. As I mean, my man had that flash over the wall to start a fight when they were already up 5k gold. That's
Did we have a Control Wards bot stat? Is that what we're doing? That's going on the MVP graphic. Control Wards bot this game. 37. Legend.
If solo queue Aegis can have it, so can pro play, baby.
4 votes. Winners Club and Casters split for bot lane, and then referee... Why does the AI get a vote?
That's crazy.
That's crazy. I mean,
that's
look, the AI
that's a
did
glimpse
agree
into the
with me.
future right there, baby.
Computer, generate me an MVP vote. Okay, we're going to mid lane. I never thought I would find myself arm in arm with another AI, but whatever.
You're getting an unfortunate insight into the future of democracy right there, brother. If we can...
We're gonna get banned. We got to do the read. We got to do the
AI,
read.
one vote. All right. Yeah, before we send it over into the break, let's give a quick shout out to another way you can support your favorite human creators. It's the LPL English coffee. Best way to support the LPL English projects is the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. It does help us pay our on-air talent and content creators. You can subscribe to the coffee linked in chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews, which are going to be nice and easy this coming World season as we get a World Championship in North America where plenty of our commentators are based. So that's going to be a lot of fun. You'll want to be involved in that this time around, and the coffee is the way to do it.
Well, looks like we're kind of done. We're going to go and hopefully generate some good views and maybe a little bit of a rest as we're getting ready for game number 2. You won't want to go anywhere. We'll have LGD versus EDG after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English. As for our first series of the summer split, LGD find themselves up 1-0 over EDG after a long, hard-fought 40-minute battle.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm distracted. Producer Ilya has somehow found a way to get the clean feed back up so we can actually have game audio, and we don't have to have the lovely LPL casters who... I don't want to disrespect PYL, and Teddy being on the stream is always a complete treat, so love those guys.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, it's hard to talk at the same time as somebody else, especially when they're just speaking, a different language in the background of my ears. I've had the game muted the whole time, so I'm gonna be excited to get a little bit of game sounds back. It helps me get in the rhythm. Going to be a fun time for all of us. I was prepared to live without it, but it's better to have those kind of luxuries in life,
Yeah. Are you? I'm assuming that also means you're not a person who plays without game sounds.
I'm not.
Okay.
Isn't it still? Have they fixed all of these? There were periods of League of Legends history where it was just straight up not favorable to play without game sounds. Like there were some things where your only indicator of like hitting a skill shot in a bush was the audio indicator. Are there any of those still in the game?
I don't know, but like you still have all the global stuff. I still like having it because it just feels more natural. It's like there's like, I think I've built up an actual like feedback response to like different things. Obviously, Scion's a good one. If I'm not correct or if I'm not wrong, I think Quacks is actually someone who doesn't play with game audio. He plays with voice lines on, but he does not play with audio. Yeah, it's really weird. I've watched him like stream his games in Discord, and I'm just hearing characters like grunt at each other. I'm like, dude, what are you listening to? This is actually unlistenable.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. Honestly, the idea of Quacks just sitting there, having Kazakhs whispering in his ear and not hearing anything else it's such an insight actually into where that man's coming from.
He's a jungler, bro. He's literally sitting there just like hitting jungle camps.
He spent an entire childhood into adulthood just at the PC, Kazakhs whispering in his ear, nothing else. It's
change is good. It just like this is
it all makes sense. All the pieces are coming together. With that, speaking of pieces coming together.
Yeah?
EDG and LGD, taken back to the stage. What, as EDG, are you looking to adjust coming into game number 2? Given that we kind of liked your draft and it just was not able to come together. You were not able to use the Ziggs and the AP bot lane menace to defeat the traditional marksman.
Well, I can't undo my GM's decision to sign Bulldog, so I have to go with things that are more actionable, at least in the short term.
Simeon's still there. He's on EDG Youth.
Yeah, that is true. You can, and technically Angel is around. Angel's free right now. He's got some free time on his hands if he really needs somebody. But maybe what we should do is, in the client, what happens when we need to pick something for one of our players is we go and we click on the bot lane role, and we just see all the different AD carries. There's about 4 lines worth of AD carry champions you can pick. Any one of them would work. Preferably the ones that are highly in meta or are preferable to what your players can do. But do not click on the mid lane position. No mages allowed for leave, please. We're just only going to play AD carries.
Good stuff. As we do kick on off draft number 2. Hear the draft music. I can listen to the draft music without having other casters in the background. Thank you for the clean feed, the folks over at the LPL. As we kick on off game number 2, does look like first pick going to be in the hands of EDG on the red side this time. What are they going to lead us off with? Lots of good junglers available, and they're going to take one. It's the Jarvan.
Wow, okay, so we're going with a lot of jungle focus. Not all that different from what we got in prior metas, but obviously, like, Xin Zhao's been down. Wukong priority has actually come right back to where I think it should be, which is probably a champion that's looking to be, like, game 2 or maybe even more so pushed to, like, a game 3 position here. Qiyana is a nice individual matchup. I just wonder how this team is going to function with Hung having to be more of a carry. And I mean, if you're going to be this kind of disincentivizes like individual AD carries that are lower mobility. So Misfortune, Jin, you really want to play things like Ezreal and the like when you're kind of trying to play up against this assassin.
Hung bringing out his second Kiana of the year up against this Jarvan. Going to be his choice of counter pick to go into an assassin and pairing it on up with the Rumble. I like this duo. It's a way to get a large number of people womboed up together. It is a preferred champ of Birdall as well. They're going to feel pretty comfortable with that rotation.
It's also technically his second game in professional play of this champion. He's played 2 games in Demacia Cup, but we don't count that tournament. IG won that tournament. Look at them now. So you got an EDG going to the really aggressive bottom lane matchup, but nothing that really deals with the Kiana very well. Like, the Breath of Life doesn't do much. If you're lucky to hit the fire kick onto Kiana while she's stealth, then good job, Peruki. You're the absolute GOAT in the position, but it's tough.
Yeah, also just not... Again, it feels rude to say it's not in his wheelhouse, but he has been one of the more engagey guys. Even as the first enchanters were beginning to creep their way into the meta, even as Karma was getting into pick ban status while Perukia was still in the lineup, that was just not his. That was not his jam. He was going for the Rels. He was going for the Nikos. He was going for the Alistair. Just trying to play more of that kind of engagey style. But they are going to opt for the Melio for the Lucian duo this time around, and yeah, they're going to need a big game out of Leave. He's going to need to outplay this Kiana at plenty of turns to be able to make this really feel like it is the answer that you were looking for. And Taiyuan going to get his rise over on the other side.
There's plenty of answers I still think also available for the Rumble here for EDG. It's just like, do we really want to put ZDZ on another carry? I think Sion could be interesting here in this game. You also still have like things like Renekton, which can suffer early, but I think are going to be really, really strong in this game. Right now, EDG, they have a fairly short-range composition yet again, and LGD, I'm just looking at this Rise champ. It was one of the champs that really, one of the most played for Taiyuan this year, and I think one of his best performing champions especially. So if he gets to 2 items, 3 items, obviously we know what this champion can do, and I think it's really, really strong against not only what EDG are showing right now, but also I think the archetypes that we have seen from the players and how they have tended to play even before this split here.
Definitely. So the Yunara coming on across for Xiaoya has been a huge pick for Leave, more so, over the course of the year. But Xiaoya going to be the one to pick it up this time. Getting back into the traditional AD carry groove of it are both of these players. Is ZDZ going to take Asante into the Rumble. Classic matchup there. Not the most tremendous advantage in the world, but going to give you that solid frontliner and that outplay potential that you are looking for. They're going to round things out with the mid laner for Bulldog. They know they're up against this Rise. Cassiopeia, Fearless away, Anivia banned, as is the Orianna. What is your choice into this Rise?
It could be Yone. We're going to go for Twisted Fate. I gotta say here, Gordo, I don't know what lanes we're playing for, because Twisted Fate wants really, really fragile side lanes. Cassante can hold, but if Rumble's ever in trouble, he drops the equalizer, boom, the minion wave's gone, and you're going maybe 1-for-1 or 1-for-0, but Rumble basically stops you from being able to trade. Now you're only in terms of being able to engage as Edward Gaming or Twisted Fate Gold card and Flag and Drag coming in from the Jarvan. I don't think that that's enough, and then the damage also is going to be lacking. You're going to have a 3-item Rise who's going to be really, really tanky with the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs. Birdle can then even itemize into HP stacking items, kind of like the Leandries and the Bloodletter's Curse. And Lulu, I think, just is like a perfect way to round this out. I just don't think that EDG have the damage, nor have the ability to really generate enough leads early. Twisted Fate can generate all the gold he wants from his passive. It is not going to overcome what I think is a massive comp disadvantage here for EDG.
Yeah, all the eggs are in the Leave Lucian basket. He needs to get ahead, and he needs to play these fights immaculately to be able to get what they need to get done. They need to be able to just keep everybody else at bay, peel for the Lucian, hold down the priority targets, and let Leave cook. If he's not doing that, I just don't see how they win the fights.
It's tough, and now, I think more than ever, and we're only 2 games into the split, or 1.5 games at this point, but Twisted Fate, Bulldog, you need to have impact in this game. I do not want to see another invisible one from you. Otherwise, very clearly we're going to be seeing a 2-0 coming in for LGD, in my opinion.
There's the EDG support that we were looking for in game number 1. And yeah, I mean, got to agree with you there, Alt. It is a tough task here for EDG. We're going to have to see a little bit more out of Bulldog. He and Croco were such a strong duo for LNG in Group Nirvana throughout the year so far. Now gets a new jungler to pair up with in Xiao Hao, and going to need to continue to flex a mid-jungle advantage in your average game if EDG are going to be able to find the kind of top 6 result that they're hoping for.
You know, I'm really excited about this LGD team, man. I didn't know how I was going to feel about Crisp. Got a fantastic, well-earned MVP vote in game number 1. Completely revisionist from me. And I'm genuinely excited because Tongyuan has become one of my favorite players this year. Just, he's had so many individual games where I've been really impressed with him. And yeah, there are some edges that I think are a bit rough, but aside from that, against some of these other mid laners, especially in this pool when you're playing in Group Ascend this split, I think he's hopefully going to be able to do a lot of good work for his career, and maybe, you know, we could talk about like historics here for him. Oh, CDZ, you're just dead.
Yeah, going for the proxy here, but Hung is up on this side of the map. Goes for the TP to get away, and out he goes. The water element already utilized there by Hung. So he's free to go.
I mean, you don't give over 300 gold, but Gordo, I think it actually probably was worth it to die there, because you are now going to walk back. You're going to be down half a wave and probably half a level as well. It's fine to just die there, in my opinion, and then just TP back to the lane. You're going to give up 300 gold. You're going to give it to Kiana, sure, but I would have preferred, honestly, him being able to grab this.
Yeah, well, he does make a return, so he's not going to lose out on too much farm. Does give over the wave to Birdall, uncontested, though, and this is going to be a great cheater angle for him. Now, here's Xiao Hao. Taking a visit towards the bottom lane right as recall completes for Crisp. Xiaoya now stuck in a 1 versus 3 dive. Flashes over the flag and drag. Leave, though, gonna line up the piercing light to take down First Blood for EDG.
Hell yeah, EDG, make me look silly. I totally forgot that. Home guards is OP this season. You know, I thought it was going to be a lot less at 3.5 minutes, but then we make this play on bottom side. They saw a Crisp recall, and that's just really unfortunate kind of timing from this duo. So got the flash out from Xiaoya, doesn't use the barrier. He's going to grab a call on his first back. And a really good start here for EDG, but we need to see more, at least from their bottom lane especially. You're playing Leave on an 80 carry. This is what I wanted to see from him. Always want to be able to see him play these really, really skill-intensive marksmen.
Yeah, and I do got to say, that's perhaps a little bit of rust out of Crisp there. Feels like you can't take that recall. You can't remove the heal from Xiaoya. You can't separate the bottom lane against the Jarvan right off of the first clear when EDG's only path in this game is to have Leave get fed. I think that's about the worst thing that could happen for LGD right here in this early game. That's not to say it's irrecoverable, but oh boy, if you could, you know, if you could pick anybody to die in any situation, I think you would not want it to be Xiaoya dying to Leave for First Blood off the level 3 dive.
Yeah, they just didn't have information as to where Xiaohao was. We had Hung, who showed on top side, so you know that he wasn't going to be able to answer. So I think it was a good response from EDG to try to find something on the other side of the map. Now, Bulldog has ultimate. He looks like he is leaning, and so Xiaoya is going to get a recall. He doesn't want to try to angle and say, are they going to dive me on this next wave incoming? He's going to take his recall. It's just going to be gold going over to EDG in the bot lane. You can see right now that Tangyuan has a really good ward here in this brush to kind of spot out where this Twisted Fate is, but slight advantage in terms of the resources going over to EDG's mid laner.
Yeah. And a lot of that stacked deck, right? You do just generate additional gold for free on this champion. So keep that in mind. The thing about that is I feel like a lot of people talk about stacked deck and they're just like, oh, hold on a second. ZDZ pops the all-out. Birdall throws down Equalizer. Flashes onto his own Equalizer. Buying time for Hung, who is making an appearance. ZDZ trying to retreat back away. Now will flash. Has not gone back into the tanky form yet. Now finally does. And does manage to get underneath the turret.
You were saying about Twisted Fate Pass, I'm more interested. I mean, he's just playing Cassante, man. Like,
yeah.
Sure, he loses a wave, right? He might lose a turret plate, but I think Bertle's probably more comfortable just recalling, TPing back. So, what's our rant here against Twisted Fate passive? Because I think I would agree.
I think a lot of casters talk about the free gold from Twisted Fate passive like it nullifies the lead. And it nullifies the lead as like a proxy for who is doing a better job in this lane. But Twisted Fate's buying the same items as everyone else, man. Like he's still getting items and stats faster than other champions as a result of getting additional gold.
Yeah.
So, in that sense, the 300 gold lead is still a 300 gold lead. It doesn't necessarily mean Bulldog is outlaning Tangyuan, but it does mean that Bulldog's going to get his items faster.
That's true. But he also needs to... this will hopefully prevent what was the last game of a 14-minute Roa. That will hopefully get us past that point. And Twisted Fate is a champion who, in terms of damage, I think is kind of similar to Ryze. But the reason why I don't like that comparison is because I think Ryze's 3-item spike is way more impactful than TES 3-item spike. It's Rod of Ages, Lich Bane, and Rapid Fire Cannon versus what could be a Rod of Ages, Seraphs, and Actualizer, or Zonia's, or really any kind of AP item coming in. So, again, we just need to see if Bulldog will have that same level of influence. We've seen okay games from him throughout the year, but there's a reason why that LNG team wasn't able to do much outside of Nirvana.
Definitely. As Bulldog will be looking to get onto that Rod of Ages sooner or later, but Tangyuan doing a nice job in this laning phase so far. Xiaohao starting off that first dragon will secure it no problem. Off of an early lane lead generated by Leave and Perukia, getting paid off for that dive earlier on with an advantage in the 2 versus 2. LGD trying to trade cross map for the grubbies, and it doesn't appear that EDG have any intention of trying to change that.
You know, a holdover from last game was, I felt like EDG's play around specifically lane assignments wasn't the best. I think LGD are doing a really good job of avoiding some of the strong parts of EDG's game. They know if they send them bottom lane, hey, Twisted Fate could potentially move, so let's just put the Yunara into the lane versus Cassante. He should never die one-on-one. You're going to get Bertle instead.
Love the vision setup here from EDG. They have been waiting for this the whole time. They set up that ward in between the turrets, waiting for Bertle to approach. They know he's alone because they see Xiaoya and Crisp up on the top side. And they send Xiaohao in again, leave up 2-0. Once again, EDG playing exactly according to the game plan we would have drawn up for them. They need this Lucian ahead, and he is.
Oh, we're going for a dive.
EDG, tough to dive from full HP with all out available. Let's see if they're going to be able to navigate it. They do throw the Supreme Display of Talent away, but takes it over the wall. Tangyuan going to get kidnapped by ZDZ, who is falling back to Perukia, and he's out of there. A 4-man dive on the top side gets nothing for LGD.
I want everyone at home to know that I'm really not hating here, but the bot lane play where they get that kill and okay, if they get this kill onto Bertle a second time, then never mind. I'm going to just say this is a great win for EDG.
I got bad news about what's going to happen to Bertle the second time here, man. Bulldog runs up to him with the gold card. Xiaohao going to tank up the turret. Down goes Bertle. 0-2 rumble. And Leave gets an isolated Xiaoya pushed away from his turret, and they blow him up in the 2 versus 1. EDG.
Wow. All right, I'm feeling like it's a caster curse. I was just about to compliment LGD. I was saying, hey, Bertle, he died, yes, but he used his equalizer. He got the wave. They then move everybody topside to go for that dive. And then that one, hey, they didn't kill ZDZ, but they got the teleport from Bulldog. I was kind of happy about that for LGD, but now it's 3 extra kills going over. You have a 3-0 Lucian this early on. This is exactly what I wanted to see for Leave coming into the split.
Yeah, fantastic start for Leave here, and now the ball is in his court. Now he's got to be the one to play these team fights in such a way that he avoids getting blown up by Hung or Tang Yuan or anybody with the reliable lockdown, those being the 2 main sources. He's able to play these fights well, dance in and out, get the damage optimized. He can carry this EDG team to victory in a comp that we did not initially like very much. They're going to be able to keep this siege going. It is tough to defend against this Lucian Melio, especially in a 1 versus 2 now that he's gotten this kind of advantage. Look at that damage output on a Xiaoya.
I mean, why is Xiaoya stepping up, right? Like, Crisp is moving around trying to get vision. You step up, you basically lost the wave, and the minion wave was always going to push there. So it almost feels like a double bad, right? Like, you're already down 30 CS, but now it's plates as well going over to Leave, so it's just going to get exacerbated now. 2,000 gold lead for them, and it's a 3,000 overall here for EDG. Hung's coming over after taking his Raptors. There's a Realm War possibility. Realm War's not even up, and Twisted Fate can be here first.
Yeah, and EDG just opening up onto the bottom side. Xiaoya loses all his health again to the culling of Leave. And I mean, yeah, Tang Yuan's making an appearance, but it just doesn't mean anything. He can't threaten at all as his bot lane just melts to the power of Leave. LGD have to abandon this play. They send Tang Yuan limping back to mid, further behind than he was before. And EDG just fully in the driver's seat in this early game.
Oh, and by the way, EDG's completed their bot lane quest. Xiaoya hasn't, so this is just more gold going over to the lead. Even if he's able to finish it, he'll get a small injection up front for finishing the quest. You're still going to be, what, like 3 to 5 waves behind because Leave was able to finish his quest first. This is a lot of gold left out onto the table that EDG are going to be very happy that they got access to. They had the first dragon of the game. Now we're going to be having another one spawn in 30 seconds, and this just completely massages some of the pain points we were having from this draft, which is, hey, I don't think you have enough damage with just a Cassante and a Twisted Fate, but it doesn't matter. They've put all their eggs into this Twisted Fate, and I mean, we were talking about Twisted Fate passive. That feels good.
Definitely. And, you know, when we were worried about them not having enough damage, now they arguably have too much damage. Leave is a huge problem.
Never a possibility.
Leave, I don't know. I disagree. I think Leave does too much damage. I'm gonna go on the record saying that right now, and I think I'm going to be vindicated sooner rather than later. LGD recognizing that they just have no business messing around on this bottom side of the map right now. They're gonna donate Dragon number 2 and recognize that top side is the place to play for the time being.
So 2 dragons. You know, I just realized this HUD doesn't have a grub counter. I think the grub counter is hidden underneath the role quests, which I'm a little sad about. I'm a caster, man, and we live in an age where attention is king. I have a completely fried memory at this point.
They went to LGD.
All 3 of them?
Yeah.
I love you, man. Thank you.
Anytime.
So, are they going to get access to side lanes? This is kind of the question to me, because I was really, really excited to see a Rise, because I think Tang Yuan has just been really good on this champion, and Twisted Fate can clear the wave, but doesn't have the same dueling prowess, and Cassante is basically going to just tank the Rumble. So who is matching Rise in a side lane this game? But if you don't have enough ability to contest on mid lane, I think side lane just becomes way less impactful. Kind of what we saw in game number 1, where LGD were just so strong in mid that it didn't matter that the Gnar was taking side lane turrets. You just win the team fights anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Herald spawning up here in 15 seconds. It's,
close enough.
Spawning at 15 minutes, which is in now 10 seconds. We got there. Does look like EDG going to have their PowerPoint and Leave hanging around the mid lane, keeping that pressure up, and it's just so tough for LGD to defend from these positions. You'd love to see them being able to attack a side lane, but you know, so tagging to Cassante, a bit of a tough ask, as we've seen previously. So instead, they've got 4 members up on this top side. They're going to try to brute force their way into the river, but this big, strong Leave standing in the way with a control ward keeping vision away from the bush. They should be able to pick up this Rift Herald, no problem.
It is 15.5 minutes. Xiaoyu's going to recall and go pick up his first item of the game. That is the state that we are in right now if you are LGD. He actually just gets canceled. And so ZDZ could have teleported into that play if they absolutely needed the 5-on-4. Very big win, I think, coming in for EDG. Now with the Herald, we've seen that Herald this season has basically turned into a objective bouncer. You just spawn it on any kind of objective, and suddenly now you have this team-wide potential knock-up for yourself, and it is really, really big. So with the Dragon that comes in 2 minutes, as long as EDG don't find a massive opportunity to blow up turrets with this Herald, I think that LGD are going to be looking down not only a soul point potential here for Edward Gaming, but I think kind of just the game.
Yeah, it's looking like it's at risk of snowballing just completely out of control if it's not there already. LGD are going to need to put themselves together a really strong fight here, or they're going to need to find a way to just keep this game stalled out long enough for this Rise to hit, you know, a 3-item spike before the game is completely out of control. Little poke damage coming through out of Leave, but he's just going to soak that up, open up with the culling, and dish out way more than he takes.
Did you see that, by the way? Before we got into this little scuffle, Leave like stepped up to Xiaoya, who had all of his stacks of his Q, and then Leave just barriered, just straight up like that, and Xiaoya now pops the ultimate. Cooldown's going to be fine for right now. They're going to just summon the Herald. Good chip damage coming in from Leave. Means that the bottom lane of LGD has to recall. It's going to be a mid-tier one that falls. They won't have it for this next upcoming fight, and this is going to be LGD looking for something on a Bulldog. Yeah,
here's the side lane attack. Bulldog is already flashed, doesn't have access to the Destiny, will be locked down, and they will be able to pick up a 1 kill back. But the Rift Herald going to charge into mid lane here. 2 plates already down. Xiaohao here for the backup, giving a little bit of attack speed with an Demacian Standard to secure plate number 3. Do like this out of LGD, though, finding an opportunity to make a play away from Leave, get a little bit of money into Hong's pocket.
And so it's another couple plates in mid alongside the turret, and guess what? Cassante farmed away bottom lane and then teleports. So you go even, you finally get your first kill of game number 2 for LGD, and I think if you're looking at this next Dragon, ZDZ is not going to have teleport, and we've seen that the teleport roll quest shield is really, really impactful for a lot of our tank top laners. Not having that ability to reach for it is going to be, I think, meaningful. Unfortunately for LGD, I look across the board and I don't know if we have the damage, even if the top laner doesn't have his shield. I think you're just too poor at this point.
Definitely in a impoverished state, we'll say, as they look to be able to find angles, pull themselves back into some kind of equitable state. It's just not going to present itself. EDG going to get themselves on a soul point. And opportunities to wait around and try to farm and try to get an additional item onto some of these carries are dwindling here for LGD, giving up this Infernal Soul, going to make the damage go from too much to way too much. And their opportunities are just no longer going to be present. We're going to have to see them challenge in 5 minutes. The timer is here. The countdown has started.
I have some really, really sad feelings in my heart right now, Gordo, because LGD have essentially been losing this entire game, and there are no objective bounties for them. They didn't get like an objective bounty for the top lane tier one they just got on the Rise. I get it. It's 3,000 gold for EDG, and the entirety of the lead is essentially Leave at this point. But Riot could have given them a little bit of a pity prize. Like, hey man, you're down 3 dragons, you're down 3,000 in gold. Let's throw you a bone here. That is, bounties have basically made this game, like this season, really, really swingy.
They really have, and yeah, that's the situation we find ourselves in here. As not getting that objective bounty does feel bad. No the League of Legends gods do not grant it this time around. Just didn't have enough of an objective lead at that
Oh
time.
my
Flash
God.
forward from Tangyeon. They get their way on to leave, and they find the pick that they needed. A massive shutdown goes the way of LGD.
That's Baron!
That's Baron buff to them. That's the whole gold lead erased in an instant. One mistake from Leave, one trigger pull from Hung, and LGD get themselves right back into it.
I wish we could zoom in on Lee's character portrait. He has Flash still available. And now EDG, all of the gold, the shutdown going over to LGD. Xiaohao with the steal.
Going in for it, not going to find it. Double knockup comes through from Crisp, and this fight is going to go from bad to worse for EDG. ZDZ trying to cut through him, but the Pathmaker will not find it. Gold lead to LGD, Baron to LGD.
And Leaf was trying to get a recall. He had a third item in base. He had his... Right there, we had the Hex Optics waiting for him. He cancels his recall in the line brush and then just oversteps. That was a really clutch find here from Tangyeon on this. Gets the Spell Flux because he gets stuck. Just dash over, brother. We just have to flash. I can't believe that Tangyeon still has vision over the wall. That is the most important part. If he doesn't have vision, he cannot land the Rune Prison there. Big find from LGD's mid laner to keep them in this game. And that's a fifth. They're now in the gold lead here. Leave!
Leave!
What is the going?
My man is tilted. He's tilted. He can't handle it.
He's discombobulated.
Oh. He's shook from the previous play, concussed perhaps, as he is now going to have to do double duty to try to fill the same role. We were worried about EDG's damage. We were less so when this Lucian was so far ahead, but now LGD have pulled themselves right back into the thick of it. They've bought themselves time. They're going to be in such a good position for this next Dragon Spawn that's probably going to buy them at least 5 more minutes away from the Soul, and they're taking even more. The Grubs, the Baron buff, they're all paying off as they rip through this inner turret, and they should be able to claim it for Xiaoya no problem.
All right, maybe LGD just had access to the script. Maybe they knew in like 2.5 minutes we're going to catch out Leave. We don't need the objective bounty. All right, that's just, I guess that's just how the game is now. They were up 3,000 gold for Edward Gaming, and now it's completely swung to the other side. The only thing that EDG have going for them right now is that they have 3 dragons. The next one spawns in a minute's time, and they need to get it here because, hey, look, Leave is still really far ahead. He is 3.5 items at this point. It doesn't really matter that they've gotten all these kills. It just means that some of these other lanes, I mean, Bertles skyrocketed. Hung on this. Kiana is extremely strong. And now they need to be able to connect with it. This Baron has gotten them so much gold on this power play.
Yeah, this is the time. Shake it off, Leave, roll up, perform, and you can pull it back. TP in from ZDZ, gets himself that fat shield from the top lane quest. But it doesn't last as long as it used to, so LGD can have an opportunity to wait it out a little bit. TP back in from Birdall. Needs to get covered by his team a little bit. Hung going to do so. Make sure that there's no opportunity to punish this Rumble as he comes back in with big shield of his own.
That's expensive, though. We just saw Mikhails go onto Xiaoya. Big cooldown going into this next fight, and it's going to need to be a steal. We have seen Xiaohao get a steal already onto the Baron. Oh, my God.
Culling opened up, gets a little bit of damage onto Crisp. Equalizer layered on top. They were trying to back on away, but LGD don't want to let him. Big supreme display of talent going to cost him his life, but does get a little bit of a lockdown. Bulldog going to get sniped away by Xiaoya. Leave flashes away, and they're getting funneled in the wrong direction. Nowhere to go, nowhere to dodge. Leave is gunned down by Tangyeon, and LGD find the fight they were looking for once again. Ace to LGD.
No dragon taken, and it's not even gonna matter. It took a single mistake for LGD to pounce on their opponents. Cool, calm, and collected is what we're gonna call the LGD boys here, because it didn't matter that Xiaoya was down 3,000 gold. It didn't matter that they had this massive gold deficit in the early game. EDG, we have already seen a lack of coordination, a massive 3-man stun after the Breath of Life. The sequencing of the spells is so important because the stun that comes with the ultimate from Kiana is so important for them to be able to find it. I was worried with the fact that LGD just didn't have access to Mikhails, but they found the team fight. They have team fought better in this series than their opponents, and EDG only got to be better than them because they had gold in their pockets.
100%. LGD now 5.5K in the lead. Completely broken the EDG gold lead in half. And now get themselves into a position to actually be able to play out their composition as you would hope for. It's 3 items on Tangyuan. It's 3 items on Xiaoya. They've scaled up in. Bertle and Hung have damage as well. And EDG's damage deficit shows itself there, where Leave does not get the opportunity to fire away. And so LGD just pushed forward with impunity throughout the whole fight.
And now I look at we've now hit that point that we talked at the very earliest portion of this game, where it's 3-item Rise versus 3-item Twisted Fate. I still like the Rise in this spot, and we've seen Tangyuan have big influence already here in this game. Now he's a menace. See the Rumble just completely cut off the back line here. They're going to kill ZDZ. No, the Breath of Life gives them the health. They're still sieging.
Yeah, those are a lot of tools used, though. Leave feeling a little bit more confident to step up with the culling. Does push back his opposition thanks to that damage. But you can see from LGD's side just how much stronger they are now. The fact that they can just pull the trigger out of the Cassante like that they can threaten him, that they can get out cooldowns. Still, no supreme display of talent gives EDG a little bit too much confidence to step up. LGD recognize that. They back on away, reset, spend, and it is going to be time for Baron here in just about a second or two. EDG TPing in Bulldog for this. They are going to challenge for it.
Rumble's coming in on a flank. They do not have vision. It seems like there's only a single control ward here for EDG on the top side. If Bertle lands a huge equalizer, I think it makes it so impossible for EDG. Tangyuan flash!
Tangyuan trying to lock down Leave. Leave able to dance back away, stays on alive, all out onto him, but there's no backup for ZDZ here. Bertle holding the line, goes into stasis, torches them back away, prevents them from backing up their top laner. Hung going to be able to win out on that 1v1. Now EDG pushed back away on the opposite side. Xiaohao's already fallen down at the front line. Relmore going to send in Bertle, and only Bertle. I don't think he wanted that, but it doesn't matter. Xiaoya's there with the damage. Leave is able to take out Bertle, but he drops, and so does his team for the effort. LGD 4 for 1.
Why, EDG? ZDZ, why did we use our ultimate to get the Rise out of our Jarvan ultimate? Why are we walking up in this position as EDG where now we're completely split? We don't have our front line, which is supposed to be this Cassante. So many mistakes coming in. And look, EDG, they changed out 2 of their players. I thought it was going to be a bit more of a rough time for them to get Bulldog incorporated with the team, but it feels like so many sins of the past coming to roost here for EDG. They find this engagement. Just keep him there. Let Leave deal damage. This Sonia's from Bertle is so impressive, but I just think that the actual decision-making from Edward Gaming is giving LGD so many options in these fights.
Yeah. Once again, I do want to praise the look from Tangyuan, recognizing how critical Leave is for these fights, willing to expend his flash just to exchange it and get Breath of Life out, making it threatenable onto the Lucian, and knowing that he is going to be able to survive at the end of the day. Maybe not counting on ZDZ giving him the bailout, but hey, you take what you get.
Well, now we got a Baron. Another one here for LGD. We've got Dragon then spawns in 40 seconds here. You are completely fine with this spot here as LGD. Look at how strong they are. They're going to try to go into Xiaoya.
Coming on in, Leave going to get Supreme Display of Talent right into the wall, but they don't have the damage. Hung going to get blown up. Chris going to join him. Tangyuan coming in on the side, trying to be that damage that they needed. A beautiful equalizer will slow this advance, but I don't think Bertle can do it on his own. Tangyuan trying to stand and fight, going to get the lockdown on a Bulldog, but Xiaoya's not able to supplant with damage. 3 down for 0 for EDG.
But EDG don't have a minion wave. It's going to be Infernal Soul going over to them, and
4.
Bulldog gets that final kill onto Xiaoya. Soul goes over, and maybe this is the damage buff that they needed to get them back into this game. So many mistakes coming in from EDG. I want to look back at that fight because they were able to catch out Hung extremely early on. They pick off Crisp as well, but the Baron basically goes nowhere here for LGD.
All right, hold up now. We may have a bit of a game on our hands.
This is exactly like game number 1, man.
A little bit. A little bit. Although now the Soul going to EDG. could be a big difference maker. He does step up pretty far here. I like the angle, but there's no follow-up.
Yeah, Xiaoya tries to go for something with Crisp. Hung looks for it, but like you're mentioning, they'd already moved Xiaoya out of the fight, and then unfortunately for Tangyuan, he walks into a Twisted Fate, who then gold cards him, and the rest of the combo is fine. An Infernal Soul, is that enough for EDG to overcome what has been a lot of decision-making errors and a lot of other things going wrong for them? They have the damage, and an Infinity Edge is going to be the 5th item here for Leave. That, if they win a big team fight and they're able to do that, you still have a big lead here against the enemy AD carry, who is only on 3 items.
Yeah. Going to be down a full item already. Going to stay down a full item for the foreseeable future. And going to be a huge mountain to climb up for LGD in the form of that Infernal Soul. We've seen them able to win out the fights, though. The gold lead is no longer present. They definitely can win out these fights if they are able to get on to Leave, and they've done so successfully 2 fights previous. That last one, not able to get the job done. Gonna need a little bit more discipline out of Hung.
No big objectives to play for right now. I think when we've seen EDG here in this game, one thing that I will say that LGD has done really well is make sure that they're tending to their side lanes. That is something that just comes with the territory of having these specific champions like the Rumble and the Rise. Every time that EDG has been able to find a win, they have not been able to really push on the lanes that are closest to them when they find the win. Usually it's an objective afterwards, but really the only thing that's really going for them is this top lane wave that's getting caught by Tangyuan. So as long as they can mitigate these losses, it'll feel fine for now. This is Infinity Edge already done for Xiaoya, and Leave, he's probably close to having his IE already. He doesn't have the crit cloaks. It's about 1,300 gold. They need to find a window in between now and before Leave is able to recall. Otherwise, I think it gets really tough to try to play, unless we're just going for an Elder flip, which I was looking for in the last game, but we just didn't get into enough time.
Equalizer layered on down. ZDZ cut off from the rest of the team a little bit, but he is the tankiest member. Redemption going to get him back up in health, and Bulldog able to arrive from the bottom side. All 5 members of both teams now present. Birdall going to get stun carded up, and you know what? Just a little bit of fishing there from LGD. They don't commit too much. Equalizer will be back up in not too much time, so they don't sacrifice much for that look.
No, speaking about Bulldog, we got to see him complete this item. He has the Imperial Mandate, which is buffed. It got changed halfway through the split in split number 2, and then we kind of saw the item basically drop off the face of the earth. Or I think it was right before MSI, I should say.
Yeah.
This item, if you don't know, gives you more ability haste on top of immobilizing spells, and immobilizing is a very critical keyword here. Immobilizing basically just means you lose control of your champion, so a stun or a suppress or things like that.
Does
it makes
pick
it
a card
so
count?
Yes, it does, because it has a stun on it. So it makes this ability, it essentially gives you, I think, 25 to 30 ability haste, specifically on pick a card, which is really good, especially in fights where fights are going to be going off really quickly. It just means that you have it that much more freely.
The damage amp is nutty as well. It's 7%.
Yeah, the vulnerable
now.
7% is crazy.
Yeah, it's so good. I've been loving it on Galio. This champion goes, the item goes crazy.
It's so
Galio.
good on Syndra. You should try it. It's first item Syndra. You can also do it on Zoe first item. It is very good.
Yeah, I think that's probably a sign that it's too good. That doesn't. Listen, I can accept.
It's good on 3 champions. We got to kill it. You're right. I agree.
I just don't think you should be building a support item first on Syndra and Zoe. I think that's probably.
It's not a support item anymore, though. Like, yeah, it builds out a Bandle Glass. I think that probably needs to be looked at, but the previous version was OP.
It's cheap too, because it is supposed to be a support item.
Agreed.
I agree. They've kind of made it not one, but.
Look at the side lanes here, Gordo. Look at the side lanes. I mean, we're seeing
They're
a
good.
massive wave pile up on the inhibitor. The inhibitor's going to die. They just gave up like 3 turret plates here, and EDG are just playing 5-man on mid. That's an inhibitor turret down, and like a top lane. That's a huge wave stacking for them. So LGD might not be getting the gold, but they're winning the map.
Xiaoya! Xiaoya's just stepping up. He means business. He's going to cut down Leave in the one-on-one.
Oh my God!
He's going to claim Peruki as well. Finally falls on down. It's a one-for-one exchange. Hung just tosses out the ultimate onto ZDZ. Brawling with him in a 2 versus 2 alongside Crisp. Tangyuan arrives to be able to back him up. And Xiaoya just decides to win the fight. What a monstrous performance from him on the Yunara.
He pulled up. He said, it doesn't matter that I am a full level down on the animated carry. I'm playing Yunara. My champion came out more recently than you, and I've got a Lulu in my back pocket. This is Baron going over, and if they do this with enough time, LGD can move over to the Elder Dragon spawning in just 10 seconds. They're going to win versus an Infernal Soul.
They're going to win from a 5K deficit and the Infernal Soul. Not at the same time, mind you. But at different points in this game, both were true. And, I mean, Yunara scaling, man, and those moments of power, when you're stacked up with your autos, when you pop your ultimate, this champion can make magic happen, especially with those Fiend Hunter bolts. And you see it there as he steps up and takes on all comers, nearly kills Xiaohao, nearly kills Leaf, nearly kills Perukia before they're able to take him down.
No flash going into this next fight. There are very few summoner spells here coming in for both teams, but an advantage going over to LGD. Hung and Tangyuan still having that flash. Zhonya's available as well, and they can always make these plays into sides. You have the Baron, and you have the Realm Warp coming up now for this Rise. Tangyuan can be huge in this next fight. EDG need to play their cards right, and there's a huge flank for Hung.
Oh, Leave going to open on up here with the equalizer, or the culling rather. And you can see the pings keep going on to ZDZ. LGD calling this. We got this guy in jail. He's in county, and we're going to pull the trigger and end the rest of his crew before he can join on up. 3 for 0 to LGD immediately. ZDZ arrives, but it is too little, and it is too late. 4-0 LGD, 20-11 on the scoreboard. They make the biggest comeback of the split so far to take themselves a 2-0 victory over EDG.
Hey, some things change, like both of these teams making Group Ascend, but a 2-0 victory versus EDG, I think LGD are going to keep history the same as it was before. Big win for them, big comeback win for them, especially here in this game too. And man, what a great game coming in for Tangyuan, man.
Yeah. Excellent macro game from LGD. You called out those side lanes, completely got out of control, and incredible team fighting. LGD know when they have their target, know when they have their moment. Xiaoya in that last fight appears to know it individually. I mean, just says, I'm too strong to be sitting here doing nothing. Let's get this fight started. And flabbergasts EDG. Just, once again, feels like they were completely unprepared for the first pick on towards Leave and for that last fight from Xiaoya. Just completely shocked at the things LGD was doing.
EDG, man, like, the decision makings are just not there. I don't know where our front line is. Like, there are so many different things in a game of League and a 5-on-5. I know a lot of people are obviously going to look at that play from Tangyuan where he flashes and he gets the Rune Prison onto Leave in the mid lane. That is a very important inflection point in this game. But looking back at that last fight, why are we splitting up like this? It just, to me, reads like the comms are cluttered, or the ability for them to make decisions in really, really tight moments is just not there. And that's a big problem, I think. I already was a little hesitant about swapping in 2 players, even if it is Perukia, who's coming back after getting subbed out for Jue. But now you're bringing in Bulldog. You still have Leave making some of the same plays we've seen from him in seasons past. It just makes me worried that this team is not going to reach the highs that either the team internally has set, or being able to just match the occasion that got them to this point here in Split 3.
Yeah, and like you said, some things change, some things stay the same. LGD keep themselves a 2-0 over EDG, bringing it back from what they were able to show us in Nirvana. And while the rosters change, the actual result does not. Really good start to this new LGD lineup. Really good debut. Really good re-debut for Crisp, right? Really good debut for LGD Crisp, as he doesn't have the flashiest games in the world, but he does his job. He earns himself an MVP on the Rel, as many qualms as we may have about it. And they walk themselves away, once again feeling like this team's got the sauce. The individual players, maybe not the biggest names in the world coming in, but they have put together themselves a winning team composition.
Dude, congratulations to LGD. They take a 2-0, which we mentioned earlier, very early on into the show, that this is a really important win. This is one of the teams that you're going to be competing against, potentially for a 6th place spot into playoffs, which we have a slightly new format. The only thing you need to know is that 7th and 8th are going to be playing against 1st and 2nd from Nirvana. You do not want to be playing against those teams. If you can help it, you want to just immediately get into the playoffs. You want to make that top 8 and then just coast into the season. Whatever happens after that, up to you guys, but this is a win that is going to be really important down the split when we're talking about double round robin and head-to-heads going later on.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no good answers from the side of Group Nirvana as far as who you're going to be playing against, right? We don't know exactly how Group Nirvana is going to shake out. We can make some guesses, but that's going to be a super exciting group this split, as each of them only going to play 6 games. Every series going to matter a huge amount. They play double round robin, which is better than last split's Group Nirvana, but there's also only 4 teams in the group. So the volume of games is going to stay pretty low, and the stakes are going to be very high. But, you know, pick your poison here. What top 2 team do you feel good against? Either LNG or NIP find their form again. They have a really sick split. Or it's just Weibo or the shy rookie IG coming to punch you in the mouth out of Group Nirvana. This is not like last split where incorrectly we were saying, it's fine if you got to play a play-in series. You'll live. It's just the Nirvana teams. As long as you avoid LNG,
it's just WE, right? It's just 1 in 15 WE. What's the worst that could happen, right?
Yeah, the worst is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. As, whew, tough ask to have to play against any of those Nirvana teams. They're going to be coming up. They're going to be angry, and they are going to be dangerous. So, need to be able to stay on top of that, need to be able to get yourself into that top 6 territory. That is going to be where the biggest goal of the season is, right? You brought it up earlier on in the pre-show. Your goal as a team newly promoted to Ascend, number 1, get that top 6, baby. Make sure you're not in the bottom 2. There's 3 of you who just promoted, right? So you could at the very least all brawl it out among each other. And that's why a win between LGD, or for LGD over EDG is going to end up being so big.
We're checking off the box. We're already, right now, I was kind of having fun with Nightmare on the timeline. LGD have now won the longest game and the shortest game of the split. So they're really raising the stakes here in the LPL Split 3. They're really being trendsetters, I think is the word I want to use.
Yeah, certainly here. And, yeah, that is exactly what you want to see. It's going to be, these 2 in Thunder Talk are going to be the ones everybody has their eyes on as the contenders for the bottom, and perhaps even WE, right? I mean, it depends on how much faith you've allowed them to accrue for you over the course of the playoffs run compared to their regular season, as to whether or not they'll be in contention for the bottom down here. And again, we haven't seen some of the revamped rosters from up here in Group Ascend as well. So there's always chances for shakeups, always chances that somebody just screws it all up and finds themselves down at the bottom of the table. The floor is the basement, as always.
I was going to say, Thunder Talk are definitely, at least on paper, should be the worst team in this group. We will see. I know K-Man, who's going to be coming up on this next series, I think has them as the worst team in the LPL, if I remember correctly from his video. That was a 2-hour video. I'm sorry, brother. I did play it on 1.5x speed, so had to get through it. That gold graph right there, that inflection point at 21 minutes, that is the point where you wish you could buy back. You could go back in time and not have that happen if you're an EDG fan.
Hey, brother. Thunder Talk was a higher seed in play-ins than either of those teams we just watched, so give a chance.
True,
give a chance.
I guess.
Big Keshi Hoya guy here, or Keshi Haru, rather. I do love Hoya too, but he is on a different team. So there, we get to check out the post game. I mean, yeah, dude, that 25-minute fight, that moment where Taiyuan flashes forward, what a clutch play from him. That's the kind of stuff we want to see if it's going to be the split of Taiyuan, man.
Computer, generate me another crisp MVP on my screen in 2.5 minutes.
If this isn't for Taiyuan, I'm gonna lose it, man. And
there's nothing
I can't
we can
even
do.
blame the AI.
The AI vote is gonna say it's gonna be crisp.
The AI vote gave it to Taiyuan last time.
And what happened? What happened with the vote?
Yeah, listen.
It hallucinated a Taiyuan vote, bro.
Mistakes were made. Things went bad.
Oh.
Pretty solid game out of Hong as well. I feel like he made one mistake trying to pick leave that gave over the soul. And yeah, that's a big mistake, don't get me wrong. But apart from that play, I think he had himself a pretty clean Kiana game. He found the moments that he needed.
I wish I didn't have to see this play again as an EDG fan. That one hurts. Just why are we moving the Rise out of the Cataclysm? Oh, it's going to be a long season. Double round robin, and we have to play all 7 other teams twice. So, looking forward to many moments of near wins and heartbreaking losses. Linda, you and me, holding hands, we're going 7th, 8th, I think.
That is
It's early. It's early. I don't want to.
It's early to give up, but
yeah.
This was not a confidence inspirer. Listen, if EDG's pitch for this split was winter roster with Bulldog instead, he's the missing piece. It doesn't look like it this game. I'm not sold. I'm not sold on that.
I've seen enough. Bring back Angel right now.
I don't know if Angel can fix this. I don't know. Because we've seen this team with Angel too, and it didn't fix this. If anything, it made it worse. It got them into group Nirvana.
You know what? I've got a pitch. There's a guy sitting in the wings right now. He's got a great record. He's a fantastic, flexible player with some awesome pocket picks, and he would be the man for the job. Do you know what his name is?
Is it Sunyan?
No.
Oh.
It's the GOAT. It's the GOAT of Nirvana. It's my boy Hai Chao. EDG Hai Chao coming to a game near you.
I really did think you meant Sunyan. I was flashing back to that Fizz game. It's like he does.
That Fizz game was terrible.
Picks. It was.
Fizz game was bad.
But it was a Fizz game. He does have some pocket picks. I didn't promise they'd be good. He played a Zyra game too. That man's got pocket picks.
Yeah, and he also got his pocket sprint after that game too. I remember that game.
I didn't say they were good. I said they were there.
Do you remember the Fizz build? Blackfire Torch Fizz?
Oh yeah.
We don't want that. Give me Hai Chao. I need to see him in a black jersey right now. Let's get him in EDG jersey this moment. Hai Chao, if you're listening, into the ether, come back, brother. We got a job right here for you. You can work with Maokai, and you can work with the boys. There we go. Woo! Ethical MVP mid lane vote. Thank you, computer. You did a great job.
Well, you don't know that yet. Hang on. Let's see where the votes came from. You don't know what way the computer voted yet. we'll give him a chance, but. Really strong game out of Taiyuan here, though. Really, really happy with what we were able to see from him this whole series. I think this could have been a Taiyuan sweep if we had our way.
It might still be, honestly. He might actually just get player of the series, right?
Sure,
like
but it still won't be a sweep because they gave it to Chris.
Sure. All right, we're on this graphic. Come on, give me some sauce. Show me the votes.
Show me the AI agreeing with me. I feel like we're on Twitter right now.
I'm looking at Taiyuan.
AI, get in here and agree with me, please.
For this year, it's 9 games of Rise. He is 2-6 on this champion this year, or now 3-6. I'm going to account a lot of those losses not his fault. All right, AI, computer, what are we doing? What's going on here? We had 3 votes for a jungle. I mean, sure, that's fine. I can't believe AI could have thrown this vote. What happens if it's 4 for 4?
Then
not our problem, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we just decided the Winners Club breaks it. That's
sure. I'm down with that.
I don't know. Surely somebody breaks it. Hopefully not the AI. Probably the AI,
wait,
though.
this is an explanation. The explanation as to... But Xiaoyu was getting blasted. This brother was, like... He had 2 knuckle sandwiches on both sides of his face from leave. And, look, he did the cool Yunara thing. You were giving him praise. You were like, it doesn't matter, right? Like, his champion is broken. When you get into a good spot, he was completely destroying him. And, yeah, he had a good game, but... I don't know. AI... Look, if an AI data set, you got to build out all of the parameters. You got to build it out. You have to have it trained on something. Hopefully, the MVP votes just get better, and maybe
yeah, I mean,
we get
listen,
something a little bit better.
As much as
There
we're gonna
we
clown
go.
on this thing, there we go. As much as we're gonna clown on this thing over the course of this of the season, so far, pretty good. Hey, listen, when it's wrong, it gets outvoted, and when the majority is wrong, it's over there fighting the good fight. I'm
Yeah.
impressed so far.
Computer, you're doing a good job.
Let's do it.
Computer, show yourself love. Generate some self-love.
Yeah, generate some confidence. Not
Well,
too much though. We're questioning that one.
We're not.
Xiaoyu pick.
Yeah, computer. We're not friends yet, but your head's in the right spot for now. Gerda, we're coming up on the end of our cast here. Next series is going to be Top Esports WE. Is there any things that you're excited about aside from,
I want to see what
finally...
WE we get, man. I want to see what
Yeah.
WE we get. And I'm sure K-Man and Mazel have plenty to tell you about what WE
Sure.
they think we're going to get, but we're all going to find out together in this next series. But like you said, Alec, that's going to do it for our segment of the broadcast. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in with us. And Mazel and K-Man will take you through the second series of the day. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English Unofficial, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man. We've got Ilya behind us on prod, and I couldn't be more excited to be kicking off this split. Thank you to Gordo and Alk for that first series. What a doozy on that gold graph. That's going to be hard to replicate, but we have a lot of games to do so as we're only in day one of this split. K-Man, you excited to be back? You happy to be back?
Oh, I mean, Mazel, I'm so excited to be back. Obviously, MSI happened, and we've got some things to discuss when it comes to that tournament, but for the LPL to still be so hot and to be so fun to watch, I think already coming back, I just cannot wait for the chaotic, aggressive gameplay that we've gotten so used to. We've already seen in Series 1 that we certainly haven't lost the flair here in Group Ascend, but I'm maybe excited for some cleaner gameplay coming out of two teams.
Hey, we have the best of the best in Group Ascend, all right, K-Man? We just watched the best League of Legends. We're gonna go back into the best League of Legends, but the real treat is the fact that we have top esports and WE, a fateful matchup that WE did not like last split, going 0-7 against them respectively through the regular season, and that tough upper bracket playoff loss. But let's go ahead and highlight this top esports team. Obviously, tail between the legs coming back from MSI, as they have once again proven records are meant to be beaten by LPL teams at MSI, but it is a team that is trying to change the mold, and it's Zhuo who is here to try to change that communication issue they highlighted.
Look, top esports not exactly in the best form that we've seen them in because of that MSI run, but they are making some changes to try to increase, like you said, that communication barrier that potentially was there during those big moments. And you know what? It's a reunion of a familiar face. You're hopeful that they're going to be able to turn things around. Players like Cream and, Jackie Love were in really good form domestically. You're just kind of hopeful that what we see up on the screen, top esports losing to G2, losing to Secret Whales, not winning a single series at MSI, you're hoping that is a blip on the radar that they're going to be able to overcome and start building their confidence again back here in the LPL.
First reverse sweep in I don't know how long, and then also the first best of 5 loss to an LCP team. Absolutely insane run for top esports when you look back a couple years ago at their MSI there as well. It's been a tough run for top esports at MSI, but that's where maybe that reunion, maybe some of these changes really do come into effect, because we were talking so much and hearing so much about how, team fights, things were getting very chaotic, direction was getting lost, and that's something that top esports needs to fix going into a potential Worlds campaign as we move forward. So they're shifting gears a little bit, like Fast 2 Furious, but it's top esports 2 Furious. Obviously, 369 has stepped more into the coaching role after last split, but there are conversations about him being willing and able to start. So there are all those conversations about what top lane is going to be looking like for the longevity of this split number 3. But there's also the fact that Zhuo comes back, is going to be looking to change the style of that bot lane and be a little bit more aggressive with those engage-centered carries, or at least supports.
That's kind of what we're expecting here. I'm certainly not going to sit here and tell you that Feng Yue was the problem with that team. He didn't have a very good MSI, but Zhuo does have some pretty big shoes to fill. This was somebody that, it was a kind of bad piece for top esports the last time he was around. He had some up and down moments as a rookie when he was on this team previously. He's kind of rebuilt his reputation on teams like JDG and Ninjas in Pajamas most recently, and he's coming back here with the expectation to be able to elevate them, and that's really what shifting gears to me showcases. This is not a team that just wants to be good enough to make the World Championships. They have their foot on the gas of this car. They want to go as far as they can. They really do feel like they have a core that's good enough to win the league, especially if BLG is going to be a little bit weaker than we thought they were going to be with their roster, and I think that's what these changes kind of signal to me.
Maybe using some bias from the last time we saw these two, do you think Jackie Love was happy to see Zhuo's name come up, or a little sad?
Hey, maybe a little happier. It's always good to get a familiar face back in. I'm sure the communication is a big part of that. I don't know if it went super well the last time these two were a bot lane duo in 2021.
And now we're coping.
A little bit of copium. Yes, now we're coping.
We'll see how Zhuo impacts the team here. I am very interested in this pickup here. But WE, I'm also very interested in maybe the darling miracle run of last split and coming back into the spotlight, it feels like, in terms of some of that excitement we see from this team, some of the fun narrative that we were able to craft around this team's run last split. But it still ended in heartbreak. It did not end the way they wanted to. But this is a team that's coming back for another swing.
Look, WE and Top Esports could not be on two different separate pages more than they actually are in terms of their confidence right now. WE is coming off of proving everyone wrong in the playoffs. Top Esports obviously not so much doing that at MSI, but WE has to show that they can keep that momentum going. We saw last year they were also able to make a deep run in the playoffs in the spring split, weren't quite as much able to make that run sustainable in split number 3, and the expectations for them have skyrocketed, especially with the fact that I think the rest of Group Ascend are not as strong as maybe we expected them to be, or maybe don't have the same kind of expectations. This is now a team that is probably the closest to top 4 outside of the top 4. They're looking at potentially being a world caliber team, something that at the beginning of the year would have felt nearly impossible.
That's crazy. So I gotta ask you, we have the WE expectations here, because both of these are possible. You could completely bail out and miss playoffs, or you could be one of the pinnacles of LPL, making worlds. Does WE have what it takes to make it happen this split?
I mean, it's funny you say that, because you're absolutely right, Mazel. Like, both the 0 and the 10 are, like, equally possible in my mind. You're in a position where, yeah, if they flame out, of course, they won one series throughout the entirety of the spring split in the regular season. But Monkey really kind of, got back to his form in the playoffs. I think we saw a lot of emergence from the bot lane of WE start to play better. The solo laners are good enough for you to be able to win around. If one member of that top 4 falters, if AL or a Top Esports don't play up to expectation, WE might be the team that's there to capitalize on that. We've already seen them make a top 3 run. I certainly wouldn't be predicting Worlds, but of all the other teams in Group Ascend, like, they genuinely might be the closest outside of the Big 4.
Yeah, it's getting up there at least. We have the car reference, and now we have the speedometer. We have everything you need here if you're car centric, I guess, getting into the LPL. But I do want to bring up that point you were talking about in Monkey, because I think it's a very important highlighted fact. Is there was once where Monkey was lauded as a leader, as a playmaker, as a crazy pick. Like, he was willing to try to change the mold in jungle, and it felt like he had lost that a little bit. But it feels like last split, he picked back up the crown, said, I'm the carry on this team. I'm the one that's going to get us across that finish line. And for majority of the successful run they had, it was him. So I want to highlight some of the split stats that he had from split number 2, the good and the bad, but mostly put a spotlight on this player, the crowned king of WE, it feels like.
I think these stats are very indicative of where Monkey was sitting throughout a majority of the split. He's 3rd in damage percentage. He's a huge part of what WE want to do, but he's still not super efficient in the early game. When he does get those early games off and he can start to generate big leads for himself, he is nearly impossible to deal with. He's almost always going to be taking big skirmishes from the 8 to 12 minute mark to try to push the game forward, but those can be relatively risky. We saw the last time he played against TN in particular. TN was very willing to try and fight him in the early parts of the game to take him out of his comfort zone. Monkey has been the piece that's unlocked WE as their franchise player. He's going to need to be better than he was in those upper bracket finals against TN last time if they want a chance of winning here today.
And that's why I wanted to highlight that jungle matchup so much, because it is so contested when these two guys go at it. But let's be real, there's a bit of an alpha in the room here, K-Man. Top Esports was the big brother of WE last split and all year so far. The record being 2-10 against this Top Esports team for WE, and those 2 wins came in a qualifying series there in the first split playoff, so forever ago it feels like. So it's something where WE are looking to upset expectations once again.
Well, let's be fair to Top Esports. Even those 2 losses, that was a very different Top Esports. And split number 1, a very different looking team. No Jackie Love, no TN. And so this has definitely not been a great matchup for WE across this year up until this point. But again, TES is going through kind of a learning curve now. You're bringing in a new support. Your communication style is definitely going to be a bit different. The meta, I think, has shifted a lot from spring to summer. It's going to upset, I think, what Top Esports were really kind of banking on, which is a lot of 2v2 pressure early on in games. If there was ever a time for WE to break that bad record, it's probably going to be here on day 1.
And that being said, I think it's going to be interesting to see what kind of priorities we get coming into this one. And as we get a little bit closer, we'll start talking about draft itself. But I think for both of these teams, when we're looking at the impact that Zhuo is going to have for Top Esports and some of the changes that Top Esports is looking to make for this team, you also have to bring in some outside factors as well. WE, a lot of time to rest, unfortunately for them, but a lot of time to rest and prepare. They haven't changed anything. Maybe some communication structures for them, but it's the same getup, it's the same attempt, and they're coming in a little bit more fresh. Top Esports, a lot of international travel there and some very disappointing results. Do you think that has any factor in today?
I definitely think it does, and honestly in top esports favor, because I do think that the meta has shifted considerably since the end of the split to now, and I think that there are a lot of parts of the game that just feel like they're a little bit different. Where you want to attack in the early game, I think, has definitely changed. How you want to play your bot lane 2v2s, I think, has definitely changed, and TES actually has some experience playing some high-profile stage games in a similar patch, playing things like Pyke and Camille, and, being able to, pilot more of these playmaking style bot lanes rather than going towards a lot of the enchanters. That's what I'm going to be looking out for WE. Are they also going to be able to kind of pick up a lot of these more roam-oriented supports and start to play more towards the middle of the map? Or is this another, kind of, well, we want to try and see if we can make it work on the bot side first before we start adjusting things?
As we get an update from Ilya, our producer, it seems like these are shots of the players warming up ahead of the match in the series. Obviously, we're changing things up and going to be stationed in that one arena every week for all the games. I kind of appreciate that as well, getting to kind of see the arenas themselves. But let's ask the real question on everybody's mind, since we didn't get to see it at all in that first series. Are we getting Lock? Is Lock coming out today? Is it going to be like a Groundhog Day situation too, or?
I really hope so. I mean, I really, really hope we get Locke. I want to watch him play in pro. We've seen some, pro games of Locke in some smaller tournaments. He's such a fun champion to watch at the professional level. If anyone's going to bring him out, I mean, it's Cream versus Karis. Like, these are the two mid laners that, are going to be playing Locke. They're going to be playing somebody that is super aggressive, can be very flippy, maybe isn't going to be as, I guess consistent across an entire game or every single situation, but golly, I really want to see him here in this series and in game number 1.
He stole my heart, and maybe this goes out to the real ones, because if you know, you know, but the Dante homage from Devil May Cry was instantly one of my favorite characters you ever made, Riot Games. Thank you for highlighting what is one of the greatest stories, I feel like, in old games in Devil May Cry. Support Lock where you can, but we'll see. I guess we'll see if we get that at all. But is that change in terms of enchanters versus engagers really going to take center stage at the beginning of this split, you think, or is that still in the process of molding?
To me, I think it's definitely clear that the best teams in the world have been able to adapt, and that shows to me that it's definitely a little more optimal right now to get some playmakers on the map. I think especially if you're a team that feels like their support is one of their better players, which WE absolutely is. Arha was a huge part of this team during their playoff run and during the regular season when they started to revitalize, I think, their chances. Then you do want that player to have a bit more agency, and you want them to be able to move around the map. I think especially with mid laners being much more aggressive and much more scaling oriented now, things like Syndra coming back into the meta, things like Azir still being a little bit relevant, you probably want to play for them a bit more in the mid game. That naturally means you're going to be roaming around a bit more, and yes, it's just, it all comes together, I think, for an engage oriented support position that maybe is going to overtake the enchanters that we've gotten really used to here in the LPL.
Yeah, that's why I'm just so curious at what Jwo looks like on top esports, and especially what kind of prio picks they ended up going with, because I think, and we can all be real about it, I think the biggest disappointments is that core 3 that kind of didn't perform to the expectations laid on them in terms of Tien, Jackie Love, and obviously Cream. But mostly Tien and Jackie Love, I feel like, receiving a lot of the flack there for some of the gameplay moments at MSI, and especially towards the end of the last split. But this is it. This is Split 3. This is Worlds Run. It's a much shorter regular season than we had gotten across last split as well. So I'm curious if they're able to muster it up once more, because Tien and Jackie Love being the crucial pinpoints of this team, I feel like have been a story as old as time, even with some of the fluctuations in the roster. But this is a split I want to see them kind of step up.
I mean, that's the thing, unfortunately, with top esports. Even at their best, this is a very feast or famine team. This is a team that's going to take a lot of risks. They're going to take a lot of fights. They're going to skirmish really heavily. When it works, they get massive leads, and they're able to get, really good control over the map, be able to dominate through the mid game and snowball out of control. When it doesn't work, I mean, this is a team that will throw away the game in the mid game. Like, that's absolutely something that is on the table against basically any opposition. We just saw the bad end of that, I think, at MSI. You're hopeful that they can start to clean up some of those mistakes in the mid game, but I think it's just so core to the identity of not just top esports, but Tien and Jackie Love and Cream. Like, these players are just naturally going to bring a bit more inconsistency, but the highs are definitely going to be very high when it comes to them.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Do you have predictions for this series at all? What do you think it's going to be? Is it a quick night? 4-0 across the board? Do we go the distance in this series? What do you think?
I certainly hope it's not 4-0. I would love to get a Game 3 in this series. I think if WE is going to pick up a win, I think Game 1 is probably the most likely time for them to do it because of how many options are on the board for them. I think being able to pull out maybe a better meta read than Top Esports could be an interesting, thing to see, especially with the fact that they're bringing back all 5 members. However, Top Esports should be 2-0ing this series. If they don't, I think that's definitely an indicator that they haven't quite recovered from their disappointment at MSI in the way we would want.
Yeah. And for WE, honestly, you take what you get. If you get a series win to start it off, you're doing pretty good compared to last split. And I think especially being able to find it over Top Esports has seemingly been their big brother this whole split. There's always a story of a big and little brother, I feel like, in the LPL. Hopefully. Oh, they say it's a 3-series game or 3-game series.
Fingers crossed. I would love
I'm
to
guessing
go 3
most of
games
those
here.
are probably still for Top Esports. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we probably have a couple of diehard WE fans as, their community. You gotta love them. You gotta love the WE fans. They're some of the most passionate in the world. Reminds me a lot of the, KT Rolster fans or the old CLG fans. You just have to have that hopium in your mind, your copium in your mind, trying to be as excited as possible for your team. We'll see if they can, pay off some of that hope here today.
No one voted.
Oh,
jeez. Oh no.
Never mind.
Oh no.
I take back what I
since
said.
we have like as much time as we could possibly want ahead of this, who do you think's playing in the classic show match on the 31st for LPL? Because
man.
I can't believe that it starts so much. All of the other classic games are gonna be done.
Yeah.
They're all like
Right.
the 24th, 25th, whatever. Ours 31st. Let's put it way back there.
Everybody's
So who do
kicking
you
off
think's
their
gonna play?
split.
You think Clear Love's gonna step away from coaching?
I mean, that's the dream, right? I mean, honestly, you want to ask for some of the players I want to see the most. If MLXG is anywhere in the area, give that guy a call. I gotta see him. that's like
Uzi
a must
has
for
to
me.
come. Like Uzi has to be there. He's contractually obligated. Like if he's not on
SMLZ,
his
I
side.
think, I'd love to see, an Uzi versus SMLZ matchup. I think that would be the dream.
The MLXG would be such a.
Yes.
God, that would be so awesome.
Hey, if we're getting coaches, get Tabe back in there. I'd love to see
They're all
Tabe get back to
working,
work.
K-Man. They have
They're busy.
jobs. They have stuff to do. They got 5 weeks to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, they do.
God,
And,
my hand's getting really tired from hitting this caster start the game button. I don't know.
It's not working, guys.
I'm pretty sure the
we've been
button's
spamming it.
broken. I don't know,
Yeah.
guys. I've been staring at it for a while now. It's sitting right there in front of me, and I just can't get it.
Yeah,
to work.
well,
Sorry.
hopefully we get going soon. I'm
We could
excited
redo
for
the pre-show. We just go back through the.
Oh
just
yeah.
act like it never happened.
Hey guys, welcome to day 1 of LPL English. We're getting ready for Top Esports WE. We just reset the entire
We
pre-show.
just really
get back
wanted to be
going.
ready for any moment that the game starts. We just had to be ready for it. Which I'm actually really excited. I'm glad that we get this level of a rematch coming into the first day, because usually they try to start off with like the finals rematch, things like that.
Yeah,
we do have a cool intro video. Oh my god,
yeah.
so scary. It's like Attack on Titan.
They always have the most dramatic intros. It's awesome for the LPL. It feels like such a big, I guess, hype moment. We're coming back to split number 3. I know, obviously, we had a lot of moments in split number 2, but
he's
for
back.
the shortened regular season, he is back. I mean,
Dude, they brought all the legends back.
Everyone is here.
They had to get the shy
in
clap
the LPL
in there.
in split 3. Yeah, it's
a really cool filming location, though. I'm wondering how much of it's CGI.
That's the moment you said that, I got a little bit more like I was really impressed with everything.
But look, he's at the
you're
top.
right.
Oh, so cool. I always love these hype moments. That's sick. That's a cool shot.
They know how to present. That's for sure. Nobody does these hype videos better than the LPL.
It's pretty sick. I can't hear the music behind it, but I'm sure it's hype. It's a lot of clapping, which I'm here for.
Yeah, you got to get that stomp and holler.
Hey, they made them run, K-Man. They made them run. They made gamers run.
I
That's
can't believe
crazy.
Yeah, honestly, it's did I just see that Monkey was running hands in pockets style? Because that's pretty funny if that's the case. Would definitely be a very Monkey thing to do. I think that summarizes his gameplay well.
What? True. That initial shot of like Monkey on the ground floor and Knight at the top floor is kind of sick. I do really like that though.
Yeah. I
do hear it, Ilya. My volume for Parsec was just very low. That's why, because otherwise it blows my ears out for some reason. Parsec knows which way. And it's finally time to get the intros going. We've been yapping long enough. Finally, we get to see this top esports team. Dro gets to do a cool intro with them. I love these kinds of shots, but this top esports team has a lot to prove and a lot of respect to regain after their last couple performances.
It's going to take the entire split, I think, to rebuild that trust that has been lost a little bit with the LPL community, but it's got to start here today. Again, we talked about, I hope this goes to 3. If you're a top esports fan and you want this team to be in their best form, you hope it doesn't. You hope this is a 2-0. You hope they show up here today and can dominate in the way that we expect them to.
And the keep your dreams motto, WE, sitting tall, I guess it feels like, with Monkey at the lead. Again, feels like he reclaimed a lot of that leadership, kind of leading man role for WE last split. And it's something I'm very happy to have seen, and I want to see that continue to crest over into a better start for WE here in Split 3.
Monkey was on pace to being like a true, breakthrough star in the LPL last year. It wasn't looking like he was going to be able to repeat that performance in 2026, but the playoff performances really gave us that hope back. This is somebody who could be in the MVP conversation if everything goes right for WE. He was even receiving votes in the previous split. That's the kind of player that needs to show up today if they want to be able to take down a team that just made the finals of the LPL.
Get the captains fist bumping, getting ready to go. That means draft is on the horizon. So I want to pick your brain a little bit. What are the key crucial picks that we'll be looking for, even though we've already had one series here coming into top esports in WE?
I mean, jungle priority is still king, in my opinion. There are still so many champions in this meta that are great enablers coming out of the jungle. It's a little bit less important that you pick something like a Jarvan or a Vi in the early parts of these draft phases, mostly because you're getting more engage out of the support position, so you can be a little more greedy in that jungle matchup. Both TN and Monkey are both very aggressive players. If we're going to see things like Nefiri, if we're going to see, Nocturne come out pretty early in these draft phases, despite some of the nerfs, I think that's going to be something that I'm going to keep an eye on. Lee Sin, of course, also very much in meta, and Monkey is a very big Lee Sin player. Don't be surprised if that's pretty heavily prioritized.
Oh, but then you know who you're talking to over there, right? He might just have a skin on the champion. I don't know, man.
That's true.
I don't know. Hey, I'm here for it. Only one of them can get it though, so that's a little bit sad. Blind pick. Both of them get Lee Sin. We see who's better right here, right now. First series of the split.
Give me blind pick Lee Sin Locke mid jungle duo, and let's just throw everything at the wall, see what ends up breaking through. I would love to see Locke come through in any capacity. I don't think we're gonna get him here in this series, but
I think they're too scared.
Yeah,
I think they're too scared. Hopefully we'll get that. Again, I feel like LPL is one of those regions, and we see it every year when new stuff is starting to bubble up. It takes us a little bit. All right. One of the best ways to get under the skin of an LPL team internationally is to pick something they would have never thought to play in 1,000 years. And, that also works for domestic LPL teams. But we'll see if Locke ends up coming out. There's still some fluctuations in the meta that we've seen coming into this split. But now that we're getting kicked off here, I'm excited, and especially see what this first phase has in store for us and which of those jungle picks are going to be the primary answers for Monkey. Because I got to say, Monkey, he's willing to mess around a little bit. He's willing to go with some more niche kind of comfort picks in the jungle for himself, and especially up against TN.
I mean, that's really what I'm going to be looking out for. I think you really want to try to throw something at the wall here in game number 1. See if you can get, Top Esports caught a little unaware, because WE has less stage experience in this current kind of meta shift that's been going on with a lot of these playmakers on the bot side. It might even be advantageous if they wanted to go more towards this heavy 2v2 lane. JackeyLove, a player that thrived under that previous meta, that thrived being able to have an enchanter and, play really aggressive throughout a lot of the game. It's going to be interesting to see if he can rein himself back in a little bit now that you maybe can't get away with the same kinds of things you were able to get away with in Split 1.
All right, the lights go down and up, and that means the draft is coming down and up or something like that. We do have our the new official draft graphics, which are kind of cool. Some of the new graphic updates to the packages, it seems like, on the Chinese side. But first and foremost, that Camille ain't getting played nowhere. Top Esports going to ban away the Orianna and that Camille. We do end up getting the Lock ban from WE as well as the Casio ban.
Interesting bans coming through. Very heavy mid lane priority so far. 3 of the 4 bans. And then, of course, Camille kind of has to be banned right now. If you're new, if you didn't check out MSI and you maybe are just catching back up after the LPL, Camille is picker ban in the support position right now. So definitely a bit of a change in the meta. But Syndra being that final ban as well, that is a flex pick. I mean, we can talk about whether or not JackeyLove or About are going to be as prepared for this AP mage bot lane meta, but Syndra is incredibly strong in both roles at the current moment. Taking it away from Cream and from JackeyLove, I think, is a good call here.
Do want to know what Top Esports want as their final ban. Obviously, WE will have first pick, which means Top Esports will have that counter pick on the blue side. The Defiri targeting towards Monkey is banned away.
Yeah, I really wanted to see some of those carry junglers come through. Banning out the Neferi makes a lot of sense. Definitely the best on the patch, but Jace is going to be the blind lock-in here. I assume it's going to be for Cube. This has been a champion he's played a ton of throughout this year and throughout his entire career. Really one of his most played, and definitely is going to be something that can win on the top side. Zweon, a player that was kind of exploited a little bit at MSI. Did have some weaker laning phases. We'll see if he wants to go for a safer answer or perhaps something more aggressive as we get that jungle priority we were expecting for Top Esports.
Yeah, they do lock this in, obviously giving Tien a lot of wiggle room in terms of the skirmishes that he wants to pull off, the aggression he can use into the enemy jungle against Monkey, and just kind of rub faces with Monkey a little bit as it goes through, not give him those free avenues towards his pathing. But you got to find some good connections with this J4. A lot of powerhouse picks still up and available since it is just game number 1. You want to find things that can burst on the back of that lockdown.
Absolutely. You want to make sure that you're in a position that you can follow up on some of those Jarvan engages. Ezreal going to be the lock-in, kind of matches some of the poke coming in from the Jace on the other side and also gives you a very safe bot lane. This, to me, very much signals that they want to go for something more aggressive in the support position. Karma is technically still an option, but Karma is much weaker than she was in the previous split. I would be a bit more surprised if they bring Zhuo in to be a Karma player for this team, and so the Ezreal probably signaling, hey, we might be
4
playing a
years
little
is
bit
a
more
long
weak side.
time, man. You know, we just saw him in an IP list, but now he's a changed man. The Lucian
Yes.
does end up coming through here, though.
Yeah, Lucian still very strong. I mean, we talked about the Lucian Milio lane being very good previously, especially with a lot of the other enchanters not being as good. They are definitely the dominant 2v2 lane right now in the game, and I think locking that in for About and Arha gives them a lot of priority on the bot side.
Now, big questions to be laid towards Zhuo. What is he going to be willing to pick in his first game back under the Top Esports banner after nearly 4 years? We've seen this bot lane together. It was not extremely consistent last time around, but both have grown, both have changed. We do see the karma for Zhuo, and it's going to be a classic duo down there for Top Esports as well.
I mean, it matches some of the poke. It gives you something to do in the early game going into this Lucian Milio lane. I just worry a bit about where that pressure is coming from. You have your engage coming out of the jungle, which is a good thing, but Lucian Milio are going to be very strong in the 2v2. Ezreal, Karma going to be taking more of a, just farm it out, play safe in the early game kind of approach, and Karma's not going to be quite as useful in the team fights. Definitely going to be interesting to see how they round out their draft. Neither team going for their mid lane just yet is very interesting, in my opinion. I think Top Esports might be, pretty interested in getting Cream into as positive of a position as possible. When you talk about players that actually did play well at MSI, Cream is the top of that list, and I think that's why we're seeing a lot of these roaming mid laners get taken off the board like TF and Ryze.
There's 4 bans to our boy in the mid lane. Dang, WE, you have a vendetta.
Can we make it 5-5?
Including the card game out on Cream. My God, that's a serious respect. But also, you see on the other side, Top Esports also banning away some of those mid lane matchups. but both still yet to pick yet. Lee Sin going to be the final ban for top.
I think it's interesting to see, what they want to throw as this final ban. Something like maybe Victor or Hui, I think could be on the board as another ban to pair up with that Jarvan for some of these team fights in the later part of the game, but you kind of want that mid-game power spike alongside the Ezreal. There are still a lot of mid laners up and available for both of these teams, and so even if you ban out another one here and go 5 for 5 on Cream, I think he's got plenty of options to pull out. I mean, things like, Aurora are still on the table. That was his most played champion across the previous split. We do get that Victor ban like I predicted.
Wow, 7 mid lane bans total out of 10. That's crazy.
Certainly pinching the pool, but again, so many options available. Aurora, Annie, Ahri, Hui, like they're all still up on the board. Cassante is a pretty easy answer to the Jace on the top side. It's certainly not going to be contesting in the laning phase, but it gives way on something that can scale pretty easily. You get to play more for this poke lane on the bottom side, and Jarvan, while he might not have a ton of priority on the top side of the map, certainly should still be aggressive enough to be able to play towards the bottom side.
All right, WE going to finish out their comp here. Still obviously have Monkey to choose with, as well as their mid lane matchup. Really expect them to have something that can synergize well together. It is going to be the Aurora, stolen away from Cream, and will be picked up by Karis.
Yeah, I mean, also a Karis champion. Both of these players are very similar in terms of the champion pools that they like to play. They were top 2 for both. Gnar
the Jace
actually
jungle.
Coming through. It is Jace jungle that is coming through. We wanted to see those, aggressive gank-oriented junglers, and I guess Monkey's like, nah, I'm just going to play Jace. I'm going to go back to what was working in Split
That's
1
what we
entirely.
Said.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a fun matchup here, and then Ahri's going to be able to take advantage of that Cassante more. Ahri is left up on the table. You would expect maybe a more aggressive type of jungler, something like a Vi typically with Ahri, but can pair well with the Jarvan if you do just want to trap people in for a lot of that damage, and it will be that Ahri coming through to solidify the draft for top esports.
Still surprised we didn't get a Rumble. I know it's fallen a little bit out of favor, but I know it's also something that's way on, maybe not the most practiced on, at least the last time around we saw that, but it is still pretty hefty team fight combination here from top esports, where there's a lot of individualistic pieces on the side of WE.
Yeah, you definitely have a lot of engage coming out from the side of WE, and I think that's what I really like. The Gnar is going to find an easy way onto the backline. Aurora is going to find a pretty easy time getting onto the backline with the comp that was, drafted for top esports. They still have absolutely a chance of getting outscaled. Neither of these teams, I think, have a ridiculous amount of, late game insurance policy. I think the early and the mid game plays are going to matter a lot. That's only compounded by the fact that this is a TN versus Monkey game, and we have Jace versus, Jarvan Ahri. We're going to be getting action in the mid game. We're going to be getting invades. We're going to be getting skirmishes around these neutral objectives. I'm very excited for game number 1.
Yeah, I want to see if WE can take a step towards exceeding those expectations. I want to see if top esports still has some life left in them after a very disappointing series of events at the International here at MSI. It's a new split. It's a new dawn for both these teams. It's a lot of eyes on those 4 world slots that we have. But there's a lot of games and a lot of domestic focus until that point. And for both these teams, yes, we put the WE kind of ramping up radar, either not make playoffs or make worlds. It can be in the both effects for both these two teams. So getting out to a strong start, very important, especially for top esports. With the newer piece in Joel coming in, I really want to see what he brings to the roster. And if it's tangible, at least tangibly seen on screen.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at both of these teams in the rearview mirror of that, car analogy we were doing earlier, and they're going different directions. Top esports needs to regain that form. WE wants to keep their playoff form going. Both of them really need a win here on day number 1. They want to make sure that they start off their split hot. I think both of them have chances to be able to win this game, but you definitely don't want to rest on your laurels. You don't want to be the team that ends up falling behind just by being inactive. I expect a lot of playmaking to happen, and I would have it no other way with these two teams.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. And again, you can't help but look at the record, the 2-10 record this year so far for WE. It's been a tough one for them, but see if they can start off this split number 3 better than they did for split number 2. It's going to be about that man on your screen right there. It's going to be about him versus TN and what his Jace jungle in the first game of split number 3 can bring to the table. We have finally hit the rip for this series. It's top esports versus Team WE.
what I like to hear, Mazel. I like to hear the
Heck
passion.
yeah.
I like to, yeah, we got some excited fans in the arena here today, and how can you not be excited for a rematch of our upper bracket finals from the Spring Split playoffs? And obviously, we have a new support coming in with Zhuo, picking up the Karma in game number 1, and they're already looking pretty good as they pressure Arha out of this laning phase. He's going to take a ton of poke damage already.
Sheesh. That's a little wild, and you know, we wondered if the focus in the 2v2 laning phase was going to change up a little bit. Well, Ezreal Karma right off to what they naturally do in lane.
Definitely poking out early. I think this lane will eventually get easier for the Lucian and the Milio, but right now it's going pretty well. And let's not forget, Top Esports is a team that really thrived off of being able to play around Enchanters and the 2v2 meta with Feng Yue in the previous split. Zhuo coming in kind of signaled, I think, to a lot of us that they maybe wanted to go in a different playstyle direction, but maybe they just like the idea of playing through these Enchanters and trust that Zhuo was going to be an upgrade in that role. It's going to be a great game to see exactly what Zhuo brings to the table and what kind of differences he might have from the player he's coming in to replace.
Exactly that. I'm curious at how much leverage these junglers want to use on this bot side now, as we do see both of them steaming ahead down towards here, as they're going to be completing their clears here very quickly. First move to that Scuttle Crab fight would be in favor of Top Esports right now.
Yeah, we will see if we kind of get to that Scuttle Crab fight with all of this pressure coming through from Top Esports. I would be surprised if there isn't something coming through from Monkey. Not exactly the best level 3 champion in the world, but it's just such a good lane state to try and disrupt. You want to make sure that you're not letting your bot lane get absolutely destroyed pretty early on here. With both junglers on the bottom side of the map, TN included, I actually wouldn't be all that surprised with these two teams if we saw some early fireworks in comparison to what we're used to with TN hitting level 4 and making his way to the area.
Here we go. Does look like double TP is going to be used towards mid lane as well. Scuttle had gotten started up by Monkey, but Tien's going to take control. Again, he has first move from bot lane. Does look like he wanted to try to snipe it out. Monkey won't be able to do so. We'll have to just move through mid lane to try to take the upper Scuttle Crab, where at least Cube has some push in lane.
Perfectly fine trade, I think, for both of these junglers. Well done by Monkey to not over-aggress. Monkey from maybe a couple of months ago would have taken that fight. Glad to see that he's learned his lesson at least a little bit, and we're just going to get a more stable level 4 to level 6, and I think that's definitely to the benefit of WE in this case. My biggest question is, where is this priority in the mid lane going to go? I love the Ahri into Aurora matchup in isolation, but it definitely isn't going to be super easy with the Jace being able to just kind of show up at any given time if he's going to play around that lane. Definitely want to keep an eye on these two mid laners who both have very aggressive styles as well.
So then we'll have to kind of keep it a little bit of a side eye on. It's a pretty calm, stated early game here. Objectives coming up, but that's something I want to talk about here, and you were kind of foreshadowing to some of the conversations. But how much do you think the kind of tempo of the game is going to be changing here in split number 3 in terms of objectives and setting up for dragons, you know, on that call here in first dragon? We have seen a lot of early objective focus over the last split.
Absolutely, and what that means is that mid lane just matters so much more. Being able to get shove and roam in the mid lane, that's super important. It reminds me a ton of the meta in 2023 and 2024. If either of these mid laners can really separate themselves, even with enchanters down in the support position, they're likely going to be very active in terms of roams on the map with these objectives mattering so much. You got to make sure you have that tempo and priority, especially with the comps that these two teams drafted for each other.
Seeing the favorability of the 2v2 in bot lane ebbing and flowing just a little bit, even though Nami doesn't exist down there right now. We are getting next foray from the junglers as we see Sway On is going to be proxy farming that top side of the map. Tien goes in for a fight for Monkey, but didn't expect how much damage was going to come right back. He wanted to try to get some trading back. Kars has first move. They could move over. Charm does not connect, and now Tien is surrounded by WE as they take first blood, but they're immediately going to get traded back. Jackie Love starting to light it up now. Cream looking for his own angle on Arha, but won't find it. The Essence Flux wasn't enough. About's trying to fight back, gets down Jackie Love. It's Arha that gets the kill there too. Cream trying to get the resets, or at least trying to get a kill back. He's going to go down too. It's going to be a bloodbath in front of the dragon, and whoa, the only one left from Top Esports to run away.
It's a massive fight for Team WE to be able to make that roam first and be able to get to that play to really affect the health bars of the junglers. That was the big difference maker, and that is a huge problem for Top Esports. It's a small gold lead for WE, but look at where it went. It's 2 kills on About's Lucian. He is the strongest part of this comp in the mid game. It's going to accelerate the position that he's in, and it's just a really good look here from WE, understanding that Top Esports is going to be in a position where they're maybe a little bit overly aggressive. TN just disrespecting the damage that Jace can put down early. Look at the roam pattern. Look at the wave state on the bottom side. Not only can Karis and Cream react at basically the exact same time, with Karis being a little stronger here, but WE's bot lane is just here first, and About gets so much damage off in this fight. I almost thought Monkey was going to live for a second there, but even with the exhaust going down onto the Lucian, he has more than enough damage to continue to free hit on JackeyLove, who doesn't pick up the kill onto Arhad. This being a great trade for the bot lane really equalizes some of what we saw in the early game and puts WE in a good spot to control a lot of these mid-game objectives as well.
And I'm not going to read fully into it, but what's up with that communication, Top Esports? TN flashed down towards the bot lane of WE, who were first on the roam, and it didn't seem like a lot of that communication was coming up from that bot lane. Top Esports fumbling the bag a little bit in the early game, but WE will pick that one right up. Look at that damage done from both our mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be an exciting mid-game now with WE accelerated. I imagine with Lucian being so strong, the Dragon is going to be very much on the priority list for WE very shortly. It's going to be that Hex Strike first and foremost, but the Grubs are spawning in about 50 seconds here, so very likely that both of these objectives are going to be on the map at the same time. It gives, you know, maybe the winning side, in this case WE, more to think about. As big trade on the bot side.
The Mantra Q coming out there doing some decent damage, but Arha will have some decent healing, and now the Culling's going to come out. As About was able to hit level 6 first off of the bot lane 2v2. And it's going to be a push now by WE on bot lane with Monkey around the corner. They could go for the first dragon.
Definitely would expect them to prioritize this. About's going to try and get this one to crash into the tower. He will be successful in that regard, but look at the positioning here of Cream as well, trying to dissuade at least any sort of play.
All right, he'll be fine. Did have to burn the flash.
Yes. It is something to get the flash out of Gnar. Certainly makes a potential Grubs fight a little more difficult for WE in the future. And so we kind of take a look here because of Cream's advantage in the mid lane, at least for now. We do have a more equalized gold state than we had a little bit before, but Monkey using that bot lane pressure to start up on the Drake.
I do like that early Hextech Dragon as well. No trade as of yet either. Rift Herald hadn't been started up. Dwo's going to get the information here for Top Esports. Not yet, though. He didn't actually move over, so this is still being sneakily done, and Dragon goes over to Monkey.
Nice win there for WE. Utilizes that good skirmish to be able to pick up an objective that should scale pretty well. Dragons have proven themselves to be pretty invaluable in the meta. Cream's actually in danger.
Oh, Cream! Gonna have to pop the Spirit Rush to get out of there, even in the 2v2. Looks like Karis has the better end of it. We'll be down that ultimate on both sides.
It's egregiously misplayed by Cream, and Monkey's now down on the bottom side. JackeyLove does have to be a little careful here. Again, Jace has so much damage, but Grubs are up on the map, and that could potentially be the trade.
Okay, just takes a little bit of damage there. Was moving up, try to get some poke on a Monkey. Will be able to poke him right back. Dwo is still hovering in mid lane as they make a combo play. Get Karis' flash there, too.
Just greediness coming in from both of the mid laners. Cream having to burn the ultimate to get out of a play from Karis, and then Karis having to burn the flash to get out of a play from Cream. Both mid laners kind of paying for a little bit of their hubris there in certain different ways, but TN going to, at the very least, be able to pick up these Grubs. Definitely a trade that I think recently has been very in favor of the Dragon team. Grubs have not had the best win rate in comparison to what they had when they originally came out.
He has a lot of things to go kill.
Yes.
He's got a long grocery list to walk down.
At least he's got the camps to go and take. TN, you know, not punishing him too hard for spending all of that time on the bottom side of the map, but Monkey will be able to catch up in gold here. JackeyLove get a free wave on the top side, too.
Yeah, they're going to use a little bit of Swamparunskis here. Top Esports going to be the first one to make the move. Will bring JackeyLove and Dwo up towards top side, trying to get some of this free money. Maybe even try to push down a plate. There will be a response now from WE, who are redeploying up that way.
It's so funny. It feels like Top Esports basically looked at what they did at MSI and said, well, we moved too far away from what we did well in the LPL. What if we just went back to what we really did at a high level in the LPL, playing for JackeyLove, getting him as many resources as we possibly can, trying to overload that side. He's just going to pick up that wave for free and then make his way right back down to the bottom lane. Top Esports with a smart rotation there. The question is, are they going to be able to get enough gold on this Ezreal to continue to fight in the mid game? Because About has completed his Essence Reaver. He's going to be incredibly strong if they try and take a fight.
And that's what I want to talk about next a little bit. Are these item spikes, the Cyclo Sword, also there for Monkey? There is a window for Top Esports to be punished, but they also have a very stalwart team. Speaking of punished, Woe just gets completely caught out, flashed on by About, who takes another kill, and now WE, they're sinking their teeth in deep to Top Esports. This is going to be the Spirit Rush used, the Breath of Life also used by Arhas. Cream is going to try to block the shot from TN. Top Esports licking their wounds. Like a wounded dog, they will be able to heal and get back.
Yeah, just an absolutely brilliant collapse from WE. Zhuo trying to get vision for his team. A little bit of a last-ditch effort there to pick off a low-health target, but Top Esports make the correct read to just leave the entire situation alone, and it's even more gold going into the pocket of this Lucian. WE are just playing the map better, and that's why they have this 1.5k gold lead. Zhuo, that communication that we were talking about, bringing him in to potentially increase the synergy, it's not there right now. Top Esports look very dysfunctional on the map, and WE are happy to take advantage of it and get themselves that big gold lead right now.
And it's so funny because when we were talking about the draft, as we go back and look at this, it was the individualistic picks for WE that was shining out in their composition, and so far they are making it shine together.
Well, that's the big thing about this play originally. Look at the vision coverage before everything starts. WE have all the wards in this area. Top Esports have to go clear them out, but it's perfectly set up that you can collapse if you don't send enough members. Just a mistake from Zhuo. This is something that was happening regularly for him in some of his previous stops before he was on Ninjas in Pajamas this year. You're hopeful that doesn't become a trend. That's maybe just a bit of an early split error there, but definitely something that WE was ready to punish for, and these are the kinds of positive plays they were making in the playoffs as well.
It was indeed, as Arha is going to be a little bit of an annoying one. Trying to get the stop there onto Jacula. Won't be able to do so, but they will get the push in with About. They'll be able to crash that wave here as the redeploy comes back out. 45 seconds till another dragon comes up. And go back to that conversation we were having about those potential scaling pieces for Top Esports. They drafted a very stalwart team fight kind of comp. Once we get to that mid game, once we get to that late game, WE do still have a lot of options, though, to make that run awry a bit.
Yeah, my concern for TES is that they really don't have the power to be able to deal with this Lucian Milio in the mid game, especially if Jace is just controlling a lot of the river. We can see that they've done a pretty good job of getting vision onto the bottom side while this dragon spawns in about 15 seconds, but walking into Jace, walking into Lucian, walking into Aurora, it's a very scary proposition. Top Esports are definitely going to be up against it if they try to contest this dragon. It might just go over to WE as they look for bot.
Oh, they were spotted. Very close, but that's the kind of combo we need to see WE pull off. I love that they're trying to use some of that vision with the poke, with the instant damage, the burst that is on their comp.
And this is the concern for me for picking this Ezreal Karma. You really have no way to walk up to any of these objectives now that you've lost resources. Dragon looks like it's about to be started by WE. TES going to capitalize on About.
Tian does a lot of damage with that Sundered Sky done. Will take a brunt back, though, from Monkey. Crean has moved over. About getting jumped on. About has no exit. He didn't have flash, and he won't have anything to answer that one. That's going to be Top Esports making good on the bot lane play, and now moving over to the Dragon.
It's WE's turn to be dysfunctional. They're going to stay in the area here, but Charm landing onto Karis and damage going down. This is a hard fight to take.
Queen Worlds. He's going to try to get the combo fully onto Cream. He has a lot of damage here. It's the Dragon that's the focus for Top Esports. The Charm will connect. Tien decides to abandon the Dragon to go for the kill to Karis, leaving his laners in the pit to take it. It's going to be Jackie Love that cleans it up, and now he's coming to clean up the kills onto Karis too. Tien can't connect the flag and drag. Karis barely making it out alive. A little bit of a bunny hop with the acceleration gate coming through, and WE, they will make it out. They do lose the Dragon.
Definitely a big get there for Top Esports. Making sure that you can stop the stacking of those dragons coming in from WE is essential towards your win condition, but what a mistake from WE, as Monkey might be overextended here as well. Not gonna overcommit, try to take a 2v2 that would be a 3v2 with Joel roaming, but I don't know what the angle was there from About. He's just way too far forward on the Lucian. He is a huge part of the gold lead for WE. And that's a mistake that's really going to come back to bite them. This is already after a bout is down. You're missing your key crucial piece in terms of damage. Cream does a good amount of poke here, but Karis just wants to commit to try and take down the Ahri while the Dragon is going, in a bad position. Zhuo gets chunked pretty heavily, but at this point, Jace has used everything. You don't really have the smite. Karis is overcommitting, and now we got to play mid.
And he flashed so late there. He had flashed that entire time, waited until after the damage came through. That's really unfortunate for Cream. And as you say, we have that fighting happening in mid, but this is all just a preamble for WE to take the Rift Herald.
They would love to be able to get this. Jackie Love getting hugely chunked out with a lot of that poke coming in, and Karis is in danger on the top side.
2-level lead on a Karis. Karis just getting whittled down here. Is way on, going for another solo bolo to start off his split number 3.
Oh, let's go Zweon. He does not want to showcase that the MSI version of him is the real one. He wants to prove that development, that ability to grow and change is coming through. That solo kill is massive and puts Top Esports in a much better spot on the top side. Cube could be in a bit of danger under tower. This would be a risky dive, but that means Herald is going to go over to TES, and that should basically equalize the gold lead here.
I need my showmaker copy pasta, please. Have it delivered to whatever address you want, and we'll just get that one out there because that's Cassante, folks. We are seeing a little bit of a collapse around mid lane. Obviously, the Rift Herald looming large for Top Esports, about trying to find some poke damage, but he's got to be really careful using that dash to go forward against Tien.
I mean, he's got Cataclysm. Like, this is a very scary spot for the Lucian if you're going to burn dash early, but luckily, about not going to get punished super heavily for that. It's just been a really good mid-game here for Top Esports. I understand they're still down in gold, but a lot to like. We're going to get a replay of exactly how this 1v1 happened. Karis just stepped up way too far. Zweon doing a good job to buffer a lot of the damage.
2,000 mana, 50 million armor.
Yeah,
I don't
just
remember the copy pasta
things.
word by word, but you know what I'm going for.
I think we all have
Knock
felt
up his
the
2
copy
seconds.
pasta. Yeah, I mean, it's just brutal. It's brutal. Cassante getting really strong on the top side would be a problem here. Tien going to be able to make his way out, and a lot of those mid-game pushes that WE were going for not going as well. They now have a 2k gold lead, in fact, though. So much of that is going to be on the Gnar, but we'll see how much that actually can be used. We already saw in the first series that getting Gnar fed sometimes means you've got a good tank and a good engager, but you're going to need some follow-up damage, and that's where Monkey and About have to come in.
The crucial moments. I feel like a 2-item spike right now for About is so massive, especially when that transformation is just now coming along for Jackie Love. But WE need to put the pedal to the metal here. Speaking of car analogies, it switched over to WE at this point. You want to try to continue to snowball this advantage, keep the pressure, because with their poke, that's where they are most strong. We do see some side lane gold going to Cream. That's going to do wonders for him to catch back up. And so far, the poke has not wrought any favors for WE in the mid lane. Still that steady gold advantage, but about a minute away for another dragon.
This is exactly what Top Esports need to be doing, controlling the side lanes and getting gold onto their solo laners. Cassante obviously picking up that solo kill is massive to keep him in the game, but this Ahri needs to stay relevant. Cream is a big piece for why this comp can work in the later part of the game. Ezreal is going to be doing a lot of damage, but you need Ahri to be able to find the backline. Getting that free tower definitely gets them in a better spot. I actually really like how WE sets up for these engages if they want to play around these neutral objectives, which means that Dragon spawning in 40 seconds is something they're definitely going to prioritize. Right now, not a ton of vision on the bottom side, but with Arha in the area, they should be able to overload there.
And I think when we're looking at WE, it's truly about target selection and where the damage lands. If they are able to kind of sync up and find that target, find where all that burst damage goes to on the right characters like Cream, like Jackie Love, that makes the biggest difference in any of these team fights, because as soon as resets start coming through for Cream, as soon as Jackie Love is ramped up and free firing away, that's where trouble starts to hit home for WE. As Arha, speaking of hitting home, might need to hit the back.
The big concern I have for WE is that they keep overstepping. Top Esports is going to have control over this river because they weren't able to get that mid lane priority. See if Karis is caught here.
Karis needs to be really careful there. All tools available to both sides, though, besides that TP for Karis. So it'll be okay. A little scuffle happening. About. Maybe getting caught out. That's the exhaust use. Cullen coming back in. Cataclysm on a Monkey. Multi-part fight by Top Esports as Karis is the first to go down, giving those resets. What did I just say, K-Man? Give those resets, and it will be doom for WE. And it turns out that that lead was just a straw horse. It is going to be Top Esports moving back to the Dragon. It's going to be Dragon number 2, and they will start to wrestle control of this game back from WE's hands.
Massive team fight win there for TES. Obviously stacking these dragons, especially with it being Mountain Drake with, obviously a Cassante on your side, that feels pretty darn good. But WE, they just keep getting in their own way in terms of the positioning that they have here. They're completely separated and disconnected, trying to play around a lot of these river setups. We can even see some of the vision on the bottom side just not being in their favor. But About, again, is just too far forward. They take a 2v2 trade, but Jackie's just pumping out damage. Zhuo is the target from what Lucian is doing in this early part. That means Jackie goes untouched, even with the calling coming out. Karis is already low. Monkey is completely disconnected and is not a frontliner on the rest of his team. It's really poorly played by WE, and it's well done by Top Esports to exploit the differences in ideologies between these WE players, because they were clearly not on the same page for that fight.
And I'll just say, give everybody a little bit of a breathing room. A lot of skill shots being missed so far in this game, but it's the first game of the series. It's the first game of the split. Give them a break. Yeah, I absolutely love that Jackie Love arcane shifted point blank into About, as now they're gonna have to be a bit careful on the back end of it. Rift Herald got popped down just to make it a little bit more difficult for WE, but that now means that Shelly will get no value. Big True Shot Barrage coming across, and now Cream looking for a bit of an angle. Shelly will fall nonetheless. Cube has joined the fight. Oh, they're trying to go for the play on About.
Hey, I'd be looking for it too in this game as well. With the way About's been positioning, I'm definitely looking to try and take advantage of this Lucian, but it's at least a small win for WE getting the Rift Herald out, not losing your mid lane tower from it, but Cream is still waiting in the wings, and WE, once again, maybe have not protected well enough against a play mid.
Okay, they're going to try to siege it. No Rift Herald, but they still have good damage here. Monkey. About trying to ward anything off. Tried to go for the predict charm there from Cream, but he was not going to fall for that one. Yeah, Spirit Rush already used. Trying to find one more angle. Charm connects. Breath of Life going to come right out from Arha.
Man, Cream is really looking right now in the mid lane. He is throwing out those charms and forcing some resources out from WE. You can talk about the misses, but they just need to hit one in order for it to be
TN
effective.
has a master flank here. Goes for the flag and drag. Double Cataclysm, but they don't have damage to follow it up, and he falls right into the trap of WE. TP coming in now. Zhuoyang goes instantly for the all-out and takes down About. Instantaneously, the ADC is gone. It is a big, heavy trade, though. TN falling is your frontal engage, and Cube has been left alone in the bot lane.
This is exactly what I wanted, Mazel. I wanted Chaos, Karis, and Jackie Love. Oh, they gotta be careful in the mid lane here. That tower is very, very low.
Zhuoyang getting pieced up here by Cube.
Oh man, it just never ends. Mazel, the chaos is everywhere on the map, and you couldn't have possibly asked for more between these two teams. We saw the draft and we expected a lot of combat. We've been getting even more than I anticipated. The way that we can take a step back and kind of look at the game overall, though, we have Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, and you have a 1.3k gold lead for your Ahri. I think the most important piece for Top Esports to actually be effective in the later part of this game is making sure that that Ahri is online to accentuate what Ezreal can do. That's exactly the position that they're in. You're starting to lose that power spike from Lucian, and despite WE having a gold lead the entire game, I think this is very much looking like a Top Esports favored position right now.
And we got to think of some big tools available. Not only will they have some extra gold here, potentially TP play. Okay, that is going to be Cube joining, as they're trying to get preemptively ready for the Dragon fight in about a minute and a half. Because Top Esports were able to take the last one, they would be on soul point with this one. The big tools, though, Exhaust, available for Jackie Love. If he finds the right target, if he can find About has no flash, no barrier. He is a weak link right now that Top Esports need to try to exert.
And they definitely want to try to exert their pressure here. They have been trying to get this mid lane tower for roughly 3 minutes of game time, and it's just not really happening. It's well defended by WE, and as much as we talk about, of course, Top Esports being in a pretty good spot, WE still has that 1k gold lead, and a lot of that gold is on the Jace. One rogue shock blast going in the wrong direction for Top Esports, landing on the Ezreal or landing on the Ahri could change this entire fight, especially with Jace now at 3 items completed. He is going to be very strong around this area. If they can set up and continue to poke out before a fight starts, they are absolutely still in a position where they can win a Dragon fight and equalize things at 2 apiece. They just kind of have to win this one in particular.
And I'm not gonna lie, this is a perfect microcosm for wanting to see what Zhuo brings to this roster instead of Feng Yue. These were the kinds of moments they said they were causing trouble. Big chaotic team fight, game deciding team fights. And this is going to be a soul point, maybe not fully game deciding, but it is going to be an important one. As we do get ready, Top Esports going to try to move in from the mid lane. Both teams have the same idea.
Monkey is waiting in the wings. Again, you gotta watch for that damage coming through.
Swayon was thinking about an angle. Jwo gets chunked by Monkey. Tien, he went in last time and he got pieced.
Dream.
As now they're going to try to get the calling in. Swayon is going to take the bulk of that at least. Monkey is going to take a nice trade back from Cream. This is just poke central right now between the two teams. It looks like Dragon wants to be started up by WE. They're going to move in first.
Monkey is so low. You can heal up with Arha, but it's going to be tough.
Another shot across the bow. And Monkey going to dodge out of the charm. Breath of Life was used anyways. Karis tries to go in for his own angle here, but Cream now looking. There's skill shots being thrown at my fridge right now. I don't even know what's hitting anymore. Monkey just takes down the jungle matchup 1v1, but Monkey's going to fall too. He's so low. All out's going to be used, and that's going to be Swayon taking the kill now. JackeyLove free to fire, free to go any way he wants. It's going to be the ADC Dragon battle now, as Cream trying to look for a charm angle. Just needs to hit one, and that makes the difference. It's going to be the dash out from about. Now Karis trying to go back in for damage. It's back and forth, but it's going to be the move from JackeyLove that finds the Mystic Shot. They're trying to find more. Essence Flux is there. Arcane Shift not back up yet, but it's going to be about wailed into the depths by Top Esports. And Cream wants to go chase down Arha, but won't be able to find him just yet. It'll take a little bit of time, but it'll also take a dragon for Top Esports. True Shot Barrage is going to clip him, and it's JackeyLove who's back in form, baby.
It's pure execution diff in favor of Top Esports. They just play the fight better. You're absolutely right, Mazel. You had skill shots flying around the entire map. You had some that flew by our window, and we're coming all the way here to North America. But at the end of the day, Top Esports hit the abilities that they needed to hit. At first, it looked like this was going to be massive for WE because Monkey actually lives in the early exchange. The setup here is pretty good overall for Top Esports. Once a bout goes over the wall, he kind of has to play really safe throughout the rest of this fight because he's burned a lot of his tools. But with TN going down early, they just don't really have the engaged tools. By the way, Baron's going down in favor of Top Esports in the picture-in-picture right now as we get the rest of the replay of this fight. But now it's just straight up 3v3. Karis is at low health. JackeyLove's at low health. You just need to play better. About does a good job to dodge one charm, but with the last of his mana, Cream is able to land the one that really matters. JackeyLove's just pumping out damage in this fight as well. It's just better from Top Esports.
What a pillar performance from JackeyLove here. Going unsung in a lot of these fights, not on the radar, and finding massive moments, sustained damage from the Ezreal. And these are the kinds of step-up moments. I know it's the first series of Split, but these are the kinds of moments I need to be seeing from one or two of these guys on this Top Esports team. They're going to live up to those expectations, and especially JackeyLove.
Let's not forget, JackeyLove was the first team All-Pro AD carry for us in, Split number 2. This is somebody with a ton of expectations, and boy, is he pumping out damage as they see.
Yeah, he is. Like shooting fish in a barrel over here for JackeyLove. As About's going to step forward, try to get the calling in. He's going to get a decent amount of damage. Tien needs to be really careful. His positioning has been a little bit wonky. His TP coming in. That's going to be Karis joining. We'll have a little bit of speed here, but really just there to dissuade Top Esports from fighting as he left his way on the top side of the map with the Baron buff. They're going to get a decent amount of damage here with the Baroned up cannon minion, and they're going to take a tier 2 in mid.
Top Esports are playing the map so well right now, and that's what I think their comp actually does at a really high-end level. They can team fight well because of the Jarvan engage, but their ability to side lane is really impressive as well with Ezreal and with Ahri. Even the Cassante is going to be really good in that base. Having this Baron buff and being able to make the most of it, that could likely determine the entire game. That 3k gold lead needs to balloon here as we continue to push forward. The thing I've been watching in these fights, Mazel, Monkey has consistently been getting chunked out first by this Ezreal. His positioning has not been ideal. We highlighted him as being a critical piece of WE in the pregame. He's still the one with the gold lead, and he is the one that kind of needs to be positioning well if they want a chance to get back into this game.
We're taking a look at those expectations for the game itself when we were talking about the scaling conditions, the kind of togetherness that Top Esports can bring in the later part of the game. And I think we've fully crested over to those moments now. That some of these 4-item builds coming through. Top Esports, they're knocking on the door for their first game win of the split. It's looking like the inhib is the focus for now. They're going to move Swayon over.
Oh, charm lands.
Max Hits on a monkey, loses half his health. Tien thought that was the moment to go in. True Shot Barrage hits on to 4 as Kara is trying to be taken down by Cream, but Cream can't hit him. He can't get the first kill, but he's looking for a second. The dunk comes through from Tien, but again, Tien overextends. Barely makes it out with about 200 health, but the damage has been done. Mid lane inhib turret is going to go down, and they will get exactly what they came for. TP coming in. That's going to be cute.
On the
He's
back
almost
line.
out of Mega. He TP'd when his Mega was falling down. He wants the chase here. They want to try to continue, but Swayon is full health. You can't really do that. There's going to be the back being completed by Tien. No, he stopped. He stayed. Cream, he wants to wait. Tien doesn't go in fast enough. He loses his mid laner, but he'll take one down too. It's body for body, and who rises above? Maybe it's Jackie Love. He finds another. He finds a triple. He's going to look for more. It's a quadra kill for Jackie Love.
Are they going to save him the Penta? Are they going to let him get it? Nah, he's going to end the game instead. Swayon going to take that final kill. Jackie Love's going to be the hero once again for Top Esports, and they're going to march their way into the base to end game number 1.
That's how you stand up and say, I'm the captain of this team. Jackie Love with a massive Ezreal performance, 10-1-3 in his first game of split number 3 for Top Esports. 1-0 in this best of 3.
It was looking a little dicey there, Vizel. I was getting a little concerned in the early game with some of the fights that Top Esports were taking, but lo and behold, they're fine. The mid game comes around, they end up taking a lot of these fights, outplaying WE in a lot of key areas, just as they've done in previous splits, and being the better team. If there was any question about, oh, how's Jackie Love gonna look? He's losing Feng Yue, he's getting a support he hasn't played with in 4+ years. It looked pretty fine to me.
Nah,
he absolutely dominated. Oh my God.
Get in my backpack. I got you guys. Even, I want to talk about the good things. I gotta say, Tien had some really rough moments in this game, but luckily Jackie Love was right there to pick it up. I think Cream had some good moments as well for Top Esports. I didn't outright see those communication differences that I think we were trying to look for Top Esports. But what a hell of a way to grind out a win.
This was a hard win. Like, this is a game that is going to be relatively difficult because you do lose that pressure in the early game, because Lucian in particular gets so many of those kills about playing really aggro, and he had his own sets of problems in terms of his positioning despite the early lead that he got for himself. But you had to outplay these fights. You got down to multiple situations where it was 4v4 or 3v3, even the big 5v5s as these fights started, and you needed to make sure you were just in better positions, getting more damage off. And when it came down to the carries and, you know, what players on the Rift were the best here today, that absolutely was in favor of Top Esports, with Jackie Love and Cream, I think, both stepping up in some big moments. And
this begs a question. Is this just the natural state of things between these two teams? Again, WE have won 2 games against Top Esports, and that was all the way at the beginning of the year with a completely different team. This has been a heck of a one-sided matchup between Top Esports and WE over these last 2 splits. So far here in split number 3, we're seeing a little bit of the same.
Yeah, I think that is the scary thing for WE, is that while they seem to have had BLG's numbers specifically in the playoffs, you know, they took down AL, this is the team that they've not been able to beat. This has been the team that has always had their number. And again, Zhuo coming in offers a bit of a different, you know, feel on everything, but this is clearly still a bit of a problem for them. They had this game in the palm of their hand. They had control, I think, over a lot of this game coming out of the mid game. They just didn't control it. I mean, jeez, that is just
43% damage done for Jackie Love. I know it's an Ezreal. Stats are padded, but my God. It was in those team fights, it didn't matter, yeah.
Yeah, like, that's, you can say, you know, stat padded Ezreal. We talk about it with some of these poke champions. I'm not seeing Jace do that kind of damage. I wasn't seeing Varus do that kind of damage.
I'm also seeing Jackie Love arcane shift in front of people's faces. That's how you know he's feeling himself.
Yeah, I mean, he looked awesome in game number 1. Again, I got to be clear. He was the best AD carry in the LPL in split 1, or in split 2. This is not a shock. I mean, we can talk about the MSI underperformance. This is the Jackie Love we've been seeing for most of this year. I am not surprised to see it come out here in game 1. I'm just hopeful we keep getting it, man.
Yeah. Was his Ezreal? You know, this one, right? I'm just like, you just arcade shifted straight into him. Couldn't hit a thing. And yeah. This was the quintessential Jackie Love performance that we need to see repeated throughout this split. Got a quadra kill in his first game of the split. It's going to be something to write home about for sure. Top Esports, though, very standardized kind of composition here. Zhuo on the Karma. How did you feel about Zhuo's first performance here on the team?
Some rocky moments, for sure. Getting caught out in the river when you don't have vision priority was definitely a bit of a problem. He was just completely alone in that position, and that's just something that I think will get better as you go along, is recognizing when you need to move with your jungle and when you kind of just need to give over space for the river. Outside of that, he was useful in this game, but a lot of Karma's effectiveness comes in the early part of the game, which they didn't actually have a ton of advantage in. So, you know, we saw some good plays. We saw some Mantra E's in the later part of the game. Really, there's just not a ton of, you know, difference-making plays that the Karma can make in some of these fights, and so, you know, to be determined on Zhuo. I think we got some pop-off moments from the carries a little bit more so than we did from the support, but at least they picked up the win here in game 1. He certainly wasn't bringing them down, which I think is a good first start.
And for WE, how are we feeling first time out? Living up to expectations? Kind of feeling the same about how we were feeling about them at the beginning of the split 2?
Unfortunately, I think this was a very WE game. And I think I say that in a lot of different ways. You know, they were able to get their early lead. They have a really good skirmish and, you know, play really well around level 6, but they just don't really have the team fighting capability to actually end games in the way that, you know, was causing them a ton of trouble in the previous split as well. So you're hopeful that that eventually is going to be something that gets fixed. But again, over-aggression from players like About, poor team fighting, in my opinion, from players like Karis that just were not in the right places at the right time, and Monkey getting chunked out before every single fight started on the Jace as the poke champion. They just didn't control the area as much as they needed to, and eventually they just never really had the goal to stay in the game.
Threw up the Pengu Garen for another solo bolo. Love that. Swayan was kind of feeling himself in the Cassante. I love to see that. Well, we all know who's getting player of the game. And if it's not Jackie Love, I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, we saw the votes
Caputa?
for series number 1.
Better watch out.
Yeah.
Better not be you.
Yeah, better not be you. Better not be Zhuo. We saw some support bias in game number 1 of the previous series. We'll see if we see that again here. But yeah, man, I mean, Jackie Love was just untouchable in that game. 221% damage per gold.
Yeah, insane stats to start off your split there. From a split that needs to have these kinds of performances consistently from one of our best AD carries. As you said, best AD carry in split number 2. Coming back to represent in split number 3. Doesn't look like MSI hangover is affecting top esports all that much. A little bit of rust to kick off. But I think going into game 2, are there things that you want to see changing for both teams before we get going to that break?
I know it worked for top esports, but I just want to see what this team looks like when they get Zhuo moving around the map. We saw them get collapsed upon, but by the way, 8 of 8, very deserved. If it was anything else, that would have been a bit of a problem, but I want to see this team play more team fight oriented. I think they did a good job of controlling their side lanes, and they had pieces like the Jarvan early on, but close this out, man. Get some full engage on that side, and I think I'll be pretty happy.
All right, well, we'll see what happens for game number 2 of our final series of the day here on day number 1 of Split 3. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man and Ilya on our production side, and Top Esports are right back to, I guess, business against WE with a very roundabout victory in game number 1.
Certainly wasn't the cleanest game we've ever seen, Mazel. We've definitely had some moments where Top Esports has been a little more, dominant in the early parts of the game, able to snowball things some more, but at the end of the day, if you're just better than the team you're playing against, sometimes you just win team fights anyways, and you're able to get a big goal lead and end the game. That's kind of how it worked.
1 + 1 = 2, pretty sure. I love to see it, though. For WE, though, kind of raised some questions on the consistency. They tried to throw something weird in the jungle. Obviously, the Jay's not super weird, but it also was trying to get leverage against Tian. It did not work. They went for early game to mid game kind of advantage snowballing, and that did not work. So what do you want to see WE kind of switch up going into this game 2 draft?
I think I would really like to see this team just try their best to have more control over the map. I think their comp was strong, but it didn't really do anything like perfectly. It had some poke coming in from the Jace. It had some side lane control with some of the solo laners. It had some engage coming out because you had Gnar and you had the ability to charge into the fights. It just felt like they were trying to play a style that was good for everything rather than anything that really locked in on a specific part of the game. Yes, they were playing early game, but they didn't really have a lot of zone control because your side lanes weren't all that strong. If you're going to be playing this style where we want to snowball out of control, I need to see solo laners be in better spots, save counter pick likely for those solo laners, which they did get for Q, but obviously a very different scenario with the Gnar coming in there. And hopefully you can just actually not run it down in some of the mid-game fights, because ultimately their setups were fine. It was their execution that was the problem.
Yeah, I like some of the early map play they were able to utilize as well, especially through that bot lane. After they were able to wrestle back control a little bit. Kars was actually winning out against Cream for the longest time. But in the end, a couple slip-ups lead to TES comeback victory. You could just feel the momentum starting to shift in favor of Top Esports. But if you're on Top Esports' side, you're a fan, you're happy. You got to see Jackie Love pop the hell off in game number 1 on his Ezreal. And you're hoping the rest of the team kind of wakes up alongside him.
I mean, you're hoping. Eventually, this team's got to get back into form. Very quietly, Tien had a pretty terrible game in game number 1, so we're going to see if he's going to be able to turn things around. Obviously, a lot of eyes are on Tien in this series and coming back to this split because of recent performances, so, it's going to be interesting. They first picked him the Jarvan, at least on, counter pick side in the previous game. A lot of junglers still available if they want to keep going for that style that they were playing a lot of in the spring split, in split number 2. Some options are still available, like the Vi, obviously like the Xin Zhao that are going to be up on the table, but who knows, man? They might want to go for something more aggressive. The Neferi was banned out in game 1. See if that's the case in game 2.
7 more mid lane bans, or?
And maybe we move that up to 10. Who knows?
Or none. We do 0 bans,
Yeah.
neither side ban. One of these things is going to happen. It's probably not the one you expect. No, it probably is the one you expect. We're finally back. Hopefully getting to draft very soon. It's day 1, it takes a little bit more time to figure out how to do this thing that we've done a million times again. But you learn something new every day. And today I'm learning that Top Esports might truly be shifting those gears that we were talking about earlier.
We'll see. I mean, clearly what they were doing at MSI didn't work, so maybe just going completely away from it makes sense. You obviously go for that change in the support position. We talked a ton about Joao and like what his impact was and kind of the change that we felt in game number 1. I really want to see him on an engager, not just because I think it'll be good for Top Esports, but because I just kind of want to know where Joao is at in terms of how he can play the map and start to roam. I think if this team wants to be at their best, they're going to be a team that can be a lot more aggressive on those roams in the early game. That's why something like Nautilus or Rel or Leona or even the Camille, which was banned in the previous game, but maybe we can get it here. I'm just going to be interested to see if those are left up. Yeah, the lock as well, also banned, so
maybe banned
hopefully
again.
At least one of those gets through.
All right. Lights are up and at 'em again, means draft number 2 is coming up. Can WE pull it back, bring us to 3, or does Top Esports continue to be WE's big brother and 2-0 them yet again for the 3rd time in a row in regular season? Neferi, Poppy banned by Top Esports. It's going to be the Casio lock ban yet again by WE.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see if that Camille ends up getting banned because That was something that was banned out pretty early on. Already is clearly a little bit different with the Poppy ban coming through. If that gets through, I imagine that's going to be the first pick. I talked about the Vi as something that TN could be going for. Something like Jarvan plus Karma kind of signaled to me they liked that meta from the regular season in Split 2. Vi very much a part of that equation, being that consistent form of engage. The free engage tools are kind of off the board in the jungle. It might force TN to go in a different direction.
All right. Not a third mid lane ban for WE. Things are changing. The winds are shifting, K-Man. We do see the Oriana ban, though, for top use, just to make sure we get those mid lane bans in there. We'll see exactly what WE want to pick for the first pick in this game number 2.
Wow.
It is going to be the Syndra that was banned away last game.
I am a huge fan of Syndra in this current meta
Do
because
it.
of the flex
Let's
pick.
Go.
We're getting the Lee Sin. Does he play his own skin? Is that blasphemous?
Insta slam. Insta slam. Just put them both in the bag, make a trip to Las Vegas, and put it all on win, because you're gonna do that. My God, I am terrified for what's about to happen to WE, and I'll eat my words if they do wrong and they don't perform, but giving this duo over is terrifying.
Mazel, I wanna agree with you, but I'm gonna shorten the sentence a little bit. I'm terrified. Just in general, someone's gonna lose this game real hard. And I think it could go really any direction, starting with Lee Sin and Camille. I mean, I love WE start as well. Rumble has been nerfed. He's a lot weaker than he's, been in the past. Syndra is still a flex pick. We'll see if About, feels comfortable enough to take the Syndra. If not, it's still very strong in the mid lane. One of the best mid laners in the game, certainly from a consistency standpoint, but yeah, you're staring down Lee Sin Camille. The entire game is going to be controlled by Top Esports. They're either going to win or lose this one.
Slam it. Slam it. Just
Yes.
keep going with high mechanically intensive carry champions. Just put all 5 of them in the bag. Let's get Yasuo bot lane.
Yeah.
Let's just do it. Funny point, though. Wasn't the Bard that we typically see into the Camille support? It is the Leona. So going with that engage support as a counter there for Arha. And the Ambessa is going to come through there for his way on.
This is something that actually picked up more as MSI progressed and really became more common. Is not the Leona in particular, but answering something like Camille early with a Rel or with a Nautilus, or in this case a Leona, just something that can actively roam really aggressively, create some powerful, 3v3 scenarios, and kind of make sure that Camille just can't overload on a specific side of the map, rather than it being something like a Bard that, yes, has equal roam potential, but is a little bit more limited in the way that they can start fights. Camille kind of has tempo in that area. Leona is equally as dangerous if she gets there first. And it's gonna be up to the area. The Akali van coming out. Hey,
Like, no
no thanks.
himself. We don't want it. We don't like it. Put it away. I don't want the Akali here. Game number 2. They're respecting those cream champ pools as the Pantheon gonna be banned over towards Monkey to potentially take away some of those Lee Sin matchups.
Look, you're telling me there's a chance that we get any other of the
Dude, could
AP
you
assassins?
imagine?
Oh my God, the LeBlanc or something like that coming out for Top Esports would just be chef's kiss in this game. Unfortunately, I think this is a bit of like a Victor Hui angle for Top Esports. It does seem kind of like what they're setting up for with the Ambessa on the top side. The Olaf ban coming out. Monkey, prolific Olaf player, if we remember some of the playoff games, and so definitely love to see that taken off the board. It's actually the Ziggs that's going to be banned out, something that pairs well with the Camille, can stay safe on the bottom side. A lot of those safe options are off the board. We'll see what TES want to do on the bot lane.
Really curious. Remember, counter pick will still be levied over to Top Esports, so they could still give that over to Cream, or however they want to adapt this one. And we'll get the 1-2 pick for WE on the other side of this one. See the Silas come through, so they're saving counter pick for Jackie Love.
I like this a lot, actually. The Silas is
ADC's
very scary.
Getting counter pick in 2026. Screenshot it and put it on my wall. Let's go.
We've done it, folks. Freak is in control of the balance patch. No, I think this is really just like, hey, is your Syndra bot lane or not? And the answer to that question is yes. I mean, the Rise is going to come through as the mid lane answer. We get a Graves lock in for Monkey here at the end of this draft. I am stunned, Mazel. Oh my God, we got Xerath
right now. Dude, I have heard
what is
rumors.
happening?
I have heard rumors that Xerath bot lane is disgusting, and I want to see Jackie Love pilot it. It's gonna be not my bot lane because I hate APCs, but it's going to be APC's bot lane. It's going to be Graves in the jungle versus an aggressive Lee Sin from Tien, who has a world championship skin on the champion. We are eating good here, K-Man.
I mean, eating good, I think, is an understatement. I'm pumped for game number 2, Mazel. My blood pressure just skyrocketed for this game. We're getting Graves in professional play in 2026. I'm getting Syndra versus Xerath on the bot side of the map. This is as good of a start to the summer split as you can get. If you want to know what the meta looks like and how things have changed from spring, here you go. This is the difference. I mean, it's even Lee Sin into Graves. You can't possibly ask for 2 different styles. I guess to try to break it down a bit analytically, like, early game is definitely obviously going to be in favor of top esports at least a little bit here, but Graves, Ryze, Syndra, Rumble in a team fight like capacity at the end of the game, you're not beating them in a 5v5. Like, this is a game where this Lee Sin has to get fed early.
Yeah, there's a big swap of strategies, it feels like, for both of the drafts, where last game it was for top esports holding on, getting to the mid game, getting to the late game, having those big scaling options. Now it's get that snowball where it's completely flipped on its head for WE on the other side of things. That's such an interesting adaptation. But this is also top esports throwing down the gauntlet, saying, we felt what you were bringing in that game number 1. We know you ain't got it, so we're going to bring out this. It's crazy stuff. Game number 2. Xerath bot lane for Jackie Love. I don't know if he's ever played this pick ever, but it's going to be a banger. Game 2 kicking off now.
Jayo's in full force, and why would they not be? I mean, we're in just about the best possible situation we could be in. Trying to take a look. I've got some stats to pull up, as I've already got a bit of a duel on the bottom side with the Camille and the Leona. Not 2 champions known for their level 1, but certainly can be a bit fun. This is Jackie Love's second ever career Xerath game. He lost his first game and was not particularly effective on it, so we'll see if he can make it work a little bit more in game number 2. As for Graves, I'm trying to take a look to see if he has been picked really at all across this year.
Didn't we see him in top lane this year at some point?
Yeah, I am seeing that at least in the
the
top end leagues.
Top light almost 5 years ago playing bot lane Syndra. What a goat.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pick that's really been rising up. I mean, we had to keep an eye out for Syndra. She's strong mid lane and bot lane. About's going to be pretty strong in this game, and it's not like he's not going to be in good positions to team fight with something like a Graves as well. It does look like the only Graves that we've gotten in a top league, as at least denoted by GOL this year, has been Relich pulling out a Graves in the LEC. Outside of that, no other Graves games, so definitely going to be Monkey that is trying to set the tone for this champion.
Tien trying to set the tone in the jungle here as well. This is what I wanted to talk about. I love all the charades and the craziness with the picks, but the game is going to be quick. And we already see some of the invades, some of the stature that top esports are trying to impose on WE. Now they're going to go look mid lane. Karis, he's going to have to put up the ghost. He's going to dodge out of the abduct and the abscond at least. And that's going to be some good damage right back. Karis did have to burn the summoner spell to get away.
Did have to burn the flash, but some nice side steps to stay alive there. That could have been a very dangerous situation for Karis, and dying early to a Ryze is worst case scenario. So definitely making sure that you know, he's in a good spot, or as Ryze, I should say, is a good thing. And you just want to make sure you can survive if you are the comp for WE. Got a small gold lead because Monkey, you know, didn't take that time to make the gank in the mid lane, but all eyes for me are going to be on Tien. I mean, this Lee Sin should control everything in terms of the early and the mid game. This Camille roaming alongside the Lee Sin is going to be dangerous. Mazel, you called out that, you know, this is going to be a problem for WE. It's all going to be really up to those players to see if they can push the game forward for top esports.
Unfortunately, he's not using his skin, but, you know, it's fine. I'm not going to be sad. We did get a little update from our behind the scenes saying that this was the first Xerath bot lane in LPL history, which is kind of crazy to think about. But now Monkey going for his own invade with Arha. Has Karis there right beside him. Jwo going to be spotted on the control ward here. Jwo just going for the engage. He messes up the counter, and now it's going to be the rest of his team that needs to come in and pick up the slack. They're going to go on to Karis. Karis is the main focus now. He should go down. That's going to be Cream getting a kill back. Flash coming through. Zenith Blade does connect, but Tien going to use the hop out. Jackie Love has arrived. The stun going to connect. Cream looking to heal up now as well. The Kingslayer. It's going to be the knockback from About. out, trying to get the kill back. He does get one. The Zenith Blade connects. Jackie Love can't get the auto attack, and now he's just going to die to a bout. He's trying to heal. It's not going to be enough. Safeguard does not save the day. Tien tries to go back in now as it's back from the grave, back from the dead, risen again. Not only on the team top esports, but also in this game number 2. It's the carousel that keeps on giving, and it's a carousel of blood. WE trying to chase down Tien, but he won't go down.
A 4 for 3, 4 minutes into the game for both of these teams. The chaos just never ends here in the LPL. Are you not entertained? Look at this wave that's crashing down on the bot side as well. About's going to lose quite a bit for this. It's mostly just going to equalize some gold for Jackie Love, but that's a big win for Top Esports. They needed to generate gold in the early game, and it was spread almost entirely evenly across the entire team. They should be in a much better spot, and Joe's not even done. He's still here mid lane with Arha.
They are just constantly focused around this mid lane now. That's just going to be the continued focus for both teams, it feels like, as both bot laners are APCs. They're just chilling down there. They have range. They have abilities. They don't need to get in the scuffles here, as it's going to be WE trying to start up another scuffle with the Dragon pickup.
Yeah, they're likely going to be able to get this relatively for free with Lee Sin on the top side, but we get a replay of how this fight ended up starting. Zhuo with one of the worst Camille engages you will see. We were asking about Zhuo potentially being on these playmakers, and it's not a great look at the start of this fight. WE ends up turning it, but Karis is a little bit too deep. This is always going to be a bit of a one-for-one trade, but with Cream having to burn Flash with Tien so low, it's such a scary situation. He's able to jump out, but Cream feels like he can turn this once Jackie Love makes the roam up. Syndra is on her way in that same vein. The flash actually comes through from about to be able to equalize kills, and at this point, Jackie Love is completely separated. Tien is way too low. Arha being able to flash out of this is genuinely absurd. Letting the Leona live is just a mistake coming in from Jackie Love, not auto-attacking him when he needed to there. And eventually, the rest of Top Esports can collapse and turn this into a play
comes
that,
back.
you know, ends up in their favor, I guess, for the most part, Mazel.
It's just hilarious that Arha had 2 parts to that fight, or Zhuo rather. Arha did as well, I guess, in some ways, but Zhuo literally dying first thing after a failed engagement and coming back and helping get a couple kills. Little bit of miscommunications still rampant through Top Esports, and that's still a big focus. I want to keep an eye out over top of the gameplay itself, but how this team is connecting, and so far it's been 2 games in a row that's been a bit disconnected across the fold.
Well, that's the big question for me, Mazel. The meta has shifted so much over the past couple of weeks and months that we're at a spot now where we're seeing Xerath versus Syndra, we're seeing Camille support. We already were seeing execution errors from these teams. Yeah, please. I mean... I thought they were actually going to go for something.
Please change it. I want my ADCs back, man. I just went on like a long rant with Alec on the podcast about this exact situation. Alec, do you see this? This is what happens.
If we want to make an impassioned plea to the Riot devs, I think this would be a good game to showcase.
This is grade A example right here. Put it on the platter.
Yeah, you can't possibly get a more 2026 draft than maybe what we're seeing. I mean, the Graves is pretty spicy. That I will give them credit for. That's not something I really expected.
I'm here for it. I kind of like this draft. I know I'm hating on it a little bit, but it's kind of
hey, I'm happy about it now. I'll see how I feel about it in 4 weeks when we have the same, mages getting picked on the bot side over and over again.
The staple bot lane of 2026 summer.
I don't think I could do it, Mazel. I think I would lose my mind if it was Xerath versus
just
Syndra on the bot side
all over again.
Oh no. I really hope that's not the case. For now, these teams have to get good at it first. And Arha?
Solar Flare has been stolen by Cream. Movement towards the Rift Terror that looks like we're setting up for a 5-on-5. Jackie Love is on his way as well, but he is very late compared to everybody else. He does have the Rite of the Arcane, but that's just some damage from afar. All right, the Rift Terror
really well here.
Grubbies, rather, as they are going to be able to take both of them already. Solar Flare going to be used by Cream. They do get the combo on a cube now. Zweyon not going to go down to the power unleashed from about. Dwo able to dodge out for a moment, but just gets shotgunned down by Monkey, who has to flash away, but still got connected on Tien. Getting low, but Tien's going to flash away, at least for the moment. He is alive. It's going to be Cream looking to clean up. Karis gets cleaned up himself by Top Esports. And that's going to be another team fight going their way. The lead continuing to mount.
huge fight win for TES. It's just greedy from WE. They want to try and get these grubs because they feel confident enough with their game state to actually be able to contest early on. You've got the first item completed onto Monkey, but look at this comp, man. I don't know why they think they can win a fight around this part of the game. It's just so much less damage coming in from WE. They are able to get the first two grubs, which is a good thing, but at this point in the fight, it's already kind of over. I mean, you get completely destroyed with Cube in the start of this fight. Zweon actually is able to make his way out despite the Syndra ultimate going down, and at this point, you certainly don't have the damage to keep going forward. Zhuo basically sacrifices himself, but you need to get out from here on out, and it's just not really going to happen. The kick doesn't seal the deal. Tien's able to make his way through, but it feels like we're just fighting way too long. Arha's not there to sacrifice himself. Karis is still going in. Like, it just feels like we're disconnected. This is not a comp that's going to be winning in the mid game, and they're giving over way too much gold as they could look for a dive here, even with that on the bottom side.
Karis moving down as well. Realm Warp in tow. They're going to go for it. Jackie Love flashing under turret. TP coming in. Can they get something back? That's a big shutdown. 400 gold over to WE. TP comes in super late. Cream finally joining. We'll just clear out the minions here. Big pick in the side lane for WE.
I mean, this is how you get some pressure on the map back. WE has always been really good at being able to force these dives. Tien's in danger here.
No, they didn't see him. They didn't walk into the bush. He is going to be in trouble now, though, as he has 3 members on top of him. He's just going to try to go for the Raptor take there, the kick away. He wants to try to jump over the minions. He is fine for now. And now Jackie Love is free firing away. Right of the Arcane has just now come back up. If they can continue to poke down, this could just be the difference. Cream has come up. They've gotten surrounded, but they make the pounce onto Tien. TP coming in now. Cream is in some trouble. They are very split. This is where the communication comes in clutch, as it's going to be the right of the Arcane use. He uses collateral damage to get away, but can't dodge away from the final shot from the Arcane Supremacist.
We're going back in.
Whoa, moving over to onto Karis as the stun is not going to connect. The flash comes out. He's not able to get the hit on the back end. It's going to be a very tough fight for WE, but they navigated decently. They are losing the top lane, though.
That's still a really good fight for WE. This team is not spiked just yet. We're not even at first item for Karis on this rise. About just got his loot in, so this is not like the strongest point of the game. For WE to be picking up any gold right now, I think is definitely a positive for them, but we do see some of the pitfalls of this draft, because when they caught out Tien at the start of that fight, they absolutely should have been able to kill him with the time that they had 3v1. They just don't have the damage yet in the game, and I think Top Esports, maybe feeling a little bit too aggressive with the way that they're looking. Zweon's still getting very strong on the top side. They still have their gold lead, but they can't be giving over free kills like this to champions like the Rise and the Syndra for the late game.
I'm not going to lie, though. I'm keeping a really close eye on it, because something I was going to talk about before we got into that next fight immediately after was Jackie Love's kind of moving. He's got the motion on Xerath right now, and I actually really think this pick can do so much damage to WE in their entrances into fights. We saw it a little bit there in that last one, so I want to keep an eye on Jackie Love. He's been untouched in a lot of these fights. Now that Dragon goes down to Top Esports, they even up that neutral Dragon score 1-1 to both teams.
That's the thing about picking a front-to-back comp that definitely wants to play more for 5v5s at the end of the game, is that if you're playing front-to-back, well, Xerath's going to be as far back as you can possibly be. There's not really a lot of ways to stop his damage from coming through. If he ever gets accelerated, that is going to be a massive issue, and I'm looking at the WE comp. The only champion that has any backline access is Leona. And again, you're probably going to want her for peel more than you're going to want her for straight up engage, unless Rise somehow finds a flank angle or Rumble finds a flank angle. Xerath is going to be strong, and we know what Jackie can do when he has an advantage.
We've seen it time and time again. Time in memoriam, my friend. No. So stop waxing poetically, and Cream is going to try to go in with the solar flare. Look at the TP on the back line, and you got to remember Zweon is the most fed member on Top Esports. He is ripping and roaring. I thought I just watched a Beyblade fight happen in front of my eyes. Top Esports is making mincemeat out of WE, and it feels like the big brothers have truly established dominance over this team this entire year. It is so one-sided, it's not even funny. WE are faltering.
Zweon executes them according to the name of the ultimate. Absolutely disgusting TP from him. And WE just funnel themselves into the perfect breakpoint to allow themselves to be really obliterated by Mbessa in that team fight. It's a 3.5k gold lead now for Top Esports, and that is the fight that you could not give over for WE. As much as I was praising them for taking relatively neutral exchanges, 4 for 3 is obviously not great, but it's still okay for a team that scales. Now you put yourself in a bad spot, because not only is Zweon 2,000 gold up by himself at 13 minutes into the game, but you have 4 kills onto the Lee Sin and 4 kills on the Xerath now, which is going to be a massive problem for these objectives that are coming up soon.
I mean, the game's been so quick-paced, and WE kind of falling into that trap, and that's what I want to talk about a little bit more, because when we were coming out of draft, we were saying, all right, we've switched tables here. We are a team that wants to scale. We have a lot of scaling options. We want to kind of hold on. You have some bridges to mind the gap. Top Esports are the team that want to fight, want to scuffle, and it feels like WE have been getting sucked in over and over again, and now we have 19 kills in 14 minutes.
Mazel, I believe in you. I believe in your analysis. You told me that this was going to be a bad game for WE once we saw the Lee Sin and Camille, and that's exactly what has happened. This Lee Sin has been super aggressive, even baiting WE to be overly aggressive in some exchanges at times, and the Camille, while it's not exactly been as effective from an execution standpoint from Zhuo, has mattered a lot in terms of giving you backline access onto these immobile carries, something we really didn't discuss for WE. There's not a lot of safety for this team. Ryze is somebody that has to step up to do damage. Syndra has no mobility in the back end of these fights. If you are able to land on the backline with this, dive, you're going to be able to punish really hard. Cream's been able to do it, Zhuo's been able to do it, and quite frankly, Top Esports has just had a better mind for how to play these fights out.
And Cream has just been relentlessly stealing Arha's ult, and it has paid off every single time because the CC you enable him to have after that into this kind of comp that just wants to burst you down has been a crucial part to Top Esports fighting. As they were trying to surround Jackie Love here in the mid lane, he will bow out towards the top side and gets a little bit of poke back into Monkey anyways. It's going to be the Rift Herald in the eyes of Top Esports. Jackie Love trying to keep them away from his jungler. They
Monkey's
will
dead.
just poke Monkey down. Monkey's just dying. Right as the Arcane comes through, but it's going to be TN that falls as well. About trying to flash away, but Cream will find him. Public execution from Zhuoyan as he's trying to make sure he cements his place on this team. It's Arha that falls next to Cream, and it's 4 members down for WE.
Top Esports are just running the map. WE, once again, feeling confident to fight. They're not going to feel good here.
Oh my goodness, whoa. Sorry, bro. You might not have the Camille pass, but it doesn't matter. It's working out anyways.
Zhuo is, he's putting his name on the final project despite not showing up to any of the study sessions. He's getting credit for the win, but Top Esports is winning in a lot of different ways. Zhuoyan has been an absolute monster this game.
Yeah.
Truly unstoppable.
Oh.
Is about onto Jackie Love here.
I think Jackie Love might have forgotten what Syndra does for just a tad second, playing the bot laners. That is going to be the flash burn, and he is very vulnerable now, and so are a couple of the members of Top Esports. Speaking of, Zhuo getting caught out in hand by Arha and Monkey. Monkey's just going to burst him down. That's one big pick. Now Cream looking for more. Zhuoyan has come over, and Monkey tries to put himself into the chicken pit, but it's just going to be putting himself into the grave. TP coming back in as well, and that's going to be Jackie Love joining the fight, trying to chase down About. He said, "You remember me?" As he gets a hit down, he's going to look for the right. Oh, no, it's not even available yet. As the Rift Herald goes down in the mid lane, that should get a couple turrets for top.
Someone check his PC. This Mbess is doing some damage in these fights. I mean, it's absolutely disgusting watching him just dash into 2 people and do their entire health bar with 1 combo. I mean, Zhuoyan's just, unstoppable at this point. Cube is going to try to get some gold on the top side, and he landed a good equalizer in that fight, but it doesn't matter.
I like it. He's got a 3-level advantage over Cube right now. He's going to try to TP out. He knows he can't get out. Oh, he barely makes it out with a TP. Cube trying to make sure he doesn't give over another kill. Jackie Love in a weird position here. They are playing overly confident and immediately get punished. TP coming in, though. That is the Doom bringer.
TN.
That is Zhuoyan coming in as TN sets it up for him. Alley-ooping WE as Zhuoyan comes to slam it home. That's a really nice flash from Karis. Nobody really expected him to go that way, as now Cream does find the pick-off kill onto Monkey. We'll try to go for the 1v1, but just gets bursted down by Karis as Zhuoyan and TN were on the other side of the fight.
Mazel, are we ever going to get a chance to talk about the game state, or are we just going to keep fighting the entire time?
34 kills in 18 minutes. We're almost 2 kills a minute.
Classic LPL action here. I mean, could I have expected anything less when I saw Lee Sin Camille locked in for Top Esports of all teams, the most aggressive team in the entire world? Probably not, but it is going to be 3rd Drake of the game going over. It feels like this game's been going on for 40 minutes, but not even at soul point just yet.
Really
and Cube once again is pushed up.
It's a 7. The thing is like, you think all this is crazy. It's still like a 7,000 gold lead for Top Esports. Another
done.
attempt. Whoa! Tried to find the angle. Right of the Arcane on top of it all, and Cube be left out to dry. And Top Esports like dried goods, I guess. As Kara's going to look for the outside turret and top side.
Beef jerky, I don't know, is there any sort of joke or pun to come in here? I mean, it's a pick onto Jackie Love, who's way over-aggressive here. There's no reason in the world for Xerath to be in that spot. But honestly, Top Esports can get away with basically anything. The kick is absolutely gorgeous onto Monkey. He does have a good bit of damage now. The Graves has scaled a little bit, which turns this fight relatively well. He survives a lot longer than he probably should, but I mean, best case scenario, you're getting like an even trade at this point because you're so far down in gold, and if Zweon is there, you're just never going to actually win a fight. This 6,500 gold lead is almost entirely on the top laner. I need to stress, it is a 4,000 gold lead for Zweon. He is 3 full levels up on Cube, more than 3 levels up. He's going to hit level 16 when this guy is cresting to level 13. It's a nightmare situation. He's almost completed his 3rd item.
It's so nasty, man. He's like, I know Feng Yue got taken off this roster. I ain't losing my spot. 369 sitting there right there, coaching him up, also potentially willing to take his spot. He's gotta find his way as what do we keep? They just keep zooming into that one spot on the Rift, right of the arcade coming out. He doesn't have one more shot. It's always hard to guess how many shots are in right of the arcade. It feels like because it scales up so heavily as they do try to get the pick there. Won't be able to find it. A little bit of a moment of reprieve for WE.
Yeah, that's always the funny thing with Xerath in professional play is just, do these players know? How much experience do they have, you know, playing against Xerath at the pro level? You know, same thing with the Graves. It's like, we're getting a lot of solo queue opportunities here. TN?
Oh, but look who's here.
No.
Zweon is just going to cut them down. He's like, you mess with my boy? Nuh-uh. We're going to get the TP in from multiple members here. Everyone's coming to join the fight. It's just not going to work out, man. Equalizer comes through. That was power unleashed. That was everything they had and the kitchen sink, and they're still going to die for it. Cream had stolen the solar flare for the 10 billionth time in this game, and he will use it to find more kills. More gold, more kills, more blood for the Blood God, and Top Esports looking for yet another 2-0 over WE.
Jackie Love getting tier 2 in the mid lane for free. He's going to keep pushing here. Dragon's not even on the map. There's nothing to even fight for in this spot. They're just fighting for fun.
Oh, they got him.
Jackie?
The slow.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait.
Oh, no.
That's crazy stuff, Jackie Love. He finds good
Monkey's
damage
dead.
on a monkey. Oh, that's so close. Jackie, he gets 1 kill. He tried to go for the twofer. He didn't find it. Oh, Cream's going to. That's the 2nd kill Cream has gotten with the Hex Belt. As now Arha is going to slowly try to make his way out. Does have Karis there right around him. Oh my god, Karis just waiting there because he knows that Cream is playing a little bit overconfident here. Top Esports just looking for everything in WE side of the map.
There's a warmth in my chest, Mazel. I'm just so happy and so excited for the LPL to be back because we're back. We really are fully back.
Oh, we're so
The fighting
back.
just never ends. Jackie Love is frontlining on the Xerath. He's getting dove on by a Leona and just pressing R anyways. I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to see. WE at this point just hoping to catch some waves. And you know what? I get it's a 10k gold lead. Anyone can win a fight right now. I mean, WE is super far behind, and this Baron is going to matter a ton for this game, but you know, giving analysis of like, oh, well, Top Esports can't throw this game. I don't know, man. I've watched fight after fight after fight happen, and I'm sure TES are going to overextend at some point. Cars is just dead anyways,
happens, and things maybe change. Do they kill Zweon at this point? That's my biggest question.
I don't know. I think if you sent 5 members,
I don't think they do.
You might kill him in 10 seconds if you get 10 seconds of 5v1. I think that could be possible, but
Is that
I
what
think
it's gonna take?
You know, maybe a lot of other circumstances, it's not quite as good. WE is running away to the bottom side of the map. I guess Top Esports don't want the Baron. Should be almost free here. I mean, we get to see what happens. The Rise just sits in the bush and gets killed by the Imbecile. There's not really a lot to do there. Top Esports, though, they want Soul Point a little bit more than maybe they want the Baron at this point as they set up around the bottom half of this river.
Look at all this vision, man. Literally, the entirety of WE's side of the jungle is blue. And I'm not talking about the Blue Man group.
Oh, yeah.
I saw them one
I
time.
wish.
They're pretty cool.
Dude, that's awesome. I wish I could see the Blue Man group. I mean, the
I actually
best I
saw
can get,
them with the LPL crew. We all went to Las Vegas with Dagda, Lyric, and Munchables. We had a great time.
That sounds like a good showcase. Definitely a good group to see Blue Man group with. I'm I'm sure that
I don't know if that's a compliment or
no, it's a compliment. It's definitely a compliment. Definitely a compliment.
Good times,
you know,
good times.
But you know, I think we're getting some entertainment here. I'm not gonna say equal to the Blue Man Group.
Absolutely getting entertainment here. And it's coming off the back of some really good individual performance. Again, I said it when the draft was done. This is the gauntlet drop from Top Esports. They said, we sniffed you out. We know we're better than you. Zwo needs some work on the Camille. The rest of the team, very good on their respective champions, even if it is just a few times played for Jackie Love. He has been an expert on the Xerath, and we're seeing a bit of an overextension. This is that first death. Is he going to die? He doesn't die. No. The bird comes through. No, he will not fall. The odds of him dying are growing ever in his favor. It's Zwayon that gets out barely. Kara's going to try to lock him down. The prison comes through. He's going to rail by. Oh my God, he's desperate. He's so desperate. No. Karas can't get it, and Zwayon is just playing with him now. Zwayon unkilled, 7-0-12, cementing his place on this roster.
Kara said, I will give my life if it means I can kill this Mbessa, but your life is not enough. The value of your soul is clearly not enough to take down this unbelievably fed top laner. Top Esports doing what they should have done, 10 minutes ago, and just, I guess, 5 minutes ago with it only being 25 minutes, and just take the Baron. Tien can solo it at this point. Arha just has to look on. They're disengaging. They want more fighting.
Please, more kills. More. I want 60 plus this game. Please.
We're on
there's
pace.
Gonna be at least 2 more team fights.
Yeah. I think we definitely could be seeing, a pretty crazy game. I don't know what the kill record is.
Outplay button. Outplay button. Outplay button. About you couldn't outplay the outplay button. Sorry, buddy.
One closer to 60 kills in this game.
It's outplay button versus outplay button. One is 1 button press. The other one is 4 to 5 button presses.
Very, very true. Again,
Jackie
I don't know
Love's
what
really impressing me though.
Yeah, I don't know what the kill record is for this year so far, but Baron looks like he's going to be added to that list. Jackie Love flash.
Yeah, that's a pretty good flash from him. Equalizer coming across. That is going to be the double equalizer red carpet now in favor of WE as they move forward. Some poke from Jackie Love could make the difference though, and we're seeing he's able to land it time and time again for only having played Xerath a few times. This is now a pick that I'm putting in his wheelhouse here for this split.
Oh my God, yeah, I'm scared of the Xerath. I mean, the first ever bot lane Xerath in the LPL. 4K gold lead for Jackie Love. He just bought his Magi's, 10 stacks on that thing. So, if you were scared of him before...
35 stacks of Magi's on the Top Esports' team right now. They're book buyers.
No. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected
Brandon
anything
Sanderson?
less. Yeah, I'm a Brandon Sanderson fan.
Oh, no. He knocked it back, but it didn't matter. Oh, the Rite of the Arcane finds us all, doesn't it? It just does.
If I'm going into solo queue and banning Xerath for the next 3 months. I just never want to see this champ again.
I should have picked Xerath, man.
Yeah, maybe I gotta learn him, actually.
Counter
You're
pick
right.
ADC in 2026, and it pans out to this. A 10-3-14 Jackie Love Xerath. My goat.
Oh, Realm Warp?
Oh, the Realm Warp.
Just runs away.
He's gonna get away. They're using everything. Run, Kareem, run.
They're just going top lane. They're just going to try to end the game.
Collateral damage. That was everything WE had. He used the collateral damage from Monkey straight in his face to get away, and now Tien wants more.
Oh, no.
He's going to go in. He got the
Tien?
set. Oh, no, he missed the flash. All right, we're gaming here. We're having a great time, aren't we? I
want to be clear. Baron is still up. Like, it is still yet to be taken. We're just throwing everything at the wall. I honestly thought Top Esports, once they, saw WE commit, we're just going to go top lane and end the game, because that would have been the funniest way for this game to possibly end. Still, I guess it's 1K gold pulled back for WE. They're going to need roughly 13 more of those picks in order to get back in the game.
No, not the outplay button.
Please.
Not the outplay button. I think he has one more. No, it's out. It's done. About, you're okay. You're fine. He's not, though.
Oh, Monkey.
Monkey just gets caught by the end of the chain, and now Karas took the bait. Karas stepped up, and he will go down as well. Hextech Ultimatum connects from Zwo. That's a double kill going over to Cream, and now they're going to Realm Warp in, and with the stolen Realm Warp. Dude, the amount of value that Cream is getting from his ultimate in this game is impeccable. And Top Esports are just putting on a show for us here.
Yeah, they might be able to close this game out. Death timers are pretty long.
Oh, About's just cooked. He's just waiting. Cream is just literally sitting there waiting for cooldowns. Turrets are falling. Top Esports is back at a place of promise, inch by inch, regaining the respect from the LPL after disastrous performances here recently. They will triumphantly roar back into the LPL split. Split number 3 on their way as a 2-0 game score for Top Esports to open up the season.
57 kills, Mazel, in game number 2. almost got to 60. We were very close. Weren't quite able to do it, but you know what? Top Esports goes 9-0 against WE in their last 9 series and games that they've played against them. They just have this team's number. And if we wanted to see Top Esports bounce back and get their mental, back on track, especially with a lot of other teams not exactly having their mental right now in the LPL, I think that we definitely saw that. This is maybe the most dominant game that I've cast so far in 2026.
That was insane. And don't call me a naysayer. Look at Joel. He's so happy. It's awesome. Great stuff. He got to play with Jack. That's awesome. Communication, guys. And maybe not picking Joel Camille until he practiced a little bit more.
Yeah.
There were some... That's what makes this loss that much harder for WE, is because Top Esports were getting in their own way consistently and still able to find dominant wins like this. And I think it speaks to WE kind of falling into the quick tempo trap that Top Esports was laying in game number 2. But for Top Esports, it's a win. Dominant, fun. It was awesome. I had a great time. Gotta clean it up.
I mean, you don't get away with these kinds of mistakes against other teams. I'm going to be entirely honest. You were worse than WE in the early game of game 1, which I think some people are going to, forget about, but they got a lead. They won the fights that mattered. They just were able to out-hands them in some of the team fights, just out-execute in the 5v5s. And then in game number 2, I mean, WE drafts this comp that has 0 tempo, 0 pressure in the early game. They're Graves, Ryze, Syndra. You don't really have any ways to skirmish, and then proceeds to take, every fight in the early game, contest every objective, be at every place in time. If you're going to play a scaling comp and you're going to fight into Lee Sin, Camille, Mbessa, yeah, you're going to lose in the early game. That's just kind of the way things go. WE did not play clean. Neither did Top Esports. They were making a ton of mistakes. They were trading 4 for 3 in early game fights when you have the early game comp. That's not an ideal place to be. There are plenty of things that need to get better, but I'm sure they're at least going to bask in the glow of maybe how they're feeling after this game 2 for a little bit.
Dude. Jackie loves Xerath, man.
Oh, dude.
The Ezreal into the... Get you a carry that can do both.
Yeah.
And maybe don't, because I don't want APCs in the bot lane. But if it's Jackie Love, then I think I'll have to say it's okay. I think it's okay. Though I'm not gonna lie, Xerath Syndra, boring matchup.
Yes.
that was not fun. The entire team played away from them, but it got the job done at least on one side of things.
Look, it's fun for now. I got to pop off and draft when I saw the Xerath, when I saw the Graves. I don't want 2 months of this. I think that's when I would start getting a little... I think some people will be like, mages are fun. Mages will be fun until you start to see that, the early games are very slow. And, games like this are definitely the exception. This is the peak of what I think Xerath versus Syndra can look like from an entertainment, avenue. But at the end of the day, we got it. And, I think About's going to be thinking about Xerath in his nightmares for at least a couple of nights. I think that's going to be a bit of a problem for him.
Why wasn't my outplay
dreaming.
Button working?
Yeah, I couldn't even kill the Mbessa throughout this game. I was pressing every button I had, and I wasn't even doing any damage.
Got away. Oh my god. Disgusting.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, the biggest conversation for me, who's player of the game, man? Jackie loves Xerath was incredible. I mean, to me, it's Zweon. This Mbessa was up 4,000. It wasn't just that Zweon had a 4,000 gold lead and was up 3 levels and was an item and a half up. He was up 4,000 gold, 3,500 gold at 14 minutes in the game. It didn't take, it wasn't we have a 13k gold lead and Zweon is up 4,000 gold. No, they had a 4k gold lead and Zweon was up 4k gold. That's absurd to me. This Mbessa was so dominant.
Yeah, it was. It's so hard. Tien's also up there for me.
Yeah. I mean, Cream went 13-2. On the Silas as well.
And his ults were, God, man, the solar flare value in all those fights. The first 4 fights of the game, Solar Flare straight on a Monkey. Like, what is a Graves supposed to do, man?
I think, unfortunately, we kind of saw why Graves is maybe a bit more of a niche pick in this game.
True.
Because he was doing approximately 0 damage, I think, throughout that early game.
You know what? It's because he didn't get Draw Your Sword augment.
Yeah, you know
That's
what?
why.
Run it back, game 3,
man.
but it's ARAM Mayhem.
It's unfortunate.
We see what we can do. Yeah, just see what happens
Just
in game 3.
give Monkey the ARAM Mayhem augments and see what happens.
He is the player I think I would want to see the most.
Yeah, we need to get
scenario.
pro players playing ARAM Mayhem. We need it. We need it.
We do. Plenty of time in between splits to get some games going, you know?
True. Especially when the year is over. You have a lot of time.
True. Well, you would think. You would think
Well,
they've got a lot.
Yeah. Well, we'll be getting to post-game stuff here very soon. Any thoughts for WE as we move forward? It felt like a very WE-like performance where we saw moments of brilliance, some of the communication and connection that we really wanted to see, but overall, just not mechanically able to execute.
We said this at the end of game 1, but I think it really carries through for the entire series. Unfortunately, this was a very WE performance where they were able to get some leads in the early game. They actually were playing fights relatively well, but it's their over-aggression. It's their eagerness to take fights when they don't need to, or to not set up properly for the fights that they do take, which was the problem in game number 1, that really ended up coming back to bite them. There's no reason to contest Grubs when you're Graves, Ryze, Syndra. There's no reason to over-aggress it, a 12-minute fight around second Drake when you're a team that scales really well into the late game. You're just giving over gold when you don't need to be taking these exchanges. The patience has never been there for WE. This team is talented, and they are good at fighting, but they have to learn when to actually go in. That has been the big difference between them and the best teams in the league so far this year.
Yeah, it definitely has been. I want to ask you, though, since it's a pretty quick turnaround for this split, obviously before we get going into the playoffs, a lot of games to be played in just those like 5-6 weeks. But a couple things, at least for Top Esports. Some ups and downs in their schedule as we move forward for them, where they'll be facing TT next, and then facing on AL, and then it goes down and back up again. Do you have any feelings for the consistency that we're looking for Top Esports through this? Like, should it be a nearly undefeated split for them, or do we expect some of those fluctuations?
I mean, they certainly expect themselves to be bare minimum top 2, I think, in terms of their results, and I think that's a realistic expectation for them in the regular season. Undefeated, I think, is a bit of a stretch. I think all of these teams have their own weaknesses, and quite frankly, I wasn't impressed with Zhuo today. I mean, that is the big question for Top Esports is, did they get better by switching out Fengyue for Zhuo? I was kind of on record in my primer video saying, no, I don't think they got better. I think Fengyue, was somebody that was really important for this team, and Zhuo has a lot to live up to. We did not get a good answer to that in game numbers, games 1 and 2 in series number 1.
Game 1 was better, but yes.
The Karma was fine, certainly made some roam mistakes, and their early game was good, but they lost some pretty crucial fights in that early part of the game where Karma is the most relevant in terms of how the game goes. And that Camille, I mean, let's just say I want to see some practice on that champion. Not exactly a clinical performance. You need him to step up if you want to be better than a lot of the other teams that are going to be around you. Somebody like JDG is knocking on that door. BLG, even with, whatever their roster is going to be looking like on the top side of the map, they are absolutely still favorites. It's not guaranteed that Top Esports is just going to be this team that waltzes through the regular season.
Such a weird little fight setup here.
Yeah.
Again, you see the breakdown. The fact Tien stays alive there. We're getting some of the replays through. Hey, that solar flare didn't connect. But it was the real one, not the fake one. And the fake one also didn't connect. But any fight that was kicking off like this, you knew what the end result was going to be. If Zhuan was coming into a fight with a TP when half the members of W were already half health, he was going to carry that. And he did not die a single time, even though getting so close in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Mbessa, funny champ from ahead. Certainly one of those.
Dude, he
those
got to play
like
Cassante and Mbessa. He got to play like the most OP top laners.
And who do we blame for that? I mean, I'm blaming WE for potentially allowing that to happen. I think it's really important to note that Zhuan, for as much flack as Tien and Jackie Love got for MSI, I was pretty on the record for saying that Zwayon and Fengyue were easily the two members that performed the worst for top esports at MSI. They just didn't have the same expectations, right? We were more expecting them to not be as strong, but they were definitely the ones that really cost the team in some big moments. Zwayon needed to get some confidence back. There were some questions about whether or not he could be a truly elite top laner at this level. Cube's not the top of the barrel. I certainly don't think that that's the case. Cube has had his own sets of struggles, but this was one of those matchups where you're like, oh, Zwayon does have the potential to be what he was throughout parts of the regular season and actually be an all-pro caliber top laner in the LPL.
Just tough moments for WE for sure. The game was pretty out of hand by this point. Again, we almost got to 2 kills a minute throughout this entire game, which is impressive. I'm gonna have to see if anybody can beat that. That's a pretty high bar to set.
Oh yeah,
for LPL games at least. But hopefully WE can kind of learn some lessons from getting caught up in the noise. It feels like against top esports in this one, as they're going to be facing JDG and LGD up next, all in this week. So they'll be one of the teams that are facing 3 opponents in 1 week.
Yeah, I mean, you're expecting, a potential LGD win. They looked pretty good earlier today, or at least they looked better than EDG, who were not very good at the start of the day. And so, LGD is going to be a fun matchup for WE. I think that's going to be a contest of where exactly do these teams stand, because LGD kind of feels like the best of the Group Nirvana teams that were able to ascend up to Group Ascend, and WE definitely feels like the weakest of the Group Ascend teams that have remained up in the bracket. So I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. JDG, I think, is a little less attainable. That's a team I'm expecting to have a much better showcase in this summer split and really be a true contender for top 2, but anything can happen in the LPL, as we know.
Yeah. So you put your vote behind Zwayon for player of the game. Who do you got for man of the match? What do you think?
Yeah, I got Zwayon for player of the game. I got Jackie Love for man of the match for player of the series. I mean, both of these games, Jackie Love was completely unstoppable. I just think Zwayon was more unstoppable in game 2, but if you want to take them both into account, I mean, Jackie Love's Ezreal into Xerath. Like, could you possibly ask for a better start to the split? The guy almost picked up a penta. He only didn't because he was not greedy enough to stop the mid lane push. He was focused on ending the game. So, good on him there. Didn't want it, but I mean, he's going to be in About's nightmares forever. He absolutely deserves man of the match.
Zwayon will get player of the game. I'd love to see it. Obviously, the Ambessa pick was huge in a lot of those fights, but it's also how he played it in the 1v1. We can see the Rumble throne starting to crack a little bit in that top side. I know he's been pretty staple like all year long, like 90+% ban pick presence. So nice to see that kind of ebbing out.
Rumble, I believe, is still strong. He's not the Omega pick that he was before. So we see some of the votes here. 5 out of 8, 3 of 8 going to Jackie Love. You can see some of the late game power. I think that's Xerath. Yes, that Xerath definitely, I think, had more impact later in the game. I think getting them that lead was really, especially that TP play in the jungle where he just shows up and kills everyone. It's just like, okay, well, I don't know what to do against this Ambessa. I think it's kind of over, but I mean, who do you possibly criticize on this team? Like, there's nothing to really be upset about. Everyone deserved player of the game with the exception of Joao.
That's a crazy series to start off with for top esports. I'm just like, it sets my thoughts on what, because at some point they're gonna be top esports. They're gonna lose somebody they shouldn't lose to. It's just like these expectations, man. Hopefully this is a split that we don't get that for top esports. But there you go. Jackie Love gets player of the match. Ezreal, Xerath, when you close your eyes and spin around 10 times, they're very similar, and they're almost the same champion. But he does earn it. Getting that one on some incredible performances on the picks that we stated indeed.
10 KDA for your ADC, pretty good. That's
pretty
certainly
good
something.
Pretty good to
you're
start.
You're gonna feel pretty good about that one. I think moving forward out of the first series, 35, by the way, % of his team's damage this series. That's disgusting. Like, actually, just completely unfair across 2 games. I mean, a monstrous performance from Jackie Love.
Crazy stuff. Well, I do hear that Ilya has the schedule graphic ready to go, so let's go ahead and take a look at what will be the remaining games in the week. Again, only on 5 days a week, but 3 days of triple threat action here in the LPL. It's going to be coming up in a couple days, but tomorrow we'll have JDG versus AL and BLG versus TT.
Not the most exciting matchup in the second game on paper, but man, it's gotten more exciting recently. The first matchup, I think everybody's going to be pumped for. These are two of the teams that everybody is expecting to go to Worlds. JDG and AL both looking to start their, split, I think, off on the right foot. And
Who's going to be BLG's top laner? We'll find out later.
If it's Wenbo starting, Wenbo versus a player that was formerly, I believe, a teammate of his on BLG Juniors, and Keshi on the other side of that matchup, that's going to be really fun. Of course, former BLGJ players in general on Thunder Talk, the entire top side was on that team, so some really fun storylines to get, and just seeing BLG in action is going to be really interesting.
It will indeed. That's going to be a fun one for sure coming up. Final thoughts on the day, K-Man, as we're coming to the end of things.
I mean, we're so back. we are so back.
So legitimately back.
Yeah, split number 3 is looking like it's going to be a banger. I'm very excited to see how the rest of this goes. Group Ascend is chaotic. Group Nirvana is stronger than it's ever been. This is going to be a very fun one, Mizzo.
It is indeed. But that means we are going to be bidding y'all adieu for the night. 2-2-0s on the day. LGD maybe looking like a threat for Group Ascend. Top Esports remaining at the tippy top. Before we get going, though, we got to give a huge and special thank you to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Doran. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who give you this daily broadcast. It's another split. It's another year. It's the biggest split ever for LPL here. Every year, summer split is the craziest, and your support is felt all along the way. It's been an incredible journey. We still have a lot more left to go. Thank you all very much for tuning in for the night. Thank you, K-Man, for coming alongside me. Thank you to Gordo and Alk, who came on earlier, and especially thank you to Ilya, our production behind the scenes. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for more LPL action.